Chapter 7. New Unionism in the Garment Industry. The era of the general strike in the garment trade came to an end with the 1913 uprising of the white goods workers. When the members of the Women's Trade Union League, WTUL, of New York looked back over the period from late 1909 to early 1913, they were able to see definite impressive gains. More New York City working women belonged to unions than ever before, and tens of thousands of them were covered by written agreements. To many League members, however, this was not enough. Despite the increasingly important role played by the 60,000 women members in the trades that had been virtually unorganized only 3 years earlier, the unions to which they belonged were still dominated by men, and these WTUL members felt that as long as such domination continued, the women would remain powerless in their unions just as they were powerless in their shops. 1. Upheaval in the garment unions. During 1914, the long-standing discontent among rank-and-file workers with the leadership of the garment industry unions triggered a general upheaval that left the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGWU, with new national officers and the United Garment Workers torn asunder. Union women, although just recently organized, stood in the forefront of these developments, expressing their grievances, demanding internal reforms and a greater role in the functioning of. For a discussion of this strike, M. Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor M. Utment in the United States, New York, 1980, Volume 5, pp. 256-57. The unions, and panic iPadding actively the ones that ultimately provided them with a greater share in the organizations they had helped to create. It did not take long for workers in the women's garment trade to realize that union leaders who relied solely on the machinery of the protocol and the goodwill of the employers to establish permanent industrial peace were not likely to build strong organizations. As early as February 1912, workers in the trade complained openly that the protocol, by forbidding the use of the strike, had tied their hands and had paralyzed union action in their behalf. But ILGWU leader John Deitch opposed the demands of the rank and file for greater control over working conditions, and when strikes were called against protocol violations, he broke them by sending non-union members to replace those who refused to return to work. Deitch was proud of maintaining a spirit of cooperation between the union and the employers' association, but the rank and file regarded this cooperation as useless in the face of continued employer violations of the Protocol J.2. While Sapon for Oichi's ouster from office was mounting among all garment workers, women members were especially angered by the fact that under his administration, men continued to dominate the official positions within the ILGWU. By 1914, women constituted over 50% of the International's membership, but there were only 18 women delegates at the biennial convention held that year. 9 of these represented White Goods Workers Union, Local Number 62. Local Number 25, the Wastemakers Local, already the largest women's local in the nation, sent 9 male delegates and 3 women to the convention. With a few exceptions, men held all union offices and executive board positions and staffed the protocol, grievance, and arbitration machinery as well. In addition, the great majority of the International's organizers were men. 3. Despite imminent gains won in the Protocol of Peace, as the agreement ending the strike of 60,000 cloakmakers in 1910 was called, the settlement was a disappointment to many strikers, a large number of whom disapproved of it. One reason was that instead of the closed shop, there was the preferential union shop. Furthermore, unlike RHE usual collective bargaining agreement, RHE protocol had no NME limit. It could run indefinitely but could be ruminated by either side at will. As a concession, RHE manufacturers agreed to Exxon preference only as between one union man and another. Non-union labor could only be hired when union help was unobtainable. The agreement also compelled employers to declare their belief in the union and in the ideal that all who desire its benefits should share its burdens. But to many rank and file workers, this was shrill only the scab shop with honey, and they disapproved, too, of the no shriek clause and the provision for compulsory arbitration. For the 1910 cloakmakers' strike and the full terms of the Protocol of Peace, see Foner, History of the Labor Movement, 5, 241-46. For evidence of workers' discontent were the Protocol, see also Elizabeth Israels Perry, Industrial Reform in New York City, Bell Moskowitz and the Protocol of Peace, 1913-1916, Labor History 23. Winter, 1982, 30. Women garment workers did not just sit by in the face of this situation. Pauline Newman, who had just assumed important responsibilities on the Joint Sanitary Board ITAF, insisted that the ILGWU could not grow unless women were given additional leadership tasks. She argued that girls are apt to have more confidence in a woman than a man, and that the failure of the union's leadership to understand this elementary truth was seriously limiting its influence. In August 1914, Constance Denmark, editor of the women's section of the Ladies Garment Worker, expressed this view even more strongly when she complained. It is certainly not normal if thousands of girls, many of them possessing active minds and intelligence, should have to be thrown upon the leadership of a comparatively small number of men. What is worse, the girls are numerically the backbone of the Union. Point 4. The mounting anger over the operation of the protocol and the increasing resentment of women members combined to present a serious challenge to the supremacy of the leaders who controlled the ILGWU. In June 1914, the delegates to the Union's convention swept Deitch and his cronies out of office and replaced them with a radical slate of officers headed by Benjamin Schlesinger as president. Women garment workers hailed the convention's action and looked forward hopefully to a leadership that would encourage the presence of more women in executive positions and as delegates to the 1916 convention. A few weeks later, the leaders of the United Garment Workers, UGW, of America faced a similar challenge. As we have seen in our previous volume, two factions in the UGW vied for power. Lager and Rickard, the union's top leaders, were enthusiastic advocates of Samuel Gomper's pure and simple trade tilde unionism. They ran the union on business principles and carried this concept so far that they made a private business of selling the union label, even to firms that operated with non-union workers and ran their shops and factories as they pleased. Frowning upon strikes and depending on the union label for their bargaining strength, the UGW leaders placed their main reliance on workers who lived in small communities and worked in large factories manufacturing overalls. A large section of their supporters were born in the United States. The other faction of the UGW was made up of tailors and operators who worked in the large urban shops. A great majority of these workers were of immigrant origin, most frequently Yiddish-speaking Eastern Europeans. The U.S. born workers in the small communities felt that, see Ibid. pp. 260-64. They had little in common with the workers in the urban centers, and the UGW leaders took advantage of this alienation by repeatedly directing sneering remarks at the non-English-speaking tailors in the big cities. Moreover, when the tailors in these big cities struck, the leaders refused to acknowledge their strikes as legitimate. Then, when the workers refused to abandon the struggle, the UGW leaders invariably sabotaged the strike by arranging a secret settlement. The tailors in the UGW called for a new unionism that would combine industrial unionism, class consciousness, and socialism. While they wanted to change the entire structure of society, they also understood the need for waging the struggle for such immediate demands as higher wages, shorter hours, and better working conditions. They bitterly resented the corrupt class collaborationist policies of the national and local officials, and they were enraged by the irresponsible use of the label by these officials and by their intimate relationship with the manufacturers. Above all, they resented the fact that a minority of the membership, the overalls makers, were being used by the autocratic leaders as a means of maintaining their domination of the Union. Point 6. In 1914, thinning New York locals in the coat-making trade formed the United Brotherhood of Tailors. The New York tailors and related workers in Chicago, Baltimore, and Rochester now represented a clear majority of the total UGW membership, sufficient to control the approaching biennial convention and wrest the leadership from the conservative leaders. Ricken and Lager, however, were determined to remain in power regardless of the will of the majority of the membership. They therefore scheduled the convention to be held in Nashville, Tennessee, a site far removed from any of the large urban centers in the city, administered by officials sympathetic to the UGW leaders. A few weeks before the convention, the union's auditor announced that a number of locals in New York and Chicago had fallen into financial arrears and were therefore ineligible to send delegates to the convention. 7. Nevertheless, when the convention opened, the New York tailors had a full complement of 107 of the 350 delegates present. They distributed a leaflet appealing for their right to be seated. Rickard, however, brushed this and other attempts to compromise the difference between the two groups aside. Not a single delegate from New York received credentials. The convention finally split upon when the tailors from New York, Chicago, Baltimore, and Rochester, authorized and unauthorized delegates alike, left the convention hall and regrouped at their hotel. Tonal officers. Sidney Hillman, then serving in New York as clerk for the Cloak and Suit Protocol, was elected president. At the AFL convention in November 1914, delegates appeared from both factions of the United Garment Workers, each claiming to represent the Union. The fact that the anti-Ricken forces represented the great majority of the men's clothing workers was ignored by the AFL's Credentials Committee, which seated Ricken and his followers on the ground that they were the regular, and officially elected delegates of the Union. Gompers promptly sent a circular to all locals of the United Garment Workers informing them that Rickard was the only president of the Union and that the organization he headed was the sole bona fide union of men's clothing workers affiliated with the AFL. 9. At a special convention held by the insurgents in New York from December 26 to 28, 1914, a new organization of men's clothing workers was formed. Having lost in Count the right to use the old union's name, the insurgents called themselves the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, with Sidney Hillman of Chicago as president and Joseph Schlossberg of New York as general secretary. The union at the time represented 40,000 workers in the United States and Canada. Joe. Women of the Amalgamated. The creation of a new garment union dedicated to progressive principles offered a ray of hope to all workers in the trade, and especially to those who believed that women deserved to play a more prominent role in the labor movement. 11 It did not take long to demonstrate that this hope was justified. During the first trying months of the new union's existence, 3 dynamic women assumed significant positions. In Chicago, Bessie Abramowitz, who was instrumental in the founding of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, continued as an important advisor and confidant of the union's leaders. At the first national convention of the new union in December 1914, she was chosen secretary-treasurer of District Council No. 6. She also served on the Board of Arbitration, which dealt with grievances between the union and Hart, Schaffner and Marx. In addition, Abramowitz lobbied and campaigned for passage of an 8-hour law for the women of Illinois. 12. In Rochester, New York, Selma Goldblatt worked tirelessly for the new union. As recording secretary of UGW Local No. 235, she had attended the Nashville Convention, had joined the secessionists, and continued in her office after her local had aligned itself with the new union. She was a leading figure in the Amalgamated and one of its most capable administrators. 13. One of the most remarkable women in the new union was Dorothy Jacobs, the dynamic president of Baltimore's Buttonhole Makers Union, Local No. 170. She was born in 1894 in Latvia and had moved with her family to Baltimore at the age of 13. She took a job as a hand buttonhole sewer on men's coats, where she worked 10 hours a day and earned $2 a week. She soon began to agitate among her fellow workers, insisting that they join her in forming a union. Before she was 14, she had been labeled a troublemaker and had been fired from several jobs. Late in 1908, the women in her shop organized a union which affiliated with the UGW as Local 170. Jacobs, then all of 14, was its first president. In 1912, she led the hand buttonholers in a successful strike, and by 1914, not only were all of Baltimore's women hand buttonhole makers organized, but they decided to unionize the male machine buttonholers as well. They formed committees to visit the homes of the unorganized men, whom they found totally ignorant of union principles and hostile to women organizers. After months of work, led and organized by Dorothy Jacobs, they succeeded in organizing the men in the larger factories so that 65% of the machine buttonholers belonged to the union. T4. When the UGW split, Jacobs led her local into the ranks of the Amalgamated. She represented Local 170 at the first Amalgamated Convention, where she introduced a resolution on behalf of the Buttonhole Makers Union of Baltimore, calling for the assignment of a woman organizer to that city. The convention passed the resolution, but, as was too often the case with unions of that era, the Amalgamated did nothing to implement it. However, Jacobs did not stop agitating for greater attention to the organization of women. Soon after the convention, she was elected to represent her local on the Amalgamated's Baltimore Joint Board. From that position, she spoke out on the importance of taking special measures to encourage women to join and participate in the union. She became the most outspoken champion of women's rights within the garment unions. Struggles of the Amalgamated. During 1915 and 1916, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers struggled for its life against the unrelenting opposition of both the manufacturers and the AFL. When the United Hebrew Trades in New York City, reflecting the general sentiment of Jewish labor, recognized locals of the Amalgamated, that organization was singled out as a major target in the AFL's campaign against the new union. In March 1915, the Central Federated Union of New York and Vicinity, the AFL-S Central Labor Council, suspended the United Hebrew Trades, UHT, from membership and ordered every international union with locals represented in it to instruct those locals to withdraw their delegates. The UHT, however, refused to retreat, declaring that it did not intend to give up on a question of thousands of workmen who are struggling against a parasitic clique. 15 Its attitude infuriated Gompers. At a UHT meeting on May 10, he warned the organization to expel the Amalgamated's delegates or face the wrath of the AFL, which had already determined that the United Garment Workers must be upheld. 16. The anti-UHT campaign reached its climax at the 1915 AFL convention, when the Executive Council reported that the UHT, in harboring the Amalgamated locals, was injurious to the solidarity or progress of the trade union movement of New York City, and directed Gompers to have all AFL-affiliated unions resign from the United Hebrew Trades. Rather than see the UHT destroyed by the AFL because of its support for the new Garment Workers Union, the Amalgamated's New York Joint Board decided to remove its locals from membership in the Jewish organization. 17. Nevertheless, the war against the Amalgamated by the AFL and its affiliates continued. Each year, at AFL conventions from 1916 through 1918, the ILGWU regularly introduced resolutions designed to restore peace in the men's clothing industry through recognition of the Amalgamated as the actual representative of the largest number of clothing workers in the trade, but on each occasion, the AFL Executive Council rejected the Proposa J.18 after 1917. The amalgamated did not attend another AFL convention until 1933, when it was finally accepted into the Federation's fold. Even while they were battling against the AFL leadership, the members of the amalgamated were busy extending the union into unorganized segments of the industry. In early 1915, the amalgamated at its 1916 convention, the AFL awarded jurisdiction in the millinery industry to the United Hatters of North America and ordered the United Cloth Hat and Cap Makers Union, which had organized the millinery trade, to surrender these workers. Following the amalgamated's lead, the Cap Makers Union refused to bow before the ultimatum. Then, when the 1917 AFL convention ordered it to comply with the Federation's decision or stand suspended, the union walked out of the Federation. It operated outside the fold of the AFL until 1934, when the Cap Makers and the United Hatters merged. Before the Cap Makers had organized the millinery workers, who were mainly young immigrant women. The United Hatters, whose membership was restricted to males, showed no interest in organizing the milliners. Donald N. Robinson, Spotlight on a Union. The Story of the United Hatter, Cap and Millinery Workers Union, New York, 1948, pp. 204, The Headgear. Worker 2, February, 1917, 9-12, Ibid. 3 January February, 1918, 9-12, Ibid. 3 January, 1919, 83-84, 110. Wrested control of the New York unions from the UGW. El Tulso gained a strong position in Baltimore and Boston and initiated drives in Philadelphia, Cincinnati, Cleveland, and St. Louis. 19. In 1915, the amalgamated leaders decided to stage an all-out campaign in Chicago, where a strong manufacturers association had devised an extremely effective program of blacklisting. Only 1/4 of Chicago's 40,000 men's clothing workers belonged to the amalgamated, nearly all of whose members worked at Hart, Schaffner, and Marx. The organizing campaign during the spring and summer of 1915 was highlighted by mass meetings, a giant May Day parade, and agitational speeches in several foreign languages. In mid-September, union leaders presented a list of 9 demands to the Chicago manufacturers. Instead of responding to the union's demands, the employers called on the Chicago police to provide additional protection for their factories. 20. By September 29, between 20,000 and 25,000 men and women had walked out on strike. Strike leaders divided the strike area into 4 districts, each with its own headquarters, meeting hall, relief committee, and designated leader. Bessie Abramowitz headed one of the 4 districts and was called in to assist the others. The police responded in classic Chicago style, escorting strikebreakers through the picket lines by brute force. Riding through the picket lines on horseback, they arrested the strikers, men and women alike, at the slightest provocation, jamming 15 to 20 of them into patrol wagons designed to hold less than 10. By the end of the day, many women bore bruises inflicted by the officers' clubs. 21. As the press publicized the attacks on the picket lines and the arrests of female strikers, society women, settlement house workers, and other concerned citizens came to the aid of the beleaguered strikers. They joined the picket lines, marched in union parades, distributed circulars, raised money for the strikers, and campaigned to bring about arbitration of the strike. When a number of these upper and middle-class citizens were arrested, newspaper protests and demands for an investigation of police brutality mounted. The mayor refused to order such an investigation, but members of the city council launched one of their own of the working and sanitary conditions in the city's sweatshops and clothing factories. A number of women workers appeared at the hearings to testify to the oppressive treatment that had caused the strike. 22. Still, nothing could persuade the manufacturers to arbitrate. As the strike dragged on into October and November, the labor agitator and organizer par excellence, Mother Jones, then in her 80s but with her energy and zeal undiminished by her incarceration and labors in a long series of miners' strikes, rushed to the scene to add her voice to the calls for arbitration. Once again the manufacturers held firm, and in a dramatic gesture, Mother Jones called on Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, a former leader of the United Mine Workers, to enter the strike. Sent at once to investigate the clothing strike, she wired. It is fierce, girls getting 8 cents an hour as slaves. Signed, Mother. Secretary Wilson replied that he already had an observer on the scene but did not feel it was wise to interfere while the city council committee was conducting its investigation. Mother Jones then led a parade of women strikers and sympathizers through the streets of Chicago, hoping to dramatize the strikers' cause and bring additional pressure to bear on the manufacturers. As usual, she came under attack from the conservative press as an outside agitator, who was stirring up the peaceful, law-abiding clothing workers of Chicago. The strikers, however, appreciated Jones's assistance, since both the Chicago Federation of Labor and the Women's Trade Union League were prevented, because of their affiliation to the AFL, from offering concrete aid to the strikers. 2J. By early December, the strike appeared to be lost. Strikers had begun to abandon the picket line and drift back to work. Even though a number of the women strikers urged continuation of the struggle, offering to do double duty on the picket lines to take the places of those who had left. Hillman and his strike leaders decided to end the strike. Only after the strike appeared doomed did Samuel Gompers speak out, voicing his hope that the strikers would achieve victory. 24. In early 1916, amalgamated members launched strikes in a number of other cities, including Boston, Philadelphia, and Baltimore. Everywhere young women were among the leading activists in the strikes, and in Baltimore they practically ran the walkout in the city's 3 leading men's clothing establishments. The union had called the strike in order to gain control of Baltimore's men's clothing market and to drive out the UGW with its pro-employer policies. Once again, the police brutally arrested hundreds of young women, many of whom remained in jail for some time because they were unable to raise the money for the excessive bail. Once out of jail, they went back to the picket lines. 25, as a result of her break with John Mitchell, president of the United Mine Workers, whom she came to regard as a collaborator with big business in general and with the mine owners in particular. Jones's efforts were directed for a number of years to workers other than miners. When Mitchell resigned as UMW president in 1908, Jones renewed her efforts on behalf of miners. For her work in the bitter struggles in West Virginia and Colorado in 1912 to 1914, re Foner, History of the Labor Movement 5, 184 to 190, 203 to 15, and Philip S. F. Foner, ed. Mother Jones Speaks, Speeches, Articles, Interviews, Testimony B. or Congressional Committees and Letters, New York, 1982. For further discussion of the League, see below, pp. 123 to 42. The women of Baltimore's Hand Buttonhole Workers Union had maintained a strong organization for years, successfully resisting repeated efforts by the manufacturers to weaken their union and cut wages. Following the locals' somewhat limited success in organizing the male machine buttonholers, the women went on to organize women in other branches of the men's clothing industry. In one of the largest factories, the young women unionists gave up their lunch hours to visit different floors of the factory, spreading the message of unionism to their unorganized sisters. 26. As in Baltimore, in the strikes in Boston, Philadelphia, and soon afterwards in St. Louis and Chicago, both the press and the amalgamated organizers noted the devotion and spirit displayed by the female pickets. Clearly, women were demonstrating again and again their enthusiastic and constructive participation in union activities. It was equally clear, however, that old prejudices die hard. The male leaders of the amalgamated clothing workers were still unwilling to actively recruit women members. Amalgamated women organizers worked tirelessly among women workers, but they received little cooperation from male organizers. Dorothy Jacobs, president of the Hand Buttonhole Workers Union and most active in the organizing effort, complained to Hillman. It seems that the men are not awakened as yet to the importance of organizing the women and lose sight of the fact that women are the majority in the industry. 27. A progressive women's program. Jacobs, Bessie Abramowitz, and Selma Goldblatt launched a campaign to compel the men to recognize the fact that the union could not survive without the full cooperation of the women. They insisted that the amalgamated undertake a campaign to recruit women, and, once they were enrolled, to sustain their interest. At the 1916 Biennial Convention, the demands began to pay off. This time, when the Baltimore delegation requested a woman organizer, the convention concurred. Then New York's delegation, headed by the Belanca brothers, demanded a special women's department, and Dorothy Jacobs supported the proposal with an eloquent appeal for greater emphasis on organizing women. Then 4 women delegates introduced a resolution pointing out that, as the number of women workers in the clothing industry increased, the future of unionism in the industry demanded that women become a part of the organized labor movement. TIVE board to make a special effort to organize women workers, to assign a special woman organizer, and to issue special literature for women. 28. When the convention adopted this wide-ranging resolution, the women members of the amalgamated believed that a new day had dawned for them. They soon discovered, however, that most men in the union continued to oppose any increase in the role of women in the organization. Dorothy Jacobs was elected to a position on the General Executive Board, but the opposition she encountered, sometimes taking the form of open and outright hostility, did not disappear even after she took her seat. 29. It was not until October 1916, months after the convention, that the board did anything to implement the convention's instructions about women workers. It called on local unions to organize women's clubs and other organizations designed to promote the organization of women in the industry and to educate those already organized. It also notified local union officials that it planned to send a woman organizer out on tour periodically. In addition, it suggested that the locals enlist the aid of women belonging to organizations friendly to labor in arranging meetings, lectures, and entertainments for women. In order to sustain the interest of women members, the board directed the locals to conduct frequent meetings of an educational nature. 30. This was the most far-reaching position yet adopted by any international union to deal with the organization and retention of women workers. Fortunately, in a number of cities, the position of the General Executive Board did not remain confined to paper. In Baltimore, the chairwomen of the individual shops decided that they needed a special, girls' local, where women could discuss their special problems and new women members could be familiarized with the union's special activities. Women who joined the girls' local would retain their membership in the original shop local. In early December 1916, the women working in Baltimore's Sonneborn factory elected the chairperson of Local 170 to represent them on the union's trade board, the first woman to hold this important position. 31. In Chicago, Amalgamated Women organized the Girls' Civic and Educational Club, which met weekly at Hull House. Members planned their meetings with specific training needs in mind. They presented their lessons and drills in parliamentary law and procedure in order to prepare themselves for participation in union meetings. Other programs included discussions of specific social problems and lectures on industrial and personal hygiene, too. Thus, by 1917, the women of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers of America, by dint of their tremendous contributions during organizing campaigns and strikes and by their incessant demands, had persuaded the male union leadership that unless it abandoned the unionism as usual approach to women workers, the Amalgamated would never succeed in its bitter struggles against the employers and the AFL. The Amalgamated's convention had yielded to the pressure of the women workers and had adopted a broad program designed to encourage women to join the union and to take an active and meaningful part in its affairs. Thereupon, the women of the Amalgamated, with the support of the union's General Executive Board, had begun to apply this historic resolution where it counted among the women workers themselves, organized and unorganized alike. 33. On June 22, 1917, Advance, the official Amalgamated organ, began publication of a page devoted to women's issues, and announced it with the following statement. Women have not only a special opportunity in the labor movement, but they can make to it a contribution of their own. They can bring to it qualities which, as a mere man's movement, it often lacks: imagination, devotion, inspiration. If working girls are once aroused to the wide and deep significance and beauty of the struggle of laboring mankind to free itself from oppression, they become the devoted and inspired priestesses of that movement. They have much to get and much to give, not only as workers, but as women. The woman's page thinks too of a woman's sphere, but the sphere of the woman of the future and not of the past, the sphere of the woman who is interested in something more than clothes and cooking. A fear of the woman who claims the whole world for her province, but's an opportunity to see that world in her own light, and to build it according to her own ideals. Women of the ILGWU. During the years between 1915 and 1917, the women of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union also began to assume a more important role within the union. Early in 1915, President Benjamin Schlesinger appointed Rose Schneiderman as a full-time ILGWU organizer. She was sent to Chicago, where she offered invaluable assistance in the first successful strike of that city's women garment workers. A number of women glovemakers employed at the non-union reprinting this statement. Mary Jo Boole refers to it as couched in sentiment clearly drawn from old traditions of RHE women's movement, an observation that will probably puzzle many of her readers. Mary Jo Boole, Women in American Socialism 1870-19. 0. Urbana, Illinois, 1981, page 204. Herzog Company walked out on strike and presented their grievances and a list of demands to their employer. Herzog refused to negotiate. Instead, he called on the police to provide protection for strikebreakers. Police in patrol wagons promptly arrested both strikers and their friends and sympathizers. But the police brutality against the tiny group of strikers so enraged the women who had remained at work, and who also had complained of the low $6 and $7 weekly wages for a 60-hour week, that soon all 700 workers were out on strike. Ilg Wu Local, number 59 offered the services of Fanny Acone to help the strikers. The Chicago Joint Board of the ILGWU, the International Glove Workers Union, and the Women's Trade Union League all contributed both members' Fourth Strike Committee in aid to the strikers. On August 22, 1915, Herzog accepted the workers' demands, recognized the union, and agreed to the establishment of a price commission. The workers won a 50-hour week, a half-holiday on Saturday, a wage increase, and the abandonment of both fines and charges for materials. The teenage strikers were jubilant, and the ranks of Local 59 swelled to nearly 1,000 members. The success of the Herzog workers encouraged a group of women in the kimono and white goods branches of the industry to carry through a successful strike. They organized the Chicago White Goods Workers Union, and 2 years later, the wastemakers and the white goods workers merged to form Local No. 100.34. The ILGWU national office then called Schneiderman to Philadelphia, where she worked with Pauline Newman to build a new organization among the shirtwaist makers from the nucleus that had remained from the drive of 1909 to 1913. Newman had been hired as an organizer for the Philadelphia chapter of the Women's Trade Union League in 1910. She was a Lithuanian Jew who had come to New York as a child and had worked in the garment factories from the time she was 12 years old. She became an ardent socialist, for, as she later explained in an interview, "You see around you the poverty and misery, and you know from your own experience the conditions you work and live under, and if you have any brains at all, it doesn't take long for you to realize that this is the place where you belong, that the penny offers some hope, some change, and you want to be a pan of it in making the change. You become active, and you learn to value people who know more than you do." That's how my own career began. As soon as I was old enough, I joined the SP and traveled for the SP, not only in our own state but in many other states, and in between jobs that's what I did until I became officially an organizer for the ILGWU, and even then I used to be loaned to the SP on occasions. I think we all had the same vision, that we, the society, the people, all people, would have a chance to live in decency. We had a vision that justice and freedom and everything else we deserved would be there under socialism. 35. By the time Rose Schneiderman arrived in Philadelphia, Pauline Newman had accomplished a small miracle. When she first came to the city of brotherly love in 1910, only one shirtwaist factory was organized. She left the city several years later with not only the shirtwaist industry well unionized, but with thousands of other working women organized as well. One of her greatest triumphs was the service she held in the Labor Lyceum in 1911, at which 3,000 Philadelphia working women met in sorrow and anger to memorialize the women who had died in the T. Ryanfeld shirtwaist fire in New York. In June 1911, Newman began to enter the garment factories of Philadelphia, where she argued with foremen who were cutting piecework rates. She told the women that they could not get higher wages unless they joined the union. In this way, she was able to convert most of the employees in the shop to union membership. Those garment workers who had joined the union and gained a higher wage scale brought other women workers to the meetings that Newman called in the office of the Women's Trade Union League, WTUL. Newman's achievements were especially remarkable in view of the fact that she received little cooperation from the male union leaders. In fact, they discouraged women from visiting the WTUL office. Frequently an AFL male organizer would totally ignore the girls when they came in and continue to smoke his cigar behind his newspaper, or would talk to them in an insulting way so they would leave the headquarters. When Melinda Scott, who was organizing for the WTUL, approached the Philadelphia AFL Central Labor Committee to discuss a plan for the establishment of a chapter in Philadelphia and for the use of the organization as a base for organizing women workers, the men refused to allow her to speak. Still, the ILGWU national office was more sympathetic, and with the aid of Rose Schneiderman, Newman continued the work of organizing the shirtwaist makers. They were later joined by the newly appointed national WTUL organizer, Mary Anders, and new locals were established in February 1916 after a brief strike that was characterized by the all-too-familiar clashes between the strikers and the police. The union and the manufacturers agreed to a settlement. 36. By 1916, the ILGWU had 8 women organizers in the field. President Schlesinger Summo led Rose Schneiderman to New York for a long-term assignment to help the city's petticoat workers organize. Mabel Craig had unionized the waistmakers in northern New Jersey in a year-long campaign during late 1915 and early 1916. Pauline Newman, in addition to her work in Philadelphia, had traveled to upstate New York and Worcester, Massachusetts, organizing corset makers. Fania Cohn had become a full-time organizer in Chicago, working to amalgamate the city's locals into a single, unified body. Juliet Stewart Points visited Philadelphia to assist the American branch of Local No. 15. While another young woman worked with the immigrant women of that local. 37. N.Y. Cloakmakers Strike, F. 1916. The year 1916 also witnessed the bitter lockout and strike of New York cloakmakers, which led to the scrapping of the Protocol of Peace. While there were other grievances, such as the employer's practice of ridding the shops of the most militant trade unionists, the interpretation of the preferential union shop was the key issue in the dispute. When the Employers Association refused to submit the issue TCF arbitration and unilaterally broke the conciliation agreement, the union proclaimed a general strike in the New York cloak trade on May 3 in order to prevent association employers from subcontracting their work to independent shops. Some 60,000 union members provided their union's reply to the employer's lockout. 38. The struggle of 1916 lasted for 14 weeks and was notable for the outstanding solidarity of the strikers, who were assisted financially by the United Hebrew Trades, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the Workmen's Circle, the Furriers Union, the Cloth Hat and Cap Makers Union, the Central Federated Union, the AFL Executive Council, the Citizens Committee for the Locked Out Cloak and Suit Makers, and the Women's Trade Union League. The latter organization raised over $3,000,000, which it spent on services to the strikers and their families. The ILGWU itself spent more than $627,000 on the walkout, much of it raised by sympathetic unions and organizations. 39 In the face of the workers' militancy, the union labor solidarity, and the support of the public, including even that of newspapers traditionally hostile to organized labor, the manufacturers were compelled to agree to negotiate with the union officials. Pressure brought by Mayor John Pomeroy Mitchell and President Woodrow Wilson, who authorized the Secretary of Labor to intervene, helped to force the manufacturers to agree to negotiate a settlement. The union. 40. The collective agreement of August 4, 1916, which ended the lockout and strike, also ended the protocol in the cloak trade. By its terms, the manufacturers were granted the absolute right to hire and fire, while the workers were free to strike if they could not peacefully obtain redress from their employers. The new agreement, which had a 2-year limit, also gave the workers a wage increase, reduced hours, union recognition, and preference in employment. 41. Thus, the era of the protocol in the ladies' garment industry of New York City came to an end. The workers had regained the right to strike and the ability to place reliance on their own organization rather than on outside boards. The so-called harmony of interests of labor and capital had proved to be an illusion. The 1916 convention of the ILGWU proclaimed that the union was capable of taking care of the workers' interests without the benevolent protection of the employers. 42. The 1916 convention also established a permanent educational committee, which was charged, in part, with the development of programs to instruct women workers in the benefits of unionism, to train new leaders, and to broaden the intellectual horizons of young women workers. The convention empowered the committee to plan with the representatives of other AFL unions for the establishment of a workers' college where union members could train for leadership positions. The committee selected Juliet Stewart Points as educational director and Fannia Cohn as its secretary. 43. Even while the ILGWU was adopting broad social programs to involve its female membership, even while militant women garment workers were entering the union as organizers, contract negotiators, and directors of education, and even while women's ideas were beginning to reshape the union, men continued to dominate the official leadership positions. By 1917, women constituted over 50% of the International's claimed membership, but only one woman, Fannia Cohn, sat on the International's General Executive Board during the 1916 to 1918 term. 44. The fur workers forge ahead. Although it was smaller than either the ILGWU or the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, the International Fur Workers Union also underwent considerable growth during the years from 1914 to 1916. In Penn, this was because the union organized more shops in which women constituted a majority of the workers. The muff workers of New York City, young women who were employed in typical sweatshops located in attics, cellars, and basements, were organized. After a series of strikes, all the shops employing these women were forced to sign agreements that included a 49-hour week, 10 paid holidays, a union shop, and a wage increase of $2 a week. 45. In Chicago, St. Paul, Montreal, and Toronto, women operators and finishers were organized and chartered in separate locals. Their agreements with employers established the union shop, 7 paid legal holidays, time and a half for overtime, and a reduction in the working hours. In Toronto, the local of women workers, none of whom had ever before belonged to a union, proved to be so militant that they forced the employers to grant the fur workers a 44-hour week, double time plus 1/2 for holiday work, and a wage increase of 25%. 46. The greatest victory of the fur workers was the organization of the largest fur dressing and dyeing plant in the industry, A. Hollander and Sons in Newark, New Jersey. More than 700 workers were employed in this shop, 200 of them women. The wages were low, averaging $6 to $10 a week for men, while the women workers, often hired to replace the men, worked for even less. An atmosphere of fear pervaded the plant, with instant discharge for any workers who dared to complain or even talk of a union. Nevertheless, on April 6, 1915, the entire plant walked out. From the beginning, it was a bitter struggle. Hollander refused to even discuss union recognition, and on this issue, the workers were adamant. From the very outset, the firm imported scabs and hired gangsters to smash the picket lines. The police did their part by arresting workers who fought back against the thugs. On April 16, Morris Rubin and Abraham Novick, 2 of the most militant strikers, were shot and killed in cold blood by gunmen. The morning strikers vowed not to return to the plant until the strike was won, and they kept their oath. The contract, which ran until December 1, 1917, provided for an increase of $3 a week for skilled workers, $2 for unskilled workers, and $1.50 for apprentices. The work week was cut to 50 hours, with a half day on Saturday. Overtime was paid at time and 1/2. And the union was recognized, with any new workers hired compelled to join the union after 2 weeks. The ending of the strike was celebrated by a parade through the streets of Newark. The victorious strikers marched behind brass bands and flags, proudly carrying aloft a huge banner that read, "Through, a union shop and a closed shop differ in that the latter requires all workers to be members of the union, while the former requires that RE either be members or agree RO join within a specified rhyme after being hired. Struggle to victory. We return to work as Union Men and Women. 47. By 1916, the International Fur Workers Union had chartered 27 locals and had greatly increased its membership. Agreements with significant gains had been signed in almost every organized fur center. Women fur workers had been in the lead in these achievements, and the first issue of the union's journal, The Fur Worker, on November 2, 1916, paid special tribute to these women, declaring, "In the Great Strike of 1912, and in the organizing efforts in New York, Chicago, St. Paul, Toronto, Montreal, and Newark, victories gained for our union simply would have been impossible but for the militancy, heroism, and self-sacrifice of the women furriers. But women fur workers, who now made up an imminent part of the membership, played even less of a role in the union's leadership than in the Ilg Wu. During the years 1913 to 1917, not one woman sat on the International Fur Workers Union's General Executive Board. 48. On words and deeds. The Ilg Wu, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, and the International Fur Workers Union symbolized the new unionism in the garment industry. All three had been founded by trade unionists from the Socialist Party, and all three proclaimed in their constitutions that their aim was to organize workers industrially into class-conscious organizations and to create a form of society in which workers would receive the full value of their product. The new unionism encouraged a sense of solidarity that was absent in the craft-oriented unions. It challenged the principles of business unionism, which continued to dominate the AFL craft unions and, instead, held aloft a spirit of idealism. The new unions raised no barriers to the enrollment of women members, and they offered a variety of educational, cultural, and social programs for working women, which were unheard of in the old line unions. Women members saw their wages increase and their hours of work lessen. But in at least one respect, the organizations that came to epitomize the new unionism were similar to the old line craft unions. They were male-dominated. Women were permitted to exercise a greater role and influence on the lower levels than they did in the established craft unions, but men still monopolized all union offices, and male chauvinism expressed itself in a variety of other ways. When women were appointed organizers, the male leaders often made their lives miserable by being unwilling to trust them in critical situations. Often, for a discussion of the 1912 strike, see Foner, History of the Labor Movement 5, 251-55. When these women were about to enter into a strike, the leaders of the International would send men in to manage the strike, thus making clear their lack of confidence in the ability of the women to do the job effectively. Protests from women organizers, including even threats of resignation, fell on deaf ears. 49. Unions and gangsters. Unfortunately, the garment industry unions also developed a tendency to employ gangsters first against the thugs hired by the employers, and later against the workers who dared to challenge the union leadership. As the Literary Digest noted as early as May 1915, even women did not escape this lawless punishment administered by gangsters employed by union leaders. So, this scandalous practice went hand in hand with the failure to enforce agreements won by the workers' militant strikes. When workers complained, they were threatened with violence. This was especially true in the New York fur trade. The agreement required the bosses to improve sanitary conditions, but in the hands of Isidore Cohen, the socialist leader of the New York Joint Board, it became a worthless scrap of paper. In 1915, the New York Department of Health conducted an investigation of the fur industry. It found so many violations of sanitary laws that it came to the conclusion that the life of every fur worker was in grave danger. The Department of Industrial Hygiene recommended sweeping changes in shop conditions, and called upon the union to cooperate in forcing the employers to carry out these proposals. But Cohen refused to cooperate on the ground that doing so would place two Rose Schneiderman was so furious over the tendency of President Schlesinger and other Ilg Wu leaders to deprive her of command in a crucial situation that she often turned in her resignation, only to withdraw it in the interests of the women workers she was seeking to organize. Finally, she could stand it no longer. In a letter of December 1, 1916, in which she spoke for many women organizers in both the old and new line unions, including those who held on despite rebuffs from male leaders, she sent in her resignation, which read, "Dear Sir and Brother, I herewith tender to you my resignation as organizer of the International Union. My abrupt severance of relations with the International, if it requires any explanation, is I judge very logical in the light of the attitude taken towards my work by the powers that be. Fourth, last few months I have found myself working in an atmosphere of distrust which, to say the least, is not conducive to putting forth one's best efforts. Rose Schneiderman, with Lucy Goldthwait, Al. For One, New York, 1967, pp. 128-30, Rose Schneiderman to Benjamin Schlesinger, December L. 1916, copy in Rose Schneiderman. Papers, Tamiment Institute Library, New York University. After her resignation, Schneiderman concentrated on work for the Women's Trade Union League. See below, pp. 130, 132, 139, 189. Much of a burden on the employers. In vain, Drive. Lewis L. Harris, chief of the department, protested that, "We pointed out dangers that severely and gravely menaced the health of the workers in your trade. Up to the present there has been no active cooperation between your organization and the Department of Health." 51. From the beginning, the Fur Workers Union was plagued by gangsterism. The owners of the fur shops hired gangsters to keep out the union, and the union either hired others or developed its own talent. Faced with rising opposition from a membership infuriated by the failure to enforce the agreements, Isidore Cohen used gangsters to terrorize the fur workers. Moreover, he defended the use of strong-arm methods by the union against its own members in the Jewish Daily Forward on the ground that Jewish workers tended to be undisciplined complainers and had to be kept in line by such methods. 52. It required the utmost courage for a worker to criticize the policies of the union leadership. Women fur workers found to their dismay that employers paid them less for the same work that men did, despite the fact that contracts provided for equal pay. When they demanded that the union enforce the agreement on this issue, they were answered by strong-arm methods. Instead of relying upon the workers for support, the Cohen administration had to depend on its strong-arm men. Elections became a formality. When the administration was unable to get the votes of the workers, it simply stole the election. 53. In 1916, Cohen was replaced by a reform administration, but the techniques he had developed were to be revived in the Fur Workers Union and were to infect other needle trades unions as well. However, a progressive element had already emerged in these unions that was to combat these policies. A conflict had begun to surface in the needle trades unions that was to grow in intensity in the years that lay ahead. The fur workers were not the only ones in the needle trades who suffered health hazards. The Commission on Industrial Relations reported in 1916, a recent study by the United States Public Health Service of the health conditions of the workers engaged in the garment industry in New York City reveals the fact that the garment workers as a class exhibit a large number of defects and diseases. The specialists who have made a thorough medical examination of representative groups of garment workers report that only about 2% can be considered free from defects. In searching for the cause of the prevalence of tuberculosis among garment workers, the investigators for the United States government showed that in their effort to provide for those dependent upon them, the workers are likely to reduce less than their personal expenditures for necessities to the minimum, and in this way, diminished resistance to the disease through insufficient diet and inadequate clothing. In addition to this, the necessity for earning the greatest possible wage in order to ride over the dull season would, especially in the case of piece workers, lead to unusual exertions, diminishing viral resistance and predisposing them to tuberculosis infection. Quoted in Seattle Union Record, June 24, 1916. Chapter 8. The Women's Trade Union League on the Eve of World War I. Long have we lived apart, women alone, each with an empty heart. Women alone, now we begin to see how to live safe and free. No more on earth shall be. Women alone, now we have learned the truth. Union is power, weak and strong, age and youth. Union is power, on to the end we go. Stronger our league must grow. We can win justice so. Union is power, for the right pay for us. We stand as one, for the short day for us. We stand as one, loyal and brave and strong, helping the world along, for the end to every wrong. We stand as one. A gloomy picture. Year after year, members of the Women's Trade Union League enthusiastically sang this song, written by Charlotte Perkins Gilman. But from the evidence disclosed by nationwide investigations, it was clear that despite over a decade of league activity, the gains of women workers were limited to those in the clothing industry. Yet even there, thousands of women still toiled at substandard wages under deplorable conditions. The conditions of women in most other industries remained much as they had been in 1903, when the League was founded. The same was largely true of union membership among women workers. The dramatic victories in the garment industry from 1909 to 1913 had obscured the fact that women's strikes in a number of trades between 1910 and 1913 had failed, and that in most industries union membership for women remained largely the same as it had been 10 years earlier. In September 1913, about 72,000 women belonged to New York City labor unions, over 63,000 of them in the garment and textile trades. Of the approximately 9,000 others, about 4,000 belonged to unions in the tobacco, printing, and bookbinding industries, a figure that had remained fairly stable since the start of the 20th century. 3,000 women belonged to the musicians and theatrical unions, while the remaining women unionists were scattered in small, isolated organizations in the service occupations and marginal industries. 2. The national figures confirmed this gloomy picture. Among the slightly more than 8 million women gainfully employed in 1910, the facts about trade union membership were as follows. 1. Of the 2,407 women employed in the liquor and beverage industries, from 20 to 30% were organized. 2. of the 333,000 employed in the clothing, printing, and bookbinding industries, from 10 to 15% were organized. 3. Of the 145,870 employed in leather and in cigar and tobacco factories, from 5 to 10% were organized. 4. Of the 415,000 employed in the lumber, furniture, and textile industries, from 1 to 5% were organized, and 5. Of the remaining 7, 100,000 less than L% were organized. Apart from the increase in the percentage organized in the garment trades, the figures were much the same 5 years later, in 1915.3, for the origins and formation of the Women's Trade Union League, Sue Phillips. Foner, Women in the American Labor Movement, From Colonial Times to the Eve of World War. New York, 1979, pp. 290-302. Foner, History of Labor Movement 111J. Fourth story of the League from its founding to the eve of World War L. C. Foner, WAM A11D the point 4 Marum 1. Labor Movement 11T, 303-46 and Foner, History of Labor Movement 5 to 228-8, 253-61. Gompers, explanation. Samuel Gompers attributed the small percentage of women unionists to the refusal of women workers to join men in a concerted drive to improve standards in the industries in which they were employed. False standards, false pride, and misunderstandings, he declared, have held many back from facing real conditions and facts and employing remedies to improve their working conditions. Because women first began working for wages outside the home on a makeshift, temporary basis, Gompers continued, they never regarded their employment as a vital or permanent part of their lives and showed no interest in joining unions to improve their working conditions. They tolerated wretchedly unsanitary surroundings and endless hours of work in order to help out on a short-term basis. When employers discovered that women would work for lower wages, they eagerly hired them. For all the efforts of the trade unions to defeat these employers' programs, they had come up against a tradition of outright opposition or indifference to unionism on the part of women workers. Conditions such as existed in the industries of the United States for women workers would continue as long as they continued to reject the remedies men had devised for their self-help. Rich women who offered their time and money to help working women, he went on, could produce WONH results, but permanent true betterment of the lives of the working women can be secured when these women achieve it by their own efforts. 4. Women Trade Union League members must have bristled at Gompers' patronizing comment that rich women could help, particularly after their achievements during the great uprisings in the garment trades between 1909 and 1913. They were also shocked by the fact that even after the uprising of the militant garment women, Gompers still mouthed the time-worn stereotypes about working women. Government reports had exploded several of the myths to which Gompers still clung. Most women were not working for pin money, they depended on their wages to sustain their households. While it was true that for many young women matrimony presented the only escape from ruthless exploitation, a large number were forced to return to the labor market even after marriage merely to maintain a subsistence living. 5. The League, the IWW, and the AFL. Not a few League members, in fact, were rapidly becoming infuriated by the AFL national leader's attitude toward women and more convinced that the League's ability to meet the needs of working women was being hampered by its ties with the Federation. The Lawrence textile strike of 1912, which we have discussed at length in a previous volume, played a particularly significant role in opening League members' eyes to the limitations of the AFL. It will be recalled that the IWW had taken over the leadership early in the strike after the AFL's United Textile Workers, led by John Golden, had demonstrated its unwillingness to organize unskilled immigrants. In fact, when Golden came to Lawrence at the request of the city officials, to assist in quelling the strike, he counseled the Women's Trade Union League to stay out of Lawrence. Nevertheless, as Sue Ainsley Clark, president of the Boston League, later recalled, the strike was a magnificent uprising of oppressed, unskilled foreign workers. Our strike committee had many members who did not endorse IWW principles but were enthusiastic about the strikers. 6. Finally, in response to the Boston League's petitions, Golden allowed the branch to open a relief center in Lawrence to collect food and clothing. Meanwhile, the UTW was working to split the skilled workers off from the unskilled. Once Golden had achieved a settlement that the small number of strikers who were newly organized into UTW craft unions voted to accept, he ordered the League to restrict its relief only to those workers to pledge to go back to work. When workers who insisted on continuing to strike went to the Boston League's relief station for assistance, they were told that they could not receive help unless they agreed to return to work. In other words, League members found themselves involved in a strike-breaking operation and some of them were appalled. Still, unwilling to antagonize the UTW-AFL leadership, the League withdrew from Lawrence except for Mary Kenny O'Sullivan, the first woman hired by the AFL as an organizer and one of the original founders of the Women's Trade Union League, who continued to aid the IWW strikers. Later, the angry O'Sullivan publicly castigated Golden and the UTW and criticized the League for its subservience. She pointed out correctly that at Lawrence, the American Federation of Labor came to be looked upon by the strikers as almost as dangerous to their success as the forces of the employers themselves. She not only unequivocally condemned the actions of the UTW, but fully supported the IWW Strike Committee. See Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement, Volume IV. The WW, 1905-1917. New York, 1965, pp. 306-350. O'Sullivan was also critical of social workers in Boston who did not go to Lawrence, but, relying on the testimony of John Golden, fought the strikers from the outset. Mary Kenny O'Sullivan, The Labor War at Lawrence, Survey 28, April 1912, 73-74. See also Teresa Corcoran, S.C., Vida Scudder and the Lawrence Textile Strike, Essex. Institute Historical Collections 115 Uli 1979, 193-94. The subcommittee of the Lawrence strikers which conducted the negotiations that ended in a victory for all the textile workers of New England, is the most unselfish strike committee I have known. With two exceptions, its members are skilled workers in the Lawrence mills. It was at the suggestion of these skilled workers that the lowest paid, unskilled workers received the largest advance in wages and the highest paid skilled workers received the smallest. 1. The League's actions in Lawrence also disgusted Elizabeth Glendower Evans, a rich woman who was the financial mainstay of the Boston League. She went up to Lawrence to see the strike committee in action, and realized that the WTUL relief station was a travesty and a fake. It simply filled me with despair for our league as a live thing at all, that our secretary and Mrs. Conboy, vice president and organizer, had been there continuously for weeks and had muddled along as remote from the real conditions, so it seems to me, as if they had been in Alaska. Mrs. Evans thereupon resigned from the Boston WTUL, expressing the opinion that its affiliation with the AFL had doomed it to inconsequence. The AFL in Massachusetts and perhaps pretty generally is narrow and selfish and is losing its hold. Its strict craft organization is not adapted to the assimilation of the unskilled foreign races. Perhaps it has got to be smashed, or purged, or reorganized. Just at present, I don't see where a person in my position can lend a hand. And I don't see how a league linked strictly to the disintegrating AFL can become real. 8. Although it was clear that this was an exaggeration, and that the AFL was not disintegrating, and although the Lawrence strike was settled favor of JY, the strike-breaking role of the UTW leadership and the Boston League's acquiescence to it created a major controversy within the WTUL. The seriousness of the split was disclosed in an analysis Sue Ainsley Clark made for Margaret Dreyer Robbins, president of the National Women's Trade Union League. Certain members of the Boston League believed that its course was the only one open to it since it was affiliated with the AFL and aimed to, on March 12, 1912, the negotiating committee for the Lawrence strikers came back from their meeting with the textile employers with an offer of 25% increases for lowest paid workers, with a decreasing of increases for higher paid workers. The premium system was not abolished, but all workers would now get time and a quarter for overtime work, and the companies promised no discrimination against strikers. On March 14, 20,000 strikers voted unanimously to accept the offer and go back to work. The outcome of the Lawrence strike was more than a local victory. By April about 275,000 textile workers in New England had received wage increases as an indirect result of the Lawrence strike. Propagate the principles of craft unionism endorsed by that organization. Certain others believe that we might have cooperated with the strike committee from the first, as individuals, though they realize the restraints imposed by the AFL affiliation. Still others think that our part has been a disgraceful one in this great struggle. Others regard the success of the Lawrence strike, through LWW methods, as an object lesson by which the League and the AFL must profit in order to play a vital part in the rapidly moving evolution of the labor movement today. Clark herself believed that many in power in the AFL had revealed themselves as selfish, reactionary and remote from the struggle for bread and liberty of the unskilled workers. The danger to the AFL was the one, immemorially confronted by organizations in church and government when creed and consideration of safety obscure the original spirit and aim. The League must not become rigid, she maintained. We must be free to aid in the struggle of the workers wherever and whenever we find the fight on. The crucial question now confronting the League could be summed up easily. Are we, the Women's Trade Union League, to ally ourselves with the stand-patters of the labor movement, or are we to hold ourselves ready to aid the insurgents, those who are free? Why fighting the fight of the exploited, the oppressed, and the weak among the workers? 9. Important League leaders and many rank-and-file members struggled to find an answer to the question. A visit to Lawrence during the strike had persuaded Helen Merritt that the League must now concentrate its energies on finding new ways to reach unskilled workers. She was convinced that, we have reached a crisis when the organization of the unskilled worker has become the all-important question of the labor movement. but how to achieve the organization of the unorganized, unskilled workers without breaking away from the AFL. Merritt recommended that the league petition the national craft unions for financial contributions to help support the league in its work of organizing unskilled women. ID. In Chicago, Mary E. McDowell, a league leader, had reached a similar conclusion. Emphasizing that the AFL had much to learn FTT greater than M. Lawrence if it seriously wished to unionize women workers, she conducted an intensive campaign, shortly after the strike ended, to convince AFL leaders all over the country to apply the lessons of the struggle. 2. Homer D. Call, Secretary-Treasurer of the Amalgamated Meat Cutters and Butcher Workmen, McDowell wrote, in one sense, Clark's statement is not accurate. The WTUL never formally affiliated with the AFL. I was East and have talked with several thoughtful women who have been in Lawrence and have investigated the conditions before and during and after the strike. I am greatly impressed with what they told me. These people said to me that BTG Bill Haywood had a method of organizing the foreigners in a great industry till here there was little skill and much specialization that was most wise and successful, and would have to be applied to such industries as packing and steel. We dare not ignore the one fact that they, the IWW, have a method that will have to be used by the AFL or harm will come to the unions. McDowell urged Call to try to persuade Gompers and other AFL leaders to begin organizing the mass production industries, using the IWW's method of industrial unionism, employing militant organizers who spoke the languages of the foreign-born workers, and using women to organize the women workers in these industries. Mr. Gompers must not be afraid of even socialists if they are intelligent trade unionists and see the danger of letting the LWW get ahead. To another AFL leader, McDowell wrote, it will be a great waste of time and energy if the AFL misses the point that has been so terribly emphasized in Lawrence, Mass. In such industries as steel, meat, textile, and harvesters, etc., industrial unionism of a constructive type is surely the need of this moment. The AFL will lose out unless it wakes up and adds to the IWW's clever method, that of permanent and constructive organization. 2. When the League's executive board met in April 1912, the events and lessons of Lawrence were the main subjects of discussion. Several members defended the IWW, saying that organization had handled the strike in a splendid way, and questioned the value of the WTUL's alliance with a reactionary AFL. Since the organization of the vast majority of women workers could not be achieved through craft unionism, with its emphasis on organizing only the skilled workers, why cling to an organization that would never abandon this outmoded method of unionization? This view, however, was vigorously challenged by Garrett Dreyer Robbins, who assumed the League presidency after 1907. A year earlier, Robbins had written angrily to Leonora O'Reilly that AFL leaders' arrogance and contempt of the working women made her boil. She admitted that male supremacy, stand pat, craft unionism, and unwillingness to organize any but skilled craftsmen, and the conviction that the task of organizing female and foreign-born workers was virtually impossible were too deeply ingrained in AFL thinking to be eradicated. 12 Still, at the 1912 Executive Board meeting, Robbins argued that the League must retain its close relationship with the AFL and even expressed displeasure at the fact that the Boston League had gone into Lawrence without consulting the National Board. 13. Robbins put down the brief rebellion, and, on the basis that there was no alternative, the Executive Board reaffirmed its ties with the Federation as being in the interests of female workers. In return, Gompers promised the League $150 monthly toward the cost of its organizational work among women. The AFL Executive Council rewarded the League for its loyalty by authorizing payment of this sum, which was used to organize glove workers. Agnes Nestor, Secretary of the Glove Workers Union, assumed the duties of national organizer. 14. The funds, however, were too limited to permit much organizing, and Robbins wrote to Gompers the following spring, reaffirming the League's loyalty to the AFL and asking for the continuation of Federation assistance, by which the good relations between the two organizations would continue, helping to create a mutual understanding so necessary to concerted action. 15. Although Merritt and McDowell had insisted on the need for industrial unionism in organizing women workers, they and other League leaders adopted a scrupulously careful posture, believing that any rupture with the AFL would destroy the League's very reason for being. In the end, after much soul-searching, League leaders came to the conclusion that the League should concentrate on the organization of skilled, American-born women along traditional craft union lines. 16. Furthermore, aware that Gompers was ardently anti-socialist, and convinced that radical political and ideological affiliations could have only adverse effects on their organization's position within the AFL, League leaders requested members not to combine League work with Socialist Party activities. When Rose Schneiderman continued to include socialist principles in her League-sponsored speeches, members of the Executive Board suggested that she resign. 17. In January 1914, The AFL Executive Council approved the league's request for the continuation of its appropriation, but instructed Gompers to keep a tighter control over its spending. Gompers promptly requested a personal interview with Robins, accompanied by Agnes Nestor and Alice Henry, and informed them of the Executive Council's requirement that the league prepare periodic reports explaining how they used the Federation's donation. The league women accepted the decision, but privately they expressed their anger over the attempt to monitor their activities. The league leaders also privately conceded that there was little they could do to alter the humiliating situation they were now being forced to accept. But how the league sorely needed the AFL's financial subsidy. New branches in Denver, Los Angeles, and Philadelphia were joining the older ones in New York, Boston, St. Louis, Baltimore, and Kansas City. Moreover, the league's School for Active Workers in the Labor Movement, which opened in Chicago in January 1914, with one student, had developed a unique course of training for leadership in women's trade union organization. 3 categories of students were to be accepted into the school: those whom the league asked to leave their trades to train as organizers, those sent by their own unions or central labor bodies to improve their effectiveness in working for the organization, and those who came on their own initiative and responsibility. After 4 months of academic work, there were 8 months of field work, which included the theory and practice of organizing, attendance at meetings of unions and the AFL, conferences with men and women leaders, analysis of trade agreements, and instruction in suffrage and civic duties. 9. Emergence of the woman organizer. When the W.T.U.L. was founded, there was no such thing as a career as a woman labor organizer. Women who organized unions did so because they felt they had a mission to help their exploited sisters. When Mary Kenny O'Sullivan made the decision to stop being a bookbinder and became an organizer, it was because someone must go from shop to shop and find out who the workers were that were willing to work for better conditions. I must be that someone. She worked as an organizer for many years while supporting herself in her trade. Out of a long life as an organizer, she was paid to do organizing work for only 5 months. Leonora O'Reilly did organizing for the United Garment Workers in the late 1890s for no pay. In 1908 she was enabled to become a full-time organizer by the gift of an annuity from Margaret Dreyer Robins. This was a personal gift. The next generation of working women activists found it possible to become paid organizers. They included Louisa Mittelstadt and Myrtle. The academic work included courses in English, public speaking, the study and analysis of judicial decisions affecting labor injunctions, boycotts, etc., economic history, the history of organized labor, elementary economics, and modern radicalism. Some of the courses were taken at the Chicago School of Civics and Philanthropy and the University of Chicago. The field work was under the supervision of Agnes Nestor or Mary Anderson. Later, an extensive correspondence program was begun, and similar training was sponsored by leagues in Philadelphia and Boston. Philip S. Foner, Women LLND. The Amph T. Colleen. Labor Movement, 477. For Mary Kenny's work as an organizer for the AFL, see Foner, History of the Ebor. Movement 2, pp. 193-4, Foner. Women in the American Labor Mov MZMT, pp. 226-36. For the organizing were Leonora O'Reilly, Sue Foner, Women, LNDTHE American Labor. Movement, pp. 220-26, 254-60. Whitehead of the Brewery Workers, Rose Schneiderman, Pauline Newman, and F. Ania Cohn of the Ilg Wu, Josephine Casey of the Elevated Railway Clerks, Agnes Nestor of the Glove Workers, Melinda Scott of the Hat Trimmers, Elizabeth Mahoney of the Hotel and Restaurant Employees, Nellie Quick of the Bindery Workers, Mary Anderson, Emma Stepp Hagen, Mary McHenry, and Mary Haney of the Boot and Shoe Workers, Hilda Svensson of the Commercial Telegraphers, and Alice Bean and Mabel Gillespie of the Bookkeepers, Stenographers and Accountants. Most of them moved up to paid full-time organizing positions from rank and file work. But more and more of them were becoming paid organizers as a result of having graduated from the WTUL school and the experience they got as organizers in Training Point 2.0. The local leagues also trained women to be organizers and developed educational programs in unionizing working women. The New York League used its English language classes to teach the principles of trade unionism. It published a reading primer, New World Lessons for Old World People, by Violet Pike, which contained lessons like, I go to work at 8 o'clock. I work until 6 o'clock. I have only 1/2 hour for lunch. I work overtime in the busy season. I do not get extra pay for overtime work. I earn $8 a week in the busy season. I earn $3 or $4 a week in the slow season. I have no work at all for 3 months. I pay for my needles and thread. I pay for my electric power. My trade is a bad trade. In the series' next lesson, entitled, A Trade with a Union, the conditions are entirely different. I met a friend yesterday. She works at a good trade. She goes home at 5 o'clock. She goes home at 12 o'clock on Saturday. She has 1 hour for lunch every day. She earns $12 a week. Sometimes she works overtime in the busy season. She gets extra pay for overtime. She belongs to the union in her trade. Point 21. The Women's Trade Union League made little effort to organize. Black women are to campaign to lower the barriers against them in both industry and the trade unions. The reason is not difficult to discover. The League's association with independents on the blatantly racist AFL made such efforts practically impossible. Point 22. The League's dependence on the AFL was heightened by the fact that it lacked a steady source of income and was, therefore, forced to solicit gifts and contributions from rich friends, men's unions, and the AFL. To compound these difficulties, a number of rich allies, including Mrs. Walter Way, who annually donated $1,000 to the New York League, experienced financial losses that precluded continuing their bequests. Even Margaret Robbins found it necessary to reduce her support for the League's monthly periodical, Life and Labor, which ran at an annual deficit. An ominous foreboding of impending bankruptcy darkened the National Secretary's report after Robbins, who had financed the National League almost single-handedly, also announced cutback of her contributions. Point 23. While yielding to the AFL's conservatism temporarily eased the League's financial problem, relations between the two organizations deteriorated as a result of conflicts over a number of issues, some of a transitory nature, others more fundamental. 24. A deep conflict surfaced as it became clear that the AFL and the League held diametrically opposite views on the desirability of social legislation for women workers. This had not been an issue in the early years of the League's history, because the organization concentrated on unionization and even insisted that legislation would prove of little value if the women workers had no unions to enforce it. The minimum wage. However, beginning in 1909, the League made the 8-hour day and a minimum wage for women key demands, and increasingly after 1913 it concentrated its time and energy on securing such legislation. On the issue of an 8-hour day, the League did not come into conflict with the AFL, for the Federation continued to support special hours legislation for women. But the AFL, and many of its affiliated unions, were unequivocally opposed to legislation establishing a minimum wage. The concept of the minimum wage had spread rapidly in the English-speaking world. New Zealand and Australia, during the 1890s, were the first to enact minimum wage statutes. Then in 1910 England adopted the Australian model. Traveling in Europe 2 years earlier, Florence Kelly had learned of the minimum wage idea from Beatrice Webb, and, on her return to the United States, she got the National Consumers League, which she headed, to publicize the new reform. Meanwhile, Mary Dewson in Massachusetts was aiding the cause by investigating wage standards in that state, and the Factory Investigating Commission in New York was advancing it further with its own investigation and disclosures. Point 24. Both the National Association of Manufacturers, NAM, and the American Federation of Labor refused to join the campaign for minimum wage laws for women workers. To the NAM it was simply fantastic and grotesque legislation, which was nothing less than pure socialism. 25. The AFL, on the other hand, argued that government paternalism might discourage union organizing among women, that once women were guaranteed a minimum wage, men would demand the same, and all labor would then come within the grip of the state, and that any minimum wage would soon become the maximum for many workers. Gompers, the leading AFL opponent of such legislation, stressed that attempts of the government to establish wages at which workmen may work, according to the teachings of history, will result in a long era of industrial slavery. Such laws, he predicted, would paralyze American labor and constitute an infringement of personal liberty. He reminded the WTUL that the problems of men and women workers were identical. Women work in industry side by side with men. Their relations to industry and their relations to employers contain no elements different from those of men's relations. Gompers and other AFL spokesmen were quick to point out to the League that they favored statutory limitations on women's working hours, for women needed special protection because they were weaker and more vulnerable than men. But they did not need a minimum wage law, for, once the state is allowed to fix a minimum rate, the state would also take the right to compel men or women to work at that rate. 26. It therefore came as a shock, as well as a source of considerable anger to Gompers and other AFL leaders, when they learned that, despite opposition from the AFL and a number of state federations of labor and leading international unions affiliated with the federation, *** the NA. For the conditions exposed by the Factory Investigating Commission, see Foner. History of Labor Movement 3. And Foner, Women MD The American Labor Movement. 459-63. Not all AFL unions, however, opposed minimum wage legislation for women. In New York and California, organized labor disapproved of minimum wage statutes, echoing the AFL argument that it was an unwarranted government paternalism, but trade unionists in the state of Washington worked hard and closely with reformist women's clubs to obtain a wage statute. Moreover, labor advocates of minimum wage laws eventually persuaded both the Brook IYN Central Labor Union and the New York State Federation of Labor to campaign for the legislation. Tional Women's Trade Union League and the local leagues had endorsed minimum wage legislation, although not without a good deal of internal conflict, and had joined the National Consumers League and the American Association for Labor Legislation in agitating for minimum wage laws. Working women, the league argued, deserved a living wage, an income that would allow a young woman to rent a small heated room and pay for sufficient nourishing food, purchase decent clothes, and have a little left over, not much, for candy and other pleasures. Such legislation, it maintained, would generate better living conditions, greater efficiency, and a more prosperous buying public. And, the league argued, the humanizing touch of the minimum wage might well make outright socialism undesirable and unnecessary. 27. The League and women's suffrage. Along with the other organizations in the field, the League's activity was effective. Between 1913 and 1923, 14 state legislatures wrote a specific minimum wage into law. The League felt its contribution had helped considerably to justify its existence. It was therefore inevitable that as the League's emphasis shifted from unionization to protective legislation, the battle for women's suffrage began to assume greater and greater importance in the WTUL's program. To be sure, the early leaders and members of the League had come to it already committed to the principles of women's suffrage. The first national convention in 1907 included full citizenship as one plank of its 6-point platform, and in 1908 a suffrage department had been established within the League. Nevertheless, before 1909 the struggle for the vote was a peripheral issue, and many League members at first did not even see any connection between the fight for the ballot and the realities confronting working women. Simply having the right to vote would not, after all, shorten working hours, raise wages, or provide decent, safe working conditions. Working men had had the vote for decades, yet the industrial conditions, however, not all the laws were effective. Some legislatures wrote a specific minimum wage into the statutes, but they did not provide for any administrative agency to enforce it. Massachusetts enacted the weakest statute. It established a commission, which was instructed to arrive at a wage that would not threaten to interfere either with the general financial prosperity of the trade or with the reasonable profits of an individual employer. Furthermore, it could on Y recommend the wage to employers, and they could accept or reject it. If an employer refused to pay the recommended wage, the commission would add his name to a list of recalcitrants published in the state newspapers. Thus, Massachusetts, the most highly industrialized state, with the largest number of employed women, made it easy for many employers to ignore the minimum wage. Dorothy W. Douglas, American. Minimum Wage Laws at Work. America 1111 Economic Review 9. Spring. 1919. 701-38. A vast numbers of male workers had not basically improved. To the degree that men had better conditions, shorter hours, and higher wages, they had achieved these things not because they could vote but because they had organized into effective trade unions. Since women were oppressed by the same industrial conditions that oppressed men, they, too, could only solve their problems the way men had. As one champion of placing priority on unionization put it to Leonora O'Reilly, woman suffrage is beginning at the other end. What the women need is economic emancipation, and, sister, dear, how they need it. And they can't get it without organization. 28. The anti-suffrage forces in the WTUL were reinforced by the class bias of the early 20th century movement. While Susan B. Anthony continued to emphasize the need for establishing close links with the labor movement and workingmen, the rich matrons who now dominated the suffrage organizations made few attempts to appeal to women workers, and suffragist propaganda frequently included arguments that were bound to alienate many working men and women. The suffragists had actually abandoned the traditional demand for suffrage as a universal democratic right and had begun to seek allies among middle and upper-class men by arguing that granting the vote to women of these classes would offset the votes of the lower classes. There were exceptions to this attitude, especially in some of the highly industrialized states of the Northeast. In Connecticut, for example, socialist and labor activist Ella Reeve Bloor, later known as Mother Bloor when she became a leading figure in the Communist Party, was engaged by local suffragists to organize working women into suffrage clubs. But the more common viewpoint of suffragists of this era was expressed by the National American Woman Suffrage Association, NAWSA, the major suffrage organization in the United States, in a resolution of 1903 advocating educational qualifications that would have had the effect of restricting the suffrage and would thus have prevented many immigrants and other poor people from voting. What is more, the NAWSA refused to endorse the labor movement. Even during the high point of women's union activities, the 1909 Wastemakers strike, NAWSA issued a statement declaring that the association neither stands for labor organization nor against it. 29. And yet, it will be recalled from the discussion in our previous volume, many prominent suffragists did support the strikers. These, for earlier relations between Susan B. Anthony and the trade union movement, c. Foner, History of Labor Movement L. pp. 385-87. C. Foner, History of the Uber Movement 5. pp. 234-37. Women became convinced that the success of their movement depended on their ability to win the workers to their cause. To promote suffrage among trade union members, Anna Howard Shaw, president of the NAWSA, hired the League's Rose Schneiderman to help in the 1912 Ohio suffrage campaign. Schneiderman was delighted to accept the assignment, but she first told Shaw that she was a socialist and trade unionist who looked upon the ballot as a tool in the hands of working women with which, through legislation, they could correct the terrible conditions existing in industry. Unfortunately, Schneiderman was the only working woman used in the suffrage campaign, and she alone could not overcome the opposition of the Cincinnati and Dayton Central labor unions, which refused to endorse women's suffrage. 2 years later, Margaret Dreyer Robbins wrote to Leonora O'Reilly, "You know, one of the biggest reasons for the defeat of suffrage in Ohio was the inability of the suffragists to reach the mass of the working men." Roshan, R. Roshan, was practically the only trade unionist they had. 30 Roshan was, of course, Rose Schneiderman. The League advanced the woman suffrage cause by working for it actively within its own organization and in coalition with NAWSA groups. Moreover, the WTUL encouraged the formation of independent wage earners' suffrage leagues as a way of bringing female workers into active involvement in the suffrage movement. It also devoted considerable energy to working with trade union men to gain their active support to the suffrage cause. In fact, the League's chief organizers began to devote their attention to full-time suffrage agitation. In New York, Rose Schneiderman, Pauline Newman, Leonora O'Reilly, Mary Dreyer, Ida Rao, and Mary Beard made numerous suffrage speeches. The League also hired Margaret, Maggie, Hinchey, a laundry worker, and Clara Lemlich, famous for her role in the 1909 wastemakers' strike, as suffrage organizers. Most of the League activists worked with Mary Beard in the industrial section of the Women's Sioux FF Rage Party, the local organization of the NAWSA. Early in 1912, Mary Beard wrote to Leonora O'Reilly, "I sent Clara Lemlich to call upon our suffrage leaders in several distinctly male labor unions to see what they had done toward getting hold of working women, whether they had any meeting rooms where we might hold a meeting, and whether they could give us names of girls. Unfortunately, the women who ran the industrial section were not prepared for so radical a firebrand as Clara Lemlich, and it was not long before Beard was complaining to O'Reilly that she can't see Foner, History of Labor Mohiman 5-231. Swing the job. 3T. So she was discarded, even though she had proved herself capable of swinging a strike of 30,000 women workers. On July 12, 1913, the New York Times, in a report of a meeting of suffragists on the Bowery, referred to the Billy Sunday of the suffragists Maggie Hinchey, who represents working women. Maggie is big and sisterly and, above all, human in a good, strong way. When Maggie got up to speak, the Bowery succumbed to a man. "Brothers," began Maggie, rolling her R's with a good Irish brogue. As she went on, her audience alternately wiped its tears and shook with laughter, and when she said at the close, "And now you know what you are going to do on November 2nd, on the referendum on woman suffrage," every hand went up to say yes, they would vote for the women. The suffragists are canvassing the Bowery and are getting comparatively favorable results. The woman's suffrage Paney sent Maggie Hinchey to Rochester, where she organized a delegation of 600 working women to call on President Woodrow Wilson in February 1914, and ask him for the vote. While there, she also did some street corner speaking. "I spoke outside of 3 factories at noon hour, and when I got through, the men took off their hats and said, 'Hooray, votes for women.'" Still, like other working-class radicals of the WTUL, Hinchey found it difficult to work with the middle and upper-class women of the suffrage movement. Too often, their paternalistic attitude, to say nothing of their contempt for workers, and especially immigrant workers, came to the fore. "I feel as I have butted in where I was not wanted," Hinchey wrote to Leonora O'Reilly. 32. For the sake of their working-class sisters, however, they carried on speaking and emphasizing that while all women deserved the vote on the basis of equal justice, female workers especially needed it. Working women needed the vote to develop confidence in themselves and to win the respect of both working-class men and employers, and as a tool that would give them some degree of control over their miserable working conditions. Without the vote, female workers faced tremendous. Billy Sunday, a flamboyant fundamentalist evangelist, often addressed working-class audiences, but his message was quite different from that of Maggie Hinchey. While Hinchey sought to organize exploited workers, especially women workers, into trade unions, Billy Sunday made common cause with business against the labor unions. Billy Sunday told his audiences of Protestant workers that they should work hard, live clean, and pray to Jesus for the life to come. A number of his revival campaigns, including a crusade after World War I among striking West Virginia coal miners, were paid for by industrial tycoons like John D. Rockefeller Jr. It was not until 1917, however, that New York women got the vote. handicaps in their efforts to get the legislation they needed. Rose Schneiderman emphasized this last argument at a mass meeting at Cooper Union organized by the New York Wage Earners League for suffrage in 1912. I did some work last year for the 54-hour bill, and I can tell you how conscious our senators and assemblymen are when a disfranchised citizen tries to convince them of the necessity of shorter hours for working women. During the hearing at Albany, our learned senators listened to the opposition very carefully. But when the committee who spoke for the working women came to plead for the bill, there was only one senator left in the room. He was the chairman. He couldn't very well get out. Mind you, we were pleading for a shorter work week for working women. We had evidence to show that physical exhaustion leads to moral exhaustion, and the physical and moral exhaustion of women will lead to the deterioration of the human species. What did these men care? We were voteless working women. No matter what we felt or thought, we could not come back at them. 33. Thus, in the view of the WTUL, suffrage now became the essential precondition for the unionization of working women. Once they were able to vote, women would automatically gain the independence and confidence that male organizers often insisted they lacked. It would also help them in strikes. The NWTUL concluded a 1915 suffrage resolution with the observation that women were heavily handicapped during strikes because they lacked the vote. Out of our experience in time of strikes, the resolution stated, we have witnessed the close alliance of politics and police activity and police court justice. 34. In short, suffrage would abolish the sweatshop, raise women's wages, reduce their working hours, and help them unionize. Behind suffrage, Leonora O'Reilly wrote to the Electrical Workers Union, is the demand for equal pay for equal work. Women workers would cease to be a threat to union men's wage scales once they gained the vote. 35. The trend toward concentration on the battle for the vote intensified after the report of the United States Commission on Industrial Relations. The Wage Earners League was established in 1911, with WTUL encouragement, to persuade workingmen to agitate for the ballotage and industrial necessity. Both organizations shared the same headquarters in New York, with the WTUL providing financial support and leadership. Leonora O'Reilly served on the WTUL's suffrage committee and presided over the Wage Earners League. O'Reilly helped to set up suffrage committees of working women in Baltimore, Albany, Pittsburgh, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware. See collection of pamphlets on the Wage Earners League in Leonora O'Reilly. Papers, Arthur and Elizabeth Schlesinger Library on the History of Women in America. Radcliffe College. In 1915. The Commission charged that the labor problems of 6 million women workers lie not merely in their relations with employers, but in their relations with men's unions. Given the hostility of most male unionists, the Commission declared, it was not surprising that such relief as women workers had obtained from exploitation and abuse had come through agitation and legislation. At the same time, however, their disfranchisement limited the extent of this solution. Therefore, the granting of _UAL political rights to women workers was one of the means by which women in industry may obtain living wages. 36. The criticism of men's unions and the emphasis on legislation and suffrage was, of course, hailed by most women's groups, including the Women's Trade Union League. But Gompers, while endorsing the Commission's observation that women in industry menaced the wage and salary standards of men, asserted heatedly that work-s are not bugs to be examined under the lenses of a microscope in a sociological slumming tour. 37. Before public audiences, state legislatures, and congressional committees, League speakers argued that the right of suffrage was needed to improve women's working conditions. They also attacked the position of the National Association opposed to women's suffrage, a women's organization, that giving working women the vote would increase the number of illiterate, uninformed, undesirable voters. Another women's organization opposed by the League was the limited suffrage movement, which sought to enfranchise only English-speaking white women. Mary Kenny O'Sullivan claimed that women who endorsed these racist, anti-suffragist arguments should be classed with scabs and strikebreakers as enemies of the people. A national women's trade union League convention described these opponents of the suffrage as women of leisure who, by accident of birth, have led sheltered and protected lives, and accused them of selfishly obstructing the efforts of organized women to obtain full citizenship. 38. Strained relations between League and AFL. In the years from 1915 to 1917, the Women's Trade Union League placed 20 organizers in the field. While they did some unionization work, the main activity of these organizers was devoted to protective legislation and women's suffrage. Despite the AFL's continued support for suffrage as a means of improving the bargaining position of female workers despite the publication of articles favoring women's suffrage in the For America 11 Federati 01 TIST, despite convention resolutions in its favor and appeals to state legislature for support, the AFL was still uneasy over the trend in the WTUL. In 1915, Gompers asked Leonora O'Reilly to write an article urging men to support proposed constitutional amendments for women's suffrage in 4 eastern states, and he even outlined the text for her. But at the same time, He cautioned the League that it was traveling down a dangerous road by concentrating so heavily on legislation and suffrage. Working conditions, he declared at a League convention, were not sex problems but human ones, and industrial freedom must be fought for in the industrial field. Ballots could never replace the trade union, he cautioned, for votes could not solve industrial problems. 39. By this time, however, WTUL leaders were not paying much attention to the AFL and its representatives. Indeed, its advocacy of the ballot as the main means of improving women's working conditions came underscore about precisely because of the disillusionment of these female leaders with the AFL. After a sharp encounter with male trade unionists at the New York State Federation of Labor Convention in the summer of 1915, Leonora O'Reilly wrote to Mary Dreyer Robbins, "Now, don't drop dead, but this is my last labor convention. Also my hands are off the trade union job in New York. I shall leave for the movement's good. My mind is made up. Trade unions are necessary. They must be worked for in season and out. Women must be organized better than men are organized. The powers that be in the labor movement of New York State do not and will not recognize an outside body's right to help with the work. Worse than one that, they attribute their own shortcomings to the outside body's disinterestedness. They use its work to influence personal animosity or worse, and they cover up their own crookedness. The crookedness will sooner become known to the rank and file when the outside body is not there as a scapegoat. By keeping in the struggle, we shall hinder more than help the rank and file from getting real light as to who it is that is playing foul in the 40 game. The truth is that the Women's Trade Union League was caught in a dilemma. The League had linked its fate with that of the AFL. It had acknowledged the superiority of industrial unionism over craft unionism in organizing the great mass of women workers, but had turned its back on the IWW, the chief proponent of this type of unionism. For fear of antagonizing AFL leaders, it had refrained from playing any role in the new unionism that was emerging in the garment trades. When the AFL refused to abandon its traditional attitudes toward women workers and change its method of organizing to meet their needs, the League was left isolated. Relations between several of the League and AFL leaders were further strained during the presidential campaign of 1916 when Margaret Robbins, president of the National Women's Trade Union League, traveled across the country with other women suffragists on the Hughes Special, which crossed the United States in support of Charles Evans Hughes, the Republican Party presidential candidate. Since the AFL endorsed and supported Woodrow Wilson for re-election, Federation leaders were furious at Robbins' action, charging her with allying herself with the Millionaire Special and using the woman suffrage issue as a subterfuge. In Los Angeles, Robbins was denied the right to speak before trade unionists at the Labor Temple. Los Angeles Times, October 19, 1916. For further discussion of the election of 1916, see pp. 222-31. Chapter 9. An 8-hour day for the railroad. Brotherhoods, 9 months of fruitless negotiations. The first issue relating to the railroads that confronted the new Freedom administration of Woodrow Wilson dealt with the revision of the Erdman Act, passed by Congress and signed by President William McKinley on June 1898. The Erdman Act. The Erdman Act provided for two principal functions of the federal government: 1. Mediation and conciliation, upon the request of either party, by the chairman of the Interstate Commerce Commission and the Commissioner of Labor, and 2. Voluntary arbitration by an ad hoc three-man board, 2 members of which were chosen by labor and management, and the third member chosen by these two. The Erdman Act applied only to the operating personnel of interstate railroads: engineers, firemen, conductors, and trainmen. Courts of equity were to enforce awards for 1 year, but no injunctions were to be issued to compel any employee to work against his will. Section 10 of the Act prohibited both the blacklist and the yellow dog contract. No employer could require, as a condition for employment, that a railroad worker not be a member of a trade union, nor could he be discharged solely because of his membership in one. Finally, no employer could conspire with another carrier to prevent a worker from obtaining gainful employment. Section I-0 of the Act enraged the railroads. They wanted a free hand in hiring and firing in order to weaken and ultimately destroy the railroad brotherhoods. In 1907, they had received support in achieving their aim when the Supreme Court, in U.S. v. Adair, upheld the U.S. District Court's ruling holding Section 10 unconstitutional on the ground that legislation prohibiting a carrier from firing an employee because of union membership was not a legitimate federal regulation of interstate commerce. 2. Even Richard B. Olney, who had broken the Pullman strike while he was Attorney General under President Grover Cleveland, criticized the Adair decision. It is archaic, it is a long step back, into the past, he commented, to conceive of and deal with the relations between the employer in such industries and employees as if the parties were individuals. 3. Despite the court decision, which constituted a bitter blow to railway labor, the Erdman Act remained only on paper until 1906. the services provided by the Act were never used because the carriers refused to participate in any mediation attempts. In that year, however, a new era was begun when, for the first time, a railroad requested mediation. Between 1906 and 1913, mediation was requested by one or both parties in some 60 disputes. Most of these were settled through mediation, but a few required arbitration. 4. Thus it appeared that the operation of the Erdmann Act had justified the intention of its framers, but this was only on the surface. The carriers had come to believe that a three-member arbitration board was too small, since the third member of the board, representing the public, assumed all the responsibility and usually decided the issue in dispute by splitting the difference between the parties. What the railroads now wanted was a larger, permanent board with the power to compel arbitration and enforce its awards. Before 1906, the carriers had scorned both mediation and arbitration. Now, however, as the brotherhoods grew in strength and began to talk of uniting for strike action, the railroads wanted to force mediation and arbitration on them. Of course, the brotherhoods found arbitration less appealing for the same reasons, although they still favored mediation. 5***. Dissatisfaction with the Erdmann Act approached a climax in 1912. These were the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen, Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen, and Order of Railway Conductors. C. Phillips. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, New York, 1955. Volume 2, pp. 266-68. Arbitration usually applied to the plan of referring the settlement of differences or disputes between employers and workers to an impartial agency, public or private, when neither the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers nor the carriers were willing to submit their dispute to arbitration under the Act. As a result, an extra-legal 7-man arbitration board was set up to decide the matter. The brotherhoods, and in fact the entire labor movement, were extremely unhappy with the award when it was made public in January 1913. In an obiter dictum, the award suggested compulsory arbitration with wages tied to rates. 6. A few weeks later, when two other brotherhoods became involved in a dispute with the Eastern Roads, the brotherhoods refused to agree to another 7-man board, and the carriers refused to arbitrate under the terms of the Erdmann Act. However, since the brotherhoods were not yet ready to renounce all arbitration, they agreed with the carriers that arbitration would be possible if the Erdmann Act were amended in a manner that would be mutually satisfactory. 7. The Newlands Act. Both the brotherhoods and the carriers wanted, as one of the principal amendments to the Erdmann Act, the creation of a permanent independent mediation board. What neither wanted was that the newly created Department of Labor supervise the mediation of railway disputes. The brotherhoods were jealous of the AFL's influence in the department. William B. Wilson, Secretary of Labor under President Wilson, and the first head of the Department of Labor when it was made a cabinet post, had originally been an official of the United Mine Workers, an AFL affiliate. The carriers, in this instance, fully supported the brotherhoods out of fear of the Department of Labor's friendliness to organized labor. 8. On the other hand, Secretary William B. Wilson strongly felt that railroad mediation belonged in his department, even if within a separate bureau. As a longtime official of an industrial union which organized skilled and unskilled workers in the mines, he also opposed the legislation the brotherhoods and carriers wanted passed by Congress because it would exclude non-operating railroad workers from its jurisdiction. Under heavy pressure from the AFL to have the non-operating unions powers to conduct an independent investigation of the matter, and to hand down a neutral decision or award. Arbitration may be either voluntary or compulsory. The award may or may not be binding on the contending parties, according to the terms under which the dispute was submitted to arbitration. Mediation refers to the intervention of some outside, impartial person or body, with a view to promoting the settlement of a dispute by mutual agreement between the contending parties. In arbitration, on the other hand, the dispute is taken out of the control of the contending parties and settled by a third party, who acts as a judge on the merits of RHE case. Several of which were affiliated with the Federation, included in the bill. Wilson held steadfast to his position for several weeks. He even succeeded in having a bill incorporating his ideas approved by the Judiciary Committee. When the brotherhoods, traditionally indifferent to the non-operating crafts, threatened to strike unless the new law complied with their demands, and when they were supported in their stand by Ralph M. Easley and Seth Lowe of the National Civic Federation, a conference was arranged with President Wilson at which all the interested parties would be present. In the end, in order to avoid a strike by the brotherhoods, Secretary Wilson capitulated, and the President agreed to support the bill substantially in the form desired by the brotherhoods and the carriers. 9. On July 15, 1913, Congress passed the Newlands Act providing for an independent 3-member board, the United States Board of Mediation and Conciliation. The board could offer its services on its own initiative without waiting for a request from the parties. The act also provided for arbitration by a board with as many as 6, but not fewer than 3 members. Thus, just as in the Erdmann Act, mediation, conciliation, and arbitration remained the principal solutions to labor disputes on the railroads for the operating crafts. The method of selecting arbiters remained the same as under the Erdmann Act. Each side was to choose 1 or 2 members, and they in turn would choose the 3rd or 5th and 6th members. 1 degrees. Secretary of Labor Wilson had been defeated in his effort to include the non-operating railway crafts because of the combined opposition of the brotherhoods and the carriers. However, he did secure acceptance of his proposal that a provision allowing the courts to interpret and enforce arbitration awards be omitted from the act. It is generally agreed among students of railway labor that President Wilson's intervention, which led to the passage of the Newlands Act, prevented a strike by the brotherhoods. 11 Within a year, however, the president again intervened to prevent still another brotherhood strike. On this occasion, the threat of a strike arose over a dispute between the Brotherhood of Engineers and the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen on the one hand, and the 98 Western Railroads on the other. The two brotherhoods presented demands involving working conditions and increased wages. The carriers for the origin, ideology and practices of the National Civic Federation, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, New York, 1964, 3. 61-111. According to the statement in his autobiography, Samuel Gompers would have resigned from the National Civic Federation had not this provision been dropped. 70. Years of Life and Labor, New York, 1925, Volume 2, page 1143. There was even a threat of a strike immediately after passage of the New Lands Act. This arose when the carriers announced that they were going to submit all questions of rates of, immediately countered with several demands of their own. After several months of fruitless conferences, the negotiations were broken off on July 14, 1914, and the workers prepared to go on strike. At the request of the carriers, the Board of Mediation and Conciliation entered the dispute. For several days, the board attempted, without success, to bring the parties to an agreement. At that point, the board, as provided by the Newlands Act, suggested that the parties submit the dispute to arbitration. When the employers insisted that their demands be arbitrated, as well as those of the men, the plan was rejected by the brotherhoods. The suggestion by the board that only the demands of the men be arbitrated was refused by the carriers. 12 When the brotherhoods announced on July 31 that the strike would begin on August 7 unless the carriers agreed to the arbitration plan proposed by the board. President Wilson immediately called the parties to a conference at the White House. On August 1, the president held separate conferences with the carriers and with the brotherhoods, but the carriers refused to concede their demands. 13 The following day, after the outbreak of war in Europe, the president wrote to A.W. Trenholm, chairman of the Conference Committee of Railway Managers, warning that because of the world crisis, a strike would be of incalculable magnitude. He appealed, with confidence, to your patriotism and to your regard for the public welfare to make whatever sacrifice is necessary to avert a national disaster. 14 Under this pressure, the carriers gave in, and on August 3, 1914, Trenholm informed the president that the carriers had agreed to accept the plan of arbitration proposed by the board because of the situation as you have presented it, and of your appeal to our patriotism. 15 At 2 o'clock in the morning of August 4, 1914, after several hours of negotiation, an arbitration contract was signed. 16 The strike was averted, but the developments that followed in the dispute were to have momentous consequences for the future. When the arbitrators appointed by the brotherhoods and the carriers failed to agree upon the selection of the two neutral members, as provided by law, the board appointed Judge C. Pritchard of the U.S. Circuit Court and Charles Nagel, a St. Louis attorney. Shortly before the decision was to be announced, the brotherhoods learned that Nagel was co-executor for an estate which owned stocks and bonds in 21 railroads. The brotherhoods immediately filed protest with the board and with President Wilson. On April 30, 1915, the day the decision was to be pay and working conditions to arbitration, as well as the specific dispute then at issue. The brotherhoods immediately threatened a strike unless all new issues were withdrawn. Finally, after several days, Seth Low of the National Civic Federation persuaded the carriers to arbitrate only the pending issues, and the strike was averted. New York Times, July 17-20, 1913. Announced, the president held a conference with Judge Knapp of the Board of Mediation and Conciliation, after which he declared that the decision of the arbitrators should stand, since the brotherhoods had known of Nagel's connection when he was appointed and had not protested at that time. The brotherhoods promptly denied this and retorted that they had been grossly deceived in the selection of the arbitrators. After protesting bitterly against the award, which fell far short of their demands, the brotherhoods accepted it and dropped their protest. 17 However, the incident further strengthened their determination that disputes should not be arbitrated. It also gave impetus to the movement to bring about joint negotiations by all four brotherhoods on a national basis. This movement for concerted negotiations had been slowly developing since the defeat and disappearance of the American Railway Union, the first and only industrial union of railroad workers, whose promising career was cut short during the smashing of the Pullman strike in 1894, the dismissal and blacklisting of its members, and the arrest and imprisonment of its president, Eugene V. Debs, for having violated a federal court injunction issued under the Sherman Anti-Trust Act. Before the turn of the century, negotiations with the carriers had in the main been conducted by each brotherhood individually on a local or system basis. For several years thereafter, however, there had been a gradual change from local or regional negotiations, and simultaneously, the brotherhoods began to cooperate with each other in their bargaining demands. 19 This, of course, met with stiff opposition from the railroads. As long as the unions negotiated on a road-by-road, brotherhood-by-brotherhood basis, the carriers were in the driver's seat. They therefore rejected all efforts of the brotherhoods to negotiate with all the carriers on a national basis in a concerted movement. Nevertheless, the movement for joint negotiations by all four brotherhoods on a national scale continued. Although the movement was not to culminate until 1916, by 1913 it had reached a point where the locomotive firemen and Engineers magazine called the employers' resistance the most important obstacle to be overcome by the brotherhoods. Its editorial on this vital issue merits reprinting in full. Our experience during recent months with the Eastern Railroad companies as well as that of the B of L. E. is fraught with some weighty lessons for all railroad labor organizations. It would seem that as though the General Managers Conference Committee, realizing that protracted negotiations meant enormous expense to our brotherhood, prolonged them to as great to as tortuous a length as was, see Foner, Op. Cit. 2. 262-78. possible for them to do. This has been a conspicuous feature of our negotiations with railroad companies for some years past. Evidently, its purpose is twofold: to pile up expense on our brotherhood and to make the negotiations as wearisome to our representatives as possible. Also to defer a settlement to the last minute with a view to saving the company the wage increase from the period covered by the enforced delay. The experience of other railroad labor organizations in this particular has been similar to our own. For this state of affairs, for the prompt consideration of our demands for wage betterment and improved working conditions, as well as for the success of our efforts in securing these concessions, the only or at least by far the most effective remedy is federation. A federation in fact as well as in name, a federation that would make one general contract for all train service employees secured by a joint federated board representing all of the organizations. A federation that would mean that if it became necessary to strike to enforce our demands, one organization of train service employees would not be striking while the other organizations would be working with strikebreakers, but that, should a strike be declared, all train service employees would leave their posts together, true to each other as men and brothers, acting unitedly in defense of their common industrial and economic interests. Thus would it be absolutely impossible for the railroad companies to even attempt to operate their roads until they had agreed to give their employees a just a fair proportion of the wealth that these employees made it possible for the railroads to earn. Let us make it as firm, as indissoluble, as compact as the federation that binds together in an impregnable offensive and defensive alliance the interests that own the Steel Trust, the railroads, the Standard Oil Trust, the Harvester Trust, the Meat Trust, and other great monopolies, the interests that control the country's finances. Of late we have been hearing much of the money trust and the big business combination, recently unheaded by the Pujo Committee of the United States Congress, which combination controls $25 billion, and operates through 155 interlocking directorates. When we consider the prodigious power by this combination and its stupendous political influence, we can the better realize the folly of the railroad labor organizations continuing to operate single-handed in protecting the industrial interests of their membership. 20. The Pujo Committee, a U.S. Senate body, investigated the charge that there was a money trust and heard testimony which revealed the manner in which banking tycoons, headed by J.P. Morgan, were able to control the assets of numerous financial houses and industrial corporations by representation on their boards of directors. They were able to lend money to themselves and withhold it from others in a manner which amounted to a trust. Moreover, through interlocking directorates, they were able to dominate the chief industrial, transportation, and financial companies in the United States. For a summary of the findings of the Pujo Committee, see Lewis D. Brandeis, Other People's Money, New York, 1913. Unfortunately, the appeal omitted any reference to the non-operating railroad workers, who were still being ignored by the brotherhoods. Nevertheless, it did mark an important advance in the thinking of the brotherhoods. 3 years later, the editorial's vision became a reality. In 1916, the Big Four brotherhoods united in a concerted movement to achieve the demand for an 8-hour day for all 400,000 operating railroad workers at 10 hours pay and time and a half for overtime. The brotherhoods had reached the conclusion that a 16-hour maximum was too high, particularly when many other occupational groups enjoyed the benefits of an 8-hour day. In 1907, the Hours of Service Act, with its provision for a 16-hour day followed by 8 hours rest, was viewed as a significant step forward. But by 1915, it was viewed as a grossly insufficient in meeting the needs of the railroad workers. 21. The railroads had consistently opposed the demands for shorter hours by their employees. After they had unsuccessfully fought the passage of the Hours of Service Act of 1907, which guaranteed trainmen 8 hours of rest after 16 hours of duty, they attempted to render it impotent in the federal courts. While they had little success in repealing the law or having it interpreted to their benefit, they were determined that no new agreement to reduce the working day would be accepted. Negotiations begin. The War of Words. In December 1915, the officials of the four brotherhoods A. B. Garretson, President of the Order of Railway Conductors, W. G. Lee, President of the Brotherhood of Railroad Trainmen, W. S. Carter, President of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen, and W. S. Stone, President of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, met in Chicago in order to coordinate their strategy to achieve their goal. The first step, it was agreed, was to resort to collective bargaining. 22 The brotherhoods therefore requested the railroad managers to form a committee to represent all the nation's carriers so that negotiations might be coordinated on a national basis. The carriers agreed to the proposal for national negotiations, and both sides agreed to meet on June 1916 to consider the union's demands. 23. Meanwhile, both parties began an extensive propaganda campaign to win public support for their positions. The publicity managers for Eastern Group of Roads fired the first shot with a statement that the brotherhoods were not sincere in asking for the 8-hour day. Instead, the railroads declared they wanted higher wages and were using the popularity of the shorter workday as a means of securing this goal. Yet, these workers were already the highest paid men in the rank and file of the railroad service, many of them earning more than their division officers. Indeed, engineers on the best passenger runs earn from $2,500 to $4,000 a year, some of them being paid more than bank presidents in the smaller communities through which they ran. The carrier's second argument was that while the engineers, firemen, conductors, and trainmen were an army of 1/3 of a million, there were more than 1.5 million other employees of the railroads who would get no benefit from the brotherhood's demands. On the contrary, if the carriers were compelled to add many millions to their payrolls because of these demands, they would have to find the money in one of 4 ways: reduce the wages of the 1.5 million men outside the train service, reduce payments to their stockholders, curtail the betterment expenditures for new stations, reduction of grade crossings and other non-productive improvements demanded by the public, or ask the government to allow a proportionate increase in freight rates. 24. The brotherhoods established a joint publicity bureau in Cleveland to answer the carriers' arguments and present the case for unions' demands. The bureau issued thousands of leaflets, each carrying a short story about the crying need of railroad workers for an 8-hour day. One leaflet was headed, "Long Hours Cause Death," and carried at the top a reproduction of a United Press dispatch about Ray Washburn, 36, an engineer on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, who shot and killed himself on May 31, when he became mentally unbalanced due to overwork. During the month of May, 1916, his regular time and overtime kept him at the throttle for 45 working days. The leaflet continued, "Railroad officials would call this man an aristocrat of the labor world, and cite the fact that he received good pay, but they would neglect to mention the long hours he worked to enable him to earn a fair wage. Train crews are now compelled to work from 12 to 20 hours continuously, and they are asking that their workday be shorter and their working conditions be bettered. They receive a less wage per hour than most other trades. 25. Another leaflet emphasized that the long hours which the men on the trains had to work were not only injurious to their health, but were also the cause of many railroad accidents. 26. The leaflet reprinted excerpts from an article by John M. Gutterman in the June 1910 McClure's This Was an Underestimation. There were 400,000 members of Che Big Four Brotherhoods magazine entitled, "Why Railroad Men Die." Gutterman argued that the list of killed and injured among railroad workers was so appalling that it would take only a few years to maim or kill all the men working on the railroads, necessitating the recruit 01-NT of an equal number of new men to replace them. Moreover, while the percentage of those killed had remained practically constant at about 1% for the period 1889 to 1910, in spite of the introduction of safety devices, during that time the percentage of those injured had quadrupled. Whereas once in 2 hours, month in and month out, a conductor, brakeman, switchman, or railway laborer perished by accident, one is maimed every 6 minutes. Last year 19096. 4% of all the railway employees in the United States were injured. Thus the chances are that no man can escape accident for 9 years. In spite of double tracking and safety devices and palliative legislation, matters have come to such a pass that if the injured of one bad year could all wait in line before one hospital door, the queue would reach the length of Manhattan Island, from the Battery to Spuyten-Duyvil Creek, back again to the Battery, and up once more as far as Madison Square, while the dead, if laid side by side, would ache a row nearly 2 miles long. The carrier's publicity department immediately replied that it was the brotherhoods who were largely responsible for accidents by failing to condemn carelessness and negligence upon the part of those members who disobeyed safety rules, and that the railroads had launched and supported safety movements to educate the workers on the avoidance of accidents. The brotherhoods could solve the safety problem by cooperating in this campaign, and not by seeking to bankrupt the railroads through the demand for the 8-hour day and time and a half for overtime. 27. However, this argument did not prove very convincing. Even the Railroad Age Gazette, the organ of the carriers, conceded that the ultimate responsibility for maintaining discipline rested with management. 28. As for the carriers' concern for safety, the brotherhoods responded, this had only surfaced when their usual indifference to this problem began to cut into their profits. Finally, accidents were still a major problem for railroad workers, and only a shorter working day, specifically the 8-hour day, could make a serious dent in it. In short, as Kurt Wetzel points out, management's overdue attempt to improve S-fatigue showed that as an end in itself, safety was a low priority. Only when accidents came to have serious negative financial consequences was the industry willing to make the effort necessary to deny and evade responsibility for accidents. The safety movement was the first good faith effort by management to act on its assertions that accidents were primarily a human problem, not an equipment problem. Railroad management's response to operating employees' accidents, 1890 to 1913. Labor History 21 Uanuary, 1970, 368. The real threat to safety came from extended work time without sufficient time for rest. 19. In their publicity campaign, the brotherhoods emphasized that the 8-hour demand had not been sprung suddenly on the railroads. The I'd underscore if having an 8-hour day for men in engine, train and yard service is not a new thought, the railway conductor editorialized. It has been discussed for several years in lodge and division and among groups of members of the 4 great railroad labor organizations employed in engine, train, and yard service throughout the United States and Canada. The conductors and trainmen were ready 2 years ago to take part in a movement similar to the present one, but the engineers and firemen were not then at liberty to cooperate with us, and thus the movement was held back until now. 30. Further proof that the 8-hour day was not a new idea lay in the fact that it had already been put into effect on several southern railroads, and, the brotherhoods emphasized, without paralyzing economic effects predicted in the carriers' propaganda. 3. Finally, to the main argument of the carriers, namely, that the real aim of the brotherhoods was high wages and not an 8-hour day, the presidents of the 4 big unions each delivered a stinging reply which was circulated in a widely distributed leaflet that was reprinted in the labor and socialist press. It was headed, Chiefs of Great Brotherhoods Tell Why Men Fight for 8-hour day rather than wage increase, and included the following statements. A. B. Garretson, President of the Order of Railway Conductors. What the 8-hour day means to the trainmen and engineers of the country is the open unity to live in H-and companionship with their families, to have some of the privileges of leisure that men engaged in other pursuits enjoy, to be relieved of inhuman hours, to gain the benefits, social, hygienic and industrial, that come with a reasonable time for employment, for rest, and for recreation. The punitive overtime is nothing but the effort to make the employment of men for long hours uneconomic, and therefore, from the employer's standpoint, undesirable. An increase in the rate of wages would mean more money to spend. This would not compensate the men for the onerous conditions under which they serve, and they are thus placing betterment of conditions above a higher rate of PLT. Y in the scale of desirability. The other 3 brotherhood chiefs made more or less the same points in their statements. However, W. S. Carter, President of the Brotherhood for Locomotive, Firemen and Enginemen, insisted that for the men in terminal and freight service, an 8-hour day would mean, in many instances, an actual reduction in their earnings. In terminal work, where men are now earning 1 1/2 days' pay in fee-free hours, they will earn but 1 day's pay for 8 hours work, because when railroads are required to pay time and 1/2 for overtime, after 8 hours, no man will be required to work overtime. And should they be required to do so, wrote W. S. Stone, Grand Chief of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, the railroads should be penalized. Overtime in road service is due almost wholly to railroads overloading trains so they cannot make their mileage within time limits. The railroads are doing this for profit. They do not deny it, and if they propose to demand extra service at the sacrifice of the health and future earning ability of the men, they should pay extra for it. 32. The press joins the war of words. At the same time that the battle of publicity releases and leaflets was raging, the newspapers began to line up behind the carriers or the brotherhoods, with the vast majority rallying to the side of the railroads. As the railroad trainman noted, it only needs the action of a body of businessmen for or against anything to bring the press generally to their support. The New York Journal of Commerce could not see how the railroads could possibly meet a demand for $100 million a year in increased wages if they granted the brotherhood's demands. The railroads may be forced by circumstances to reduce their expenses and curtail their operation, and the weaker ones may be driven into bankruptcy. But what good will that do? 34 on the other hand, the New York American, a Hearst paper, thought the brotherhoods had made a reasonable request which should be cheerfully and immediately conceded. There need be no further dispute and certain. Why no strike as a last resort, the American continued, if the railway managers will do the right thing, in the American's opinion. The 8-hour day is a legitimate demand and should be conceded by the railroads. The railroads have received all sorts of concessions and aid from the government. They have, within these few months, been permitted to increase freight rates. They are given the mails to carry at rates which virtually amount to subsidies. They are now in prosperous times and making a great deal of money. They make this money out of the people of the country and through government concessions which come from the people. It is only right that they should divide a part of these benefits with the people, with their employees, who are large a part of the nation's workers. Interestingly enough, the Americans' assertion of abundant railroad prosperity was confirmed by the Commercial and Financial Chronicle, the leading pro-business journal published in New York City. It noted the increase of 27% net and 73% gross railroad earnings for November 1915 over November 1914. To cite a few examples, the Atchison's net earnings for November 1915 exceeded those of November 1914 by $1 million. The Erie showed a gain of nearly $2 million. The New York Central, nearly $4 million, the Pennsylvania, $2,500,000, and the Southern Pacific, $1,500,000. Virtually all the roads showed handsome gains. The Chronicle pointed out further, the transformation has come all of a sudden. Even 3 months ago no one would have conceived that such a wonderful metamorphosis was possible. But, about the middle of September, traffic and revenues began all at once to increase, and in a very rapid way, too, though at first it was particular systems rather than the railroads as a whole that gave evidence of the fact. Having once begun, however, the movement quickly gained increasing headway. 36. The reason for the sudden transformation was the great increase in the volume of rail traffic because of the demands for goods from war-torn Europe, particularly the Allied powers. While the Chronicle did not spell it out, it was clear that the high rail revenues enabled the carriers easily to meet any increased costs that might arise from the institution of an 8th day. The negotiations. On June 1, 1916, a negotiating conference opened in New York City. A.B. Garretson, head of the conductors, spoke for the Big Four. He was backed by the presence of 640 division chairmen of the Brotherhood's locals, representing every division in the country. Heading the National Conference Committee of Railroad Managers, the group formed at the suggestion of the Brotherhoods was Elisha Lee, general manager of the Pennsylvania system and a longtime foe of unionism. The paramount issue involved both shorter hours and higher pay. The unions demanded the 8-hour day with no reduction in pay from the existing 10-hour standard basis. They insisted that these issues could neither be arbitrated nor compromised. The railroads responded by insisting that the union's demands be arbitrated either under the Newlands Act or by the Interstate Commerce Commission. Along with these demands should go the employers' contingent proposition, which involved changes in the working rules. The carriers' contingent proposition was supposedly not a counter-proposal but to be applied only where there was a change in the basis of pay brought about by the Brotherhood's demands. But when the Brotherhoods asked the carriers to spell out the work rules changes they would be requesting, it became clear that the contingent proposition could be used to sweep away all of the existing rules, as well as to nullify any pay increases under the 8-hour day. After 2 weeks of fruitless bargaining, during which the Big Four made clear their opposition to arbitration, on June 14 the unions requested a definite answer as to whether the managers would accept their demands. The following day, the managers announced their refusal and again proposed arbitration. The Brotherhoods replied that the 8th day and working rules were not arbitrable issues. Furthermore, even if they were, arbitration could not be invoked under the Newlands Act until a strike was threatened, and as yet no strike vote had been taken. Fundamentally, the Brotherhood chiefs argued that arbitration was undesirable because it was difficult to find public representatives conversant with the technicalities of the issues. 37. As neither bargaining team was willing to allow any major concessions, negotiations were broken off on June 16. The representatives of the Brotherhoods and the carriers did not meet again until August 8. In the meantime, to bolster their bargaining positions and in keeping with their constitutional provisions, the 4 Brotherhoods took a strike vote among their members. The railroad officials cherished no illusions that the result would be favorable to them. They proved to be correct. The figures announced on August 8, the same day negotiations resumed, revealed that 94% in the 4 unions favored a strike to begin on Labor Day, September 4, 1916, for the 8-hour day. The vote broke down as follows. Union, Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers, Order of Railway Conductors, Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, Brotherhood of Railway Firemen and Enginemen. Average for the 4 unions. Percentage, For strike 94.57859798.03 The headline in the Literary Digest announcing the strike vote read, "Facing Our Greatest Labor War," and the magazine quoted the New York Call, the Socialist Daily, as stating that with 400,000 workers on 255 railroads prepared to strike if necessary, the nation faced the greatest attack on capital that has ever been maneuvered in all history. 39. But evidently this prediction did not frighten the Railway Age Gazette. It announced that regardless of the strike vote, any railway officer who would suggest making any concession whatever, except after arbitration, ought to be branded as a coward, and as a traitor to the interests of the railways and the country. If the choice is between further concessions and a strike, then the strike should be allowed to come. 40. This was the atmosphere when the negotiations resumed in New York City. The Brotherhood's representatives were described by the New York World as being in a strong position, stiffened by the most overwhelming vote favoring a strike ever taken in the four big brotherhoods. 41 backed by the vote. The Brotherhood representatives renewed their demand for an 8-hour day. The managers, however, remained unyielding and simply re-emphasized their demand for arbitration, even asking the unions to join them in an appeal for arbitration to the United States Board of Mediation and Conciliation, now that a strike was imminent. The Brotherhood chiefs refused to join in such an appeal, but they did consent to mediation by the board. 42. Failure of mediation. The Board of Mediation and Conciliation had been standing by since it had become aware of the dispute early in 1916. On July 26, Judge William Chambers, the board chairman, noted, "In the present nationwide controversy the information reaches the board that the parties contemplate further negotiations. If the vote now being taken results in favor of a strike and the parties should not invoke the service of the board, you may be assured that the board will promptly proffer its services, with confidence that such services will be accepted by the parties." 43. Actually, the board had little confidence that a settlement could be reached. It held one conference with the Brotherhoods at Webster Hall in New York City on the morning of August 10 and a second conference with management that afternoon at the Biltmore Hotel. At the conclusion of the two conferences, none of the board members had any progress to report. Supplementary conferences were no more fruitful. The Brotherhoods took the position that since the managers had requested mediation, it was up to them to make some concession that would lead to further discussions. They also maintained that the 8th-hour day and working conditions were not arbitrable questions. At no time, however, did the Brotherhoods refuse to arbitrate questions of pay if the 8-hour day were granted. The managers, for their part, refused to make any concessions. They continued to demand arbitration of the 8-hour issue as well as of their own contingent proposition. The Brotherhoods, however, claimed that the carriers, by insisting upon the contingent proposition, were not really sincere in offering to arbitrate, because they realized that the unions would have to refuse to arbitrate a demand so broad and sweeping in its implications. 44 Judge Chambers had informed President Wilson almost immediately after arriving in New York that negotiations were likely to fail and that it was very doubtful the board could secure an agreement. On August 9, the president wired Chambers that should his fate.us be realized, he should inform the parties that the president desired a conference with them before the final break. On August 13, the board announced its inability to produce a settlement. That same day, Chambers notified the president that the break was near and that he should send his request immediately. 45 Also on that same day, Joseph Tumulty, Wilson's private secretary, was dispatched to New York City to request formally that both parties confer with the president in Washington. Tumulty arrived in New York with a communication to the Board of Mediation and Conciliation, and later that afternoon, the information was released that he had brought with him messages inviting both parties in the dispute to confer with the president at the White House. In the message to the Brotherhoods, Wilson declared that he had learned with surprise and keen disappointment that no agreement had been reached, and since a general strike might be disastrous, I feel that I have the right to request, and I do hereby request, as the head of the government, that before any final decision is arrived at, I may have a personal conference with you here. 46. Austin B. Garretson of the Railway Conductors gave the Brotherhood's reply in the name of the 400,000 railroad men of the United States. He pointed out first that at no time during the dispute had the carriers made any counter-proposal whatever looking for a settlement, even though they knew very well we would not consent to arbitrate those proposals. Under these circumstances, the Brotherhood's representatives were preparing to proceed in accord with the methods to effect a settlement of the points of contention between us. That is to say, if need be we would withdraw our men from service. At that point, he went on, they were presented with the president's request for a conference of both parties at the White House. He then announced that the four executives, accompanied by a representative committee of the men, 30 number, would be in Washington the next day, at the disposal of the President of the United States for the purpose indicated. 47. Actually, the Brotherhoods were quite pleased that their dispute with the carriers had been transferred to the White House. Remembering the way President Wilson had intervened in their favor twice before, they were hopeful that a positive settlement would emerge from this session as well. The carriers' representatives, however, were split. Several were resentful at the president for intervening, fearing that, as in the past, the brotherhoods would emerge with the better part of any settlement forced upon them. Others had no objection to the president's action, since they were determined not to yield under any circumstances, not even in the event of a strike. All the rail executives were in agreement that no wage increase should be granted without a corresponding rate increase. They were hopeful, too, that in any general settlement, they might be able to get rid of a group of work rules that they thought unduly restrictive and expensive. 48. The war of words continues. In order to put pressure on the president to see things their way, the carriers intensified their propaganda campaign. The refusal of the brotherhoods to agree to arbitration provided them with a new argument. Although they continued to maintain that the brotherhoods were not sincere in their demand for an 8-hour day and that the shorter workday was not physically possible on the railroads, the carriers now began to concentrate their attack upon the refusal of the brotherhoods to agree to arbitration. They flooded the country with literature emphasizing that this meant that the brotherhoods were prepared to thrust the nation into chaos and industrial warfare. The only solution to the difficulty, the leaflets emphasized, was for the president to either insist upon arbitration or to support the proposal for an investigation by the Interstate Commerce Commission during which there could be no strike. 49. To bolster their argument, the carriers distributed the statement of James Cardinal Gibbons, in which, while Ref. Micro sang to discuss the specifics of the railroad dispute, he expressed the opinion that it should be settled by arbitration, adding, "The laborer is worthy of his hire, but if we are too severe toward capital we will beggar the nation." 50. Finally, on the eve of the White House conference, the carrier's publicity department distributed 2 leaflets nationwide. One was directed to the railroad workers, operating and non-operating alike, and read, "Do you realize that if a joint strike is called, the government will take charge of the railroads and operate them, if necessary, to ensure uninterrupted transportation and save the public loss and inconvenience?" According to the New York Times, the carriers sent thousands upon thousands of copy-s of their appeals to all parts of the country. A.UG. 3, 1916. EDW-N. C. Robems, M. A contemporary study estimated that the earners spent $500,000 on this propaganda. The Trainman's 8-Hour Law 2, Political Cerns Q. Micro Arterly 32. September, 1917. 426. Do you prefer working for the government under its discipline rather than to continue as a free American citizen? 5 feet. The other leaflet was directed to the businessmen of America and featured the following statement of a railroad manager. "This fight is to industry in America what the war is to Europe. The future of the railroads depends on the outcome, and if the strike is called, the railroads will not give in easily. Write or telegraph the president to insist either upon arbitration or an investigation of the issues in the dispute during which there should be no strike. SC." The business community responded quickly to the appeal. Chambers of commerce throughout the nation, the National Association of Manufacturers, and leading businessmen joined the carriers in the demand that either the issues be arbitrated or that the Interstate Commerce Commission investigate the controversy. Henry Ford warned that his factories would have to shut down if rail traffic ceased. Charles F. Wood, president of the Boston Chamber of Commerce, urged that the Interstate Commerce Commission be allowed to pass judgment in this dispute. California fruit and sugar beet growers expressed fear that they would not be able to get their crops to market. Several businessmen urged compulsory mediation. Others called for government intervention as President Cleveland had intervened during the Pullman strike, and most protested against any settlement that would bring higher freight rates. Only a handful of businessmen believed that labor's demands were justified. 53. As they had done during earlier negotiations, many newspapers joined the business community in rallying behind the railroads. 8 hours, or more pay? The Providence Journal asked, and the New York Times answered. The only question is increases in pay, which as everyone knows is really what the brotherhoods have demanded. The Times carried a lengthy article which favored compulsory arbitration as the only way to settle the dispute. 54. A few papers still supported the brotherhoods. The St. Paul Dispatch commented ironically in its editorial, "Long live arbitration. Did you ever notice that the fellow underneath is always clamorous for the principle of arbitration?" SS. The Springfield, Mass. Republicans saw in the carriers' insistence on arbitration a plan to disrupt the railroad unions. Seeking to explain the brotherhood's position on arbitration, the New York Evening Post reported that spokesmen for the employees have been careful to point out that they have not rejected the principle of arbitration, that they had only objected to the kind of arbitration proposed. 56. The Socialist New York Call was by far the most consistent and persistent supporter of the brotherhoods. This was not surprising, since Socialist Party platforms consistently pressed for the 8-hour day, and the International Socialist Review, Masses, the New York Call, and other socialist periodicals raised the issue repeatedly. The call, in fact, was so enthusiastic in its support of the brotherhoods that it did not even once mention that they had made no attempt to either include the non-operating railroad workers in their demands or to cooperate with them in any way. It pointed out that the railroads had set up one of the most costly publicity bureaus ever organized by big business to warp the minds of the people of the nation, including the use of big advertisements in all the large capitalist newspapers of the country, filled with false statements. In this way, the railroad magnates hoped to arouse the customers of the railroads against the four brotherhoods. To offset this propaganda, the call announced it would devote a major part of each issue during the dispute to the publication of material explaining and defending the brotherhood's demand for the 8-hour day. 57. The call used a variety of devices to carry out this pledge, publishing cartoons, reprinting leaflets issued by the brotherhoods, debunking leaflets of the carriers, and relating the long struggle for the 8-hour day, even arguing that the 8-hour day was the standard in the 5th century. One of the cartoons was headed, "In 400,000 homes," and depicted a woman holding a child while a sign clings to her fingers reading, "Railroaders demand 8-hour day." The child asks, "Won't Daddy ever come?" In one issue, the headline asked, "Where do railroad men now work 8 hours a day?" The answer, "In Mexico." Then followed, "Gentlemen who own railroads and Mexican ranches and who want the United States to clean up Mexico probably would be slow to admit that Mexico can show us anything in industrial or governmental operation." To these persons who are loudly protesting that the American railroads would be bankrupted if they worked their men only 8 hours a day, we offer this information. Mexican railroads have just granted their employees an 8-hour day. 58. The AFL and the Brotherhoods dispute. In the main, the labor movement rallied to the support of the Brotherhoods. There had been some question as to what stand the AFL would take. At its 1914 convention in Philadelphia, a resolution had been favorably reported to the delegates from the organization committee which declared that there were still national and local unions not affiliated with the Federation, that they were a menace to some of its unions, and that efforts to have them affiliate had failed. The resolution went on to instruct the officers of the Federation to proceed to organize such local or national unions, if such is possible. Speaking in favor of the resolution, J.R. Connors of the Switchmen's Union of North America, made up of non-operating railroad workers, cited the fact that the four brotherhoods had in some instances assisted railroads to defeat the switchmen in strikes. Gompers, however, claimed that the favorable report had been a mistake and vigorously opposed the resolution. He charged that it permitted the setting up of rival unions which amounted to nothing less than a declaration of war. He favored the association of the brotherhoods with the AFL as a major step in achieving the solidarity of the labor movement in the United States, but he would not for a moment think of invading the sovereignty of national labor unions. Actually, he noted, there had emerged during the last 10 years a better feeling between the brotherhoods and the Federation, with the result that the railroad organizations had been of great assistance in getting certain labor legislation through Congress. The adoption of the resolution, he argued, would destroy the developing unity between the two organizations. In vain the delegates from the Switchmen's Union pleaded for adoption, again arguing that certain brotherhoods, not all, had opposed their union in strikes. At Gompers' insistence, however, the resolution was returned to the Committee on Organization, where it died. 59. Gompers now had a free hand to support the brotherhoods in their battle for the 8-hour day, and in the summer and fall of 1916 the aid the railroad unions received from the AFL not only brought the organizations more closely together than ever before, but even produced serious talk of brotherhood affiliation with the Federation. 60** on August 2, 1916, Gompers wrote to the chiefs of the four brotherhoods that the AFL fully supported them in their demand for an 8-hour day and that the Federation would combat vigorously any attempt to compel the railroad unions to submit their demands to compulsory arbitration. 10 days later, Gompers announced publicly that the Federation would support the brotherhoods in the event of a strike. Speaking in the name of the AFL Executive Council, he declared, "It is our most earnest hope that the railway companies may be induced to take a broad-minded and humanitarian view of your demand. When the railway companies understand the full meaning of the 8-hour day and * no such organic unity ever occurred. Realize the material, moral and social advantages that will inevitably result from its establishment, they cannot refuse to concede to the workers the boon of the 8-hour day and concede without imposing upon the workers the necessity of cessation of work in order to establish your demand. But, regardless of whether your purpose is secured by the voluntary agreement of railway companies or whether it is necessary for the railway men to strike to obtain this just and necessary protection, the American Federation of Labor pledges to the brotherhoods its support and sympathy in the effort to accomplish that which is fundamental for the protection and betterment of the railway men." 61. Still there were dissenting voices. Non-operating railway workers, whether organized or unorganized, not only did not give strong support to the brotherhoods, but even criticized the AFL for rendering such support incritically. These workers pointed out that they would gain nothing directly from any reduction in hours or increase in pay for the operating crafts. On the contrary, they stood to lose wages if the railroads were struck. 62. In responding to such criticism, Gompers wrote, "Every new success in shortening the working hours for any group of workers is felt by all workers. There is a big principle involved in the fight the road brotherhoods have been making, a principle which is of paramount importance to all wage earners. When a fundamental principle is involved, differences which do not concern essentials must be subordinated to the principle which affects the interest and welfare of all. The benefits that will result from the establishment of an 8-hour day for all railroad workers will be extended far beyond the members of the railroad brotherhoods. No one effort could accomplish more for the establishment of a general 8-hour workday than the success of the railroad brotherhoods in establishing the 8-hour day through the power of their economic movement. 63. As we shall now see, while the economic power of the brotherhoods was crucial in their final victory, the 8-hour day itself was established through congressional legislation. Chapter 10. An 8-hour day for the railroad brotherhoods. 2. The Adam.Sun Act. On February 22, 1916, President Woodrow Wilson wrote to Senator William Stone, "I have been not a little concerned about the matter of the dispute between the brotherhoods and the railroads. A general strike on the railroads just now would be nothing less than a calamity, and I am already seeking not only information, but some way to use my good offices." 3 months later, on April 7, he wrote to Senator W. C. Adamson, "I am only too keenly aware of the trouble that is now impending in the railroad world, and I have been casting about to see if there is anything I could do." 2. Background to the White House Conference. The president did not lack for advice on how he should deal with the coming crisis. Democratic Senator James Reed of Missouri urged Wilson to confer directly with the labor leaders. Secretary of the Treasury, William G. McAdoo, thought that Congress should take certain anticipatory steps, but did not specify exactly what. Other than that, he believed that Assistant Secretary of Labor Louis F. Post might be able to devise a solution. Richard B. Olney, who had been instrumental in breaking the Pullman strike of 1894, felt that in case of a strike, the federal government should appoint receivers for the struck lines and operate them openly and nationally as a strikebreaker. Democratic Senator Ben Tillman of South Carolina urged the government to step in between capital and labor, and take both by the throat and shake them into decency. 3. Meanwhile, on advice from Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, that the dispute would be submitted to mediation and that there was a good chance a settlement would then be reached, the president decided to do nothing concrete but to pursue a course of watchful waiting. 4. But by the end of July, he was being subjected to intense pressure from business groups and from several members of his own cabinet to either intervene personally in the dispute or to support the Newlands resolution, which called for a public investigation of the issues, while both parties refrained from any action until it was completed. Late in July, Harry A. Wheeler, chairman of the National Chamber of Commerce Committee on the Railroad Situation, wrote in alarm to the president that after conferring with the railway executives, he was positive that a strike would occur unless Wilson intervened. Wheeler assured the president that all business groups in the country supported the Newlands resolution. 6. Under this pressure, Wilson turned once more to his Secretary of Labor for advice. The latter, meanwhile, had received information from Assistant Secretary Post, which only appeared to confuse matters. Post had talked about the situation with P. J. McNamara, vice president and legislative representative of the Brotherhood of Locomotive Firemen and Enginemen. According to Post, McNamara had told him that the brotherhoods were not really sincere in their demand for an 8-hour day, that their members were not so much interested in the shorter workday, but were really after pay for more than 8 hours, thus implying that a wage increase by itself could settle the issue. In fact, Post reported that McNamara told him that if Congress did not interfere by passing the Newlands resolution and left the parties alone, he was certain there would be no strike. 1. Although everything said and done by the brotherhoods since the beginning of the dispute had contradicted McNamara's evaluation, Wilson enthusiastically accepted Post's report as accurate. He immediately advised the president that it would be a mistake to support passage of the Newlands resolution or to have the Interstate Commerce Commission interfere in any way. Much of the hysteria, he continued, was caused by the impending strike vote, which had to be taken only because it was necessary before the carriers or the Board of Mediation and Conciliation could recognize that a disroor existed. Of course, it was to be expected that the vote would reveal an almost unanimous determination to strike if negotiations failed, but Wilson assured the president that a strike vote did not mean that there would be a strike, since there was usually a big difference between a union's demands and what it was willing to underscore sell for. Having given the president a lesson in how unions, including his own United Mine Workers, often operated, but at the same time, having completely underestimated the Brotherhood's determination to achieve the 8-hour day, the secretary then pointed out to Wilson that the Board of Mediation and Conciliation had compiled a very successful record and that it had a very good chance of settling the dispute. A public investigation, on the other hand, would destroy all chances of successful mediation. Meanwhile, the Department of Labor, while not interfering, would place a representative on the spot to keep in touch with the proceedings. The president was evidently impressed by this assurance, for he replied that the Secretary of Labor was entirely right in your judgment about a special investigation, and that such an inquiry would be a very great mistake at this time. He also expressed satisfaction that the department was keeping in touch with developments and asked the secretary to inform him the moment it seems wise for me to do anything in this manner. 9. Events soon demonstrated that the years that William B. Wilson had spent removed from actual involvement in the labor movement had caused him to seriously miscalculate the situation. He simply did not recognize either the intense determination of the carriers not to yield to the Brotherhood's demands, or the sincerity of the railroad workers' desire for the 8-hour day and their equally intense determination to obtain it by a general strike if necessary. Nor did he properly understand the Brotherhood's lack of confidence in the Board of Mediation. On the same day on which he had written to his Secretary of Labor agreeing with him about the inadvisability of a congressional investigation, President Wilson also replied to leaders of the Chamber of Commerce who insisted again that he support the Newlands resolution and compel the parties to wait until the investigation was completed before taking any action. To this reiterated demand, Wilson replied that he neither had the power to compel the parties to await the results of an investigation, nor did he think it wise that such an investigation be undertaken. 10. However, the options remaining to the president were quickly running out, and by the time the mediation board left for New York City, Judge Chambers had conferred with him, and was told to expect the call inviting the parties to the White House if, as was by now anticipated, the mediation efforts failed. Certainly by this time, with the presidential campaign of 1916 getting underway, and a contest shaping up between Wilson and Charles Evans Hughes, the Republican nominee, it is clear that political considerations were not absent from the chief executive's decision. However, they were not the prime motive for Wilson's action. The serious damage a railroad strike would inflict on the nation's economy and the Wilson Preparedness Program was a significant factor influencing his thinking, but the political considerations were also important. Also not to be ignored was the fact that Wilson was disposed to favor shorter hours of work long before the railroad dispute developed, and he appeared to be convinced that public sentiment supported him in this stand. Shorter hours for workers had been one of the reforms of the New Freedom, and he had mentioned it several times in the 1912 campaign. 12. Furthermore, as one scholar has argued, Wilson's history of dealing with the railroads could well have predisposed him to favor the Brotherhood's demand. In some of his early strong ideas against trusts, part which derived from Louis Brandeis, railroads figured prominently. One of the first anti-trust cases the government acted upon in the Wilson administration was that involving the New York, New Haven and Hartford Railroad. 13. Significant, too, is the response Wilson gave to a correspondent who criticized the operators' intransigence in the dispute over the 8-hour day. Think you were right about the railroad men, Wilson wrote. They do not seem to know how to lift their eyes from the immediate task, and I must say it is rather discouraging dealing with them. 14. Finally, as we have seen, Wilson, when called upon, had already intervened twice in issues affecting the Brotherhoods and carriers and had thereby opened the door for similar intervention to try to resolve the latest dispute. The White House Conference. The White House Conference began on August 14. The explosive tensions between the two parties was illustrated when the president met in the Green Room with labor representatives in the morning, and with management representatives in the afternoon. Garretson, spokesperson for the Brotherhoods, refused to budge even after Wilson re-emphasized the harmful effects of the threatened strike action on the public. In the afternoon, the carrier representatives stressed the tremendous costs to the lines and their stockholders should labor be allowed to have its way. Wilson did not deal with the cost to the railroads in dollars, but he did urge the managers to consider the cost of ignoring the public's interest. Both conferences broke up with the president still hopeful of compromise, but with the Brotherhoods just as determined as ever. 16. On August 15, Wilson put forth his own proposal for a settlement. The 8-hour day, he declared, was a just demand and the railroads should grant it. However, all questions of punitive overtime pay would have to await the results of a study of costs by a commission specially authorized to investigate the matter. 17. The president explained his statement on the 8-hour issue a few days later. I made this recommendation, he informed Senator Newlands, because I believe the concession right. The 8-hour day now undoubtedly has the sanction of the judgment of society in its favor and should be adopted. 18. Railroad labor's chief goal had certainly gained a powerful supporter. Nevertheless, as Alan Laverne Shepard points out, Wilson's endorsement of that goal was tempered by political necessity. His action was a middle-of-the-road maneuver, designed to placate both parties yet not wholly satisfactory to either one. 19. Dallas L. Jones views the recommendation somewhat differently. The proposal, essentially a middle-of-the-road compromise, brought the issues into focus. The Brotherhoods were taken at their word that the 8th day rather than higher pay was the essential question, and it met the carriers' argument that the Brotherhoods did not want the 8-hour day and that there should be arbitration. It made both sides take a definite position. 20. The Brotherhood's position was that they did not have the power to sell for less than what they had demanded. Wilson promptly requested that the 600 chairmen still at their home posts be brought to Washington to vote on his proposal. On August 17, these men arrived in Washington and immediately met with the president. Wilson told them that he had not asked the railroads to grant the 8-hour day merely to avoid a strike, but because he believed the demand was just. He then added that he also believed it right that the question of pay should be arbitrated. 21. After the conference with the president, the chairman held a closed meeting to consider his proposals. In spite of the Brotherhood's chiefs' desire to secure approval of the proposals before the next meeting with the president, the chairman failed to take action. Many of them believed that they should continue to insist upon their full demands. When the president first submitted his proposals to the railway managers, they replied that they could not grant the 8-hour day without a guarantee of increased rates. Wilson answered that he had no assurances that there would be a rate increase, but that he was positive that the findings of the commission he would appoint to consider the question of cost would carry great weight with the interstate commerce. On the previous day, Gompers, Garretson and Stone conferred on the situation. It was after this conference that the two chiefs appeared to be more favorably inclined to the president's proposal. According to the New York Times, this was the result of Gompers' urgings. The AFL president was eager to help Wilson settle RHE dispute, and for RHE Brotherhoods to do all they could to aid the president. New York Times, August 17, 1916. Commission if it were found that rate increases were necessary. The managers refused to give Wilson a definite answer to his proposal. But later, in public statements, they accused the president of playing politics by attempting to avoid doing the right thing until after the election. By the right thing, of course, they meant calling for the entire dispute to be arbitrated. They also declared that the president was not concerned about the welfare of the railroads because he thought that the people who controlled the lines were unfriendly to him. 22. While the Brotherhoods were still debating the president's proposal, the managers told Wilson on August 17 that they would not accept his proposal because it was necessary to maintain the principle of arbitration. If arbitration is rejected, what hope can there be for industrial peace? They asked in justification of their refusal. Upon receiving the manager's rejection of his proposal, Wilson immediately summoned the presidents of some of the larger roads to Washington in order to appeal to a higher source of authority. At the same time, he issued a public statement explaining the proposal he had advanced. I have recommended the concession of the 8-hour day, that is, the substitution of an 8-hour day for the present 10-hour day in all of the existing practices and agreements. I made this recommendation because I believe the concession right. The 8-hour day now undoubtedly has the sanction of the judgment of society in its favor and should be adopted as a basis for wages even where the actual work to be done cannot be completed within 8 hours. Turning next to the questions of costs, to the railroads and their stockholders, of such an innovation, he noted that the railroads which have already adopted the 8-hour day do not seem to be at any serious disadvantage in respect of their cost of operation as compared with the railroads that have retained the 10-hour day. But only experience and practice could really solve that question, and therefore he had proposed that a commission look into the problem, and that all other issues in the dispute, such as the demand for extra pay for overtime made by the men and the contingent proposals of the railroad authorities, be postponed until facts shall have taken the place of calculations and forecasts with regard to the effects of a change to the 8-hour day. 23. On the same day, President Hale Holden, of the Burlington, acting as spokesperson for the railroad executives, issued a statement explaining why the roads could not accept the president's proposal. Z's, beyond dispute. The 8-hour day, he continued, was, when considered in connection with railroad train service, a question upon which minds may differ and is, therefore, a subject for arbitration. He repeated the willingness of the railroads to submit the question either to the Interstate Commerce Commission or a special tribunal. And he concluded, to say such a demand as that now presented for a revolutionary change in the arrangement that have grown up in the development of the railroad business and involving so many complicated facts and relations, and such vast additions to the cost of the country's transportation, is not arbitrable, is to destroy the principle of arbitration, and if successful would in our judgment tend immediately to discard all of the legislation, states and national, which has been enacted in recent years, and set the country back to the old days of strikes, lockouts, public disorder, and business anarchy for the settlement of questions inherent in the relation of employer and employee. 24. Ignoring the apocalyptic prophecy of the railroad executives, the Brotherhoods, on the following day, accepted the president's proposal. But the railroad president merely requested more time to study the plan. The following day, the presidents rejected the proposal. Immediately, President Wilson sent out a call for the presidents of additional roads to come to the conference in Washington. However, this produced no change of attitude. The railway executives again rejected the president's proposal, and told him, "We stand for the principle of arbitration for the settlement of industrial disputes." Arbitration is the ideal toward which public sentiment and legislation of this country have been steadily tending for the settlement of disputes between employers and employees. 25. Wilson replied that he regretted that the executives appeared to believe he was opposed to arbitration. He was not. In fact, he was so much in favor of it that he believed in compulsory arbitration. Yet under the law, he reminded the executives, there was no way to compel arbitration if either side refused to arbitrate. Moreover, the railroads were asking for something impracticable in requesting Congress to pass a compulsory arbitration law at a moment's notice. As president, Wilson spoke to the officials. One newspaper reported, he walked up and down before them in the Blue Room. Several times he emphasized points with a clenched fist. He spoke solemnly. 26. Implacable as ever, the railroad presidents refused to budge. The president pointed a finger at the executives and declared, if a strike comes, the public will know where the responsibility rests. It will not be upon me. 27. Then apparently losing his temper, muttering, I pray God to forgive you. I never can. Asterisk. He terminated the meeting. 28. Letters and telegrams continued to pour in to the president. Those from businessmen and business groups invariably asked Wilson to compel the men to arbitrate. Those from labor organizations sided with the Brotherhood. The major exception in this last category were the messages from the non-operating workers, both organized and unorganized, on the railroads, who wrote that the Brotherhoods were the best paid men, that they did not deserve more, and that they, the non-operating railroad workers, would gain nothing and lose much in the event of a strike. 29. Among the many telegrams which were sent to the president on behalf of the carriers, one was from President George C. Pope of the National Association of Manufacturers. Pope wired Wilson that though his organization was appreciative of the president's efforts to settle the dispute peacefully, the NOM wished to urge that you will with all the power of your great office and personally assert and maintain the principle of arbitration for industrial disputes affecting national intercourse. 30. In reply, Wilson declared, I hold to the principle of arbitration with as clear a conviction and firm a purpose as anyone, but, unfortunately, there is no means now in existence by which arbitration can be secured. The existing means have been tried and have failed. This situation must never be allowed to arise again, but it has arisen. Some means must be found to prevent its recurrence, but no means can be found offhand or in a hurry or in season to meet this present national emergency. What I am proposing does not weaken or discredit the principle of arbitration. It strengthens it, rather. It proposes that nothing be conceded except the 8-hour day, to which the whole economic movement of the time seems to point, and the immediate creation of an agency for determining all the arbitrable elements in this case, in the light, not of predictions or forecasts, but of established and ascertained facts. This is the first stage of the Charles W. Eliot, president of Harvard University, wrote to the president to inquire whether he said to the railroad officials, I pray God to forgive you. I never can. Wilson replied, I did say to the representatives of the railway presidents in parting with them, God forgive you. Eliot to Woodrow Wilson, September 11, 1916. Woodrow Wilson 2. Tumulty, attached to letter of Eliot, Woodrow Wilson Papers, Library of Congress. However, the version quoted above is from the account widely reported in the press. After the conference, the frustrated Wilson remarked to Tumulty, I was not able to make the slightest impression upon these men. I am at the end of my tether, and I do not know what further to do. Wilson to Tumulty, September 21, 1916, Woodrow Wilson. Papers, Library of Congress, Joseph P. Tumulty, Woodrow Wilson as I know LLIM. Garden City, New York, 1921, page 198. Direct route to the discovery of the best permanent basis for arbitration when other means than those now available are supplied. G. Pope refused to be persuaded. He replied that, the maintenance of the arbitrable spirit in industrial disputes is of far greater importance than the merits themselves. Elisha Lee, chairman of the Railways Conference Committee, supported Pope to the hilt, declaring that the railroads should grant, under threat of a national strike, a $50 million wage preferment to a small minority of their employees, without a hearing before a public tribunal, is inconceivable in a democracy like ours. 32. Failure of the White House Conference. The day after the rejection of the president's proposal, the railroads offered a counter-proposal. It called for compulsory investigation of the dispute, similar to the Canadian Disputes Act. This act provided that if mediation failed to settle a dispute, a governmental investigation of the facts underlying the dispute would be undertaken. During the investigation, there could be no strike or lockout. At the end of the investigation, the facts were made public and the parties were free to take action. A second counter-proposal submitted on August 2, 7, was intended to secure rate increases if the 8-hour day were adopted. A commission would be established to investigate both the financial and administrative impact of the shorter workday on the operation of the lines. Pending its report, 2 sets of books, one for the 8-hour day and one for the 10-hour day, were to be kept by each carrier. 33. Declaring that he would not act as mediator beyond what he had already done, Wilson turned both counter-proposals over to the Brotherhoods without comment. The unions promptly rejected them and told the president that they seemed to have been prepared with a deliberate purpose of refusing to accept all the essential features of the plan proposed by Your Excellency, while at the same time endeavoring to veil that refusal under a concurrence with some non-essential features of your plan. At the same time, the brotherhoods indicated willingness to accept the president's proposals. Point 34. The controversy, meanwhile, was rapidly approaching a climax. The chairmen, summoned to Washington at the insistence of the president, were growing restless as the days passed, and on August 25, Wilson was told that they could not be kept in the capital much longer. Upon receipt of this information, the president asked the railway executives to give him a definite answer as to whether they were willing to accept his proposal. On the 27th, the brotherhoods requested permission from Wilson to allow the 640 chairmen to return to their homes and to leave in their stead a committee with full J greater than O to act. This, they explained, would simplify matters for them. When Wilson gave his approval, the chairman left Washington late in the afternoon of August 27, leaving a committee in charge. Point 35. The brotherhoods were now convinced that the continuation of the negotiations day after day without progress was working to their disadvantage. For one thing, they had evidence that the railroads were using the delay to perfect their strike-breaking plans, hiring strikebreakers and purchasing arms and ammunition. For another, they were convinced that the carriers were attempting to inflame the minds of the American people against the employees. 36. In this they were receiving the full support of the majority of newspapers and magazines. Nor was this surprising, for as Gompers pointed out in this connection, the newspapers are owned, controlled, or influenced by the forces of great wealth of America. In addition, they are generally owned by men of wealth. Furthermore, the owners of the newspapers are employers of labor. As employers of labor, they are not going to permit the labor side of labor's cause to have a hearing. 37. The brotherhoods also realized that the carriers were using the delay to bring pressure upon the president. And in this, too, they were succeeding. As the Railway Age Gazette, the organ of the railroad officials, pointed out with satisfaction, the business interests of the country are backing the railways in their insistence on arbitration with an outspokenness, an energy, and a unanimity which has been surprising. Moreover, a very large part of the press is savagely denouncing Mr. Wilson, and declaring that by his abandonment of the principle of arbitration he has dealt a heavy blow to the cause of industrial peace, which will tend to cause strikes, lockouts, and anarchy in every branch of business. In fact, both the business community and the press are now convinced that not only the future of the railways, but to a great extent the industrial future of the United States, has been put at stake by the form this controversy has been given by President Wilson, and they are not hesitating to let the president know it. 38. But the Brotherhood supporters were also letting the president know it. In an authorized statement published by the New York Call, Senator Robert L. Owen of Oklahoma, chairman of the Senate Committee on Banking and Currency, and a sponsor of the federal child labor bill in the Senate, urged Wilson to stand firm in favor of the 8-hour day for the brotherhoods. Assigning that he was with the railroad workers to the finish in their fight for a reduction of the normal working day to 8 hours, he urged that the greed for more of those already too powerful commercially and financially should not be allowed to fix the national policy of the 8-hour day. He summed up his position. The 8-hour day, demanded by the railroad brotherhoods, marks an epoch in the ever-increasing recognition of the concrete rights of man to life, liberty, and happiness. It has been a long, hard struggle. I am rejoiced the 8-hour day is so far established. I should like to see it the universal rule and to see society adjust to it. An 8-hour day of labor will produce a maximum industrial and commercial efficiency, will be a better basis of national preparedness and happiness than longer hours, which exhaust the human body and brain and bring physical decadence. An 8-hour day will better distribute the labor to be performed and will better distribute the proceeds of that labor and thus distribute happiness and property more equitably. The 8-hour day is coming. Let it come at once in every line. 39. For their part, the Brotherhood chiefs were trying to bring pressure on the rail executives by sending the chairman home. As long as the chairman remained in Washington, the railroad managers were convinced that there could be no strike. It was known, moreover, that the chairmen carried with them secret strike orders. Supposedly the date and hour of the strike was not set. But the secret strike order did not remain a secret very long. The carriers learned that a strike date had been set, and they called the White House for verification of this fact. If it were true, the rail executives informed the president they would have to leave for their home offices at once. The White House immediately called Garretson of the Brotherhoods, who confirmed the repon that the strike date had been set. But he also pointed out that the date was set far enough in advance to provide additional time for negotiations. Thereupon the president appealed once again to the railway executives, but they remained adamant and insisted upon their last counterproposal. 40. The president lamented the fact that there was now no means in existence by which to secure arbitration, and that the nation was faced with an inevitable strike unless immediate action was taken. Agreeing that this was precisely what would happen, the heads of the four brotherhoods declared The real and ultimate reason that the present railroad strike will be declared was the refusal of the railroads to accept the plan of settlement proposed by the President of the United States. Gompers made the same point in a public statement, and went on to praise the splendid fight of the 400,000 railroad men for the 8-hour workday. He assured the President and the nation that when they struck, they would have the sympathy, goodwill and support of all the wage earners, who were convinced that the effect of the 8-hour fight made by the railroad men will redound to the benefit of all wage earners in their efforts to secure the shorter workday. 41. The President's only alternative now was to call for congressional action. Wilson decided to go before Congress. He was not convinced that the legislators would respond to the emergency with the necessary legislation. Or as he put it, he did not know whether it will be possible to get from Congress any action which will control, or even moderate the situation. Fearing the worst, Wilson ordered some 15,000 troops from the Mexican border in the event that Congress should fail to enact legislation and the railroads should be struck. 42. Edward Berman argues that there were other methods, such as an injunction which President Wilson might have used in the crisis rather than appealing to Congress. But as Dallas Jones notes, not only was there no assurance that these methods would succeed, but there were political factors mitigating against their use. 43. In this connection, the editorial response of the pro-railway New York Sun to an irate stockholder is interesting. The correspondent urged that the Brotherhood leaders be arrested and punished under the interstate commerce law for conspiracy in case the strike against the railroads should be called without preliminary arbitration on the grievances, and refusal to comply with the award. The Sun reminded its correspondent that under the Clayton-Amey Trust Act, approved by Wilson on February 12, 1913, the labor of a human being is not a commodity or article of commerce, and the correspondent's proposal made it, if not impossible, at least extremely difficult and doubtful as an outcome. It also reminded him that work cannot be made compulsory on individuals, except as a punishment for crime, and that the right to strike has been upheld as an elementary principle, so that organizations and their leaders who carry out a strike cannot be penalized if the act be lawful. Then it asked, but what would be the use of arresting labor leaders? They would be released forthwith on bail and their trial would not come until months after the strike had been settled one way or the other. Then what could be the chance of convicting them in cold blood? The only effect of the arrests would be the excitement and exasperation of their followers to more obstinate resistance and perhaps to vengeful excesses. What, then, was the real answer? The Sun replied, the only feasible way of dealing with a strike seems to be to let it run its course. 44. Wilson's Mexican policy will be discussed in the next volume. Reprinting the stockholders' letter and the Sun's response, the New York Call labeled them, throwing up the sponge, and added, evidently what was possible in 1894 is not possible in 1916. What was easy for Grover Cleveland is not feasible for Woodrow Wilson, and there's a reason, but it has nothing to do with the Clayton Bill. The working men have become more united, more intelligent, more determined to get what they want and better posted on how to get it. 45. Wilson's proposal to Congress. On August 29, 1916, President Wilson addressed a joint session of Congress. After recounting the history of the dispute over the Brotherhood's demand that they be granted an 8-hour working day, safeguarded by payment for an hour and a half of service for every hour beyond the 8, he brought the story up to the complete deadlock between the parties, the setting of a strike date for September 4, and the fact that a strike would occur unless speedy action were taken to avert it. Then, full of foreboding, he pictured what would follow in the EV*1T of a strike. It affects the men who man the freight trains on practically every railway in the country. The freight service throughout the United States must stand still until their places are filled, if, indeed, it should prove possible to fill them at all. Cities will be cut off from their food supplies, the whole commerce of the nation will be paralyzed, men of every sort and occupation will be thrown out of employment, countless thousands will in all likelihood be brought, it may be, to the very point of starvation, and a tragical national calamity brought on, to be added to the other distresses of the time, because no basis of accommodation or settlement has been found. After assailing the rail executives for their unyielding position, and upholding the principle of the 8-hour day because the whole spirit of the times and the preponderant evidence of recent economic experience demanded it, Wilson pointed out that the only arbitrable issues were those which would result from the 8-hour day, not the 8th day itself. He had assured the carriers that no obstacle would be placed in the way of increased rates if the facts warranted such an increase. Wilson then called upon Congress to enact a 6-point program. 1. The enlargement and administrative reorganization of the Interstate Commerce Commission to enable it to deal more promptly and effectively with the industry's possible financial problems resulting from either a strike or wage increase. 2. Establishment of an 8-hour day for all operating employees. 3. Appointment of a commission to study the impact of a shorter workday. 4. Consideration by Congress of an increase in freight rates if the ICC deemed it necessary. 5. Amendment of the Newlands Act to include provisions for prohibiting both strikes and lockouts until the investigation of a dispute could be made. 6. Authority for the President to take over and operate the railroads and draft personnel, in case of military necessity. Another recommendation, listed separately, urged that arbitration awards be interpreted by courts of law and not by the parties themselves. 46. The first reaction of the Brotherhoods and of the labor movement as a whole to the President's message was anything but enthusiastic. Headlines in the labor press read, "Wilson urges no strike law, special. Message calls for Slave Act." The objection was specifically to Wilson's recommendation of a law declaring strikes unlawful pending investigation by a federal commission of disputes between the carriers and railroad workers. The fact that the proposal seemed to be based on the Canadian Industrial Act did not make it any more appealing to labor. Since the abolition of slavery, declared the heads of the four brotherhoods, no more effectual means has been devised for ensuring the bondage of the working men than the passage of compulsory investigation acts of the character of the Canadian Disputes Act, 47. It has been argued that this was only a minor aspect of the union's opposition, and that the brotherhoods were completely opposed to the President's action in appealing to Congress for legislation to put the 8-hour day into effect. They took this stand, goes the argument, because they did not want working conditions and hours to be established through legal enactment, insisting that such advances must come through economic power. Underlying this reluctance, the argument continues, was their fear of the future impotence of their organize-ions if shorter hours and improved working conditions were established and protected by IAW instead of by collective bargaining, trade unionism and strikes. 48. Certain. Why this was the position taken by Samuel Gompers in supporting the brotherhoods. Ignoring, as was his and the AFL's wont, any history of 8-hour activity before the formation of the Federation, he declared publicly. Beginning with the declaration of the American Federation of Labor Convention in 1884, establishing the 8-hour day as the primary purpose to be cured by the economic organization of the workers, a revolutionary force was injected into industrial and commercial organization and relations. I for the resolution adopted at this convention and the events and results that followed, Sue. Phillips. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, New York, 1955, Volume LL, pp. 98-105. The first great concerted campaign for 8 hours was that of 1886, when the efforts of all labor organizations were concentrated on securing the shorter workday in their own trades. The splendid achievements of the first great effort, gained through the economic power of the trade union movement, disclosed the way to secure 8 hours for all. Whatever progress has been made in reducing hours of work has been due to organized economic power. 49. Gompers' statement was written especially for the socialist New York Call, which seems to have been so overwhelmed by this fact that it did not bother to correct his statement about the first united action having occurred in 1886. It is strange, too, that the Call did not take issue with Gompers' whole approach to the 8-hour day, since the socialists generally proposed a political solution, in the form of legislation, for long hours. At the 1915 AFL convention, a socialist-led coalition challenged the position of the Gompers leadership, endorsed by the AFL convention during previous years, that only economic methods, i.e., collective bargaining, would be used to usher in the shorter working day. Arguing that labor opposition to legislation had actually caused the defeat of hours laws in some states, socialists and their allies on this issue held that tactics should be flexible and varied. William Green, an AFL vice president and later president, broke with Gompers on this score. Is there anyone here, he asked, who believes the man who enjoys the benefit of the 8-hour day through economic organization enjoys it more than the man who secured it through legislation? John Fitzpatrick, head of Chicago Federation of Labor and one of the most astute trade union strategists of the period, spoke for the 8-hour day by legislation, both industrially and politically, a position endorsed by the Illinois Federation of Labor. Gompers' supporters won a close vote, 8,500 to 6,396 with 4,061 abstentions, on the issue. But labor bodies continued to battle for the 8-hour day on both the economic and legislative front. Proceedings. AFL Convention, 1915, pp. 132-48, 224-56. It is true that in private correspondence and public testimony during the hearings on the threatened strike of railway employees, conducted by the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce on August 31, 1916, the chiefs of the Brotherhoods and Gompers, whom they invited to appear with them, maintained a certain amount of opposition to * for the 8-hour movement before 1886, see Philip S. Foner, History of the American Labor Movement in the United States, New York, 1947, Volume I, pp. 37182. Moreover, the Socialist Panies National Executive Committee issued a pamphlet entitled Are the Workers of America Opposed to an 8-Hour Law? American Socialist? August 21, 1915. Gompers thought the pamphlet influential enough to devote 28 pages of the August 1915 issue of the American Federationist to answering it. Legislative enactment of an 8-hour law. But the Brotherhood's leader made it clear at the same time that, once Congress did pass such a law, they could take the necessary steps to call off the strike set for September 4th. In fact, W.G. Lee, president of the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, urged speedy action so that at least one point of the president's 6-point program, the one calling for the 8-hour day, could be adopted swiftly. I hope, he declared, it can be enacted before the close of Saturday's workday, September 2nd, he continued. If so, then we can stop this calamity by wiring all of our general chairmen the message, satisfactory settlement effected, and explain that it is just about what he suggested, the 8-hour day, an investigation of the other things, and put them in if they are found to be fair, or dispose of them in a fair and equitable way, as Congress may say, or someone else. We are ready to do that, gentlemen, and all criticism to the contrary should be forgotten. But I want to impress upon you how absolutely impossible it is to send word to those chairmen that a satisfactory settlement has been made until first the 8-hour day is established. When Senator Pomeranian interrupted Lee with the suggestion that the Brotherhood should withdraw the strike order and then give Congress time to investigate the merits of the controversy, the Brotherhood chief replied that Congress had had ample time to initiate its investigation during the 11 days that the unions were the guests of President Wilson. He firmly repeated it was possible to withdraw the strike order now in only one way, namely, by a wire to the chairman announcing that the 8-hour day had been secured by Congressional Action .50. It would appear that it was not so much congressional legislation for an 8-hour day that the Brotherhoods opposed publicly, but the absence of such a law. The Adamson ACT. While the hearings on the threatened strike of railway employees were taking place, President Wilson was meeting with Speaker Champ Clark, Majority Leader Claude Kitchen, Minority Leader James R. Mann, Chairman W.C. Adamson, and other Commerce Committee. In his testimony, Lee charged that the railroad managers had used the 11-day truce during the conferences with the president to prepare themselves for war with the Brotherhoods. During this period, the Brotherhood chiefs received wires, affidavits, and letters from our members by RHE hundreds directing our attention to the hostile activities of the railroad companies, including information that the carriers planned to use non-operating railroad workers as scab strikebreakers. U.S. Congress, Committee on LNTA State Commerce, Hearings on the Threatened Strike of Railway Employees, 64th Congress, 1st Session, pp. 143-44. New York Call, September 27, 1916. Members. The President insisted on adoption of his entire 6-point program, and urged inclusion of the compulsory investigation during which there could be no strike. But Adamson informed Wilson that passage of a rate increase and the strike ban during compulsory investigation were impossible at that time. He made it clear that the combined opposition of the Brotherhoods and the AFL doomed any chance of winning congressional approval of the compulsory investigation provision. The evidence supporting this conclusion was clear. The Brotherhood chiefs and Gompers had vigorously opposed the provision during the hearings on the impending strike. Then at a meeting called at the AFL building, attended not only by labor leaders of the Brotherhoods and the Federation, but also by the Labor Congressman and Secretary of Labor Wilson, plans were discussed for blocking the proposal. Gompers wired all of the central labor unions and state federations of labor affiliated with the AFL, urging them to telegraph both your United States senators and your congressmen in Washington, insisting upon the 8-hour workday at present compensation, and in your telegram emphatically protest against enactment of any law imposing upon American workers involuntary servitude, even for a day. Please have the labor and other press in your community send similar telegrams. 51. This unified opposition of the Brotherhoods, AFL, and the labor congressmen meant that no compulsory investigation provision could be included in Adamson's bill, which meant, the senator made clear to Wilson, that the best that could be hoped for was passage of an 8th law with a commission to study its effects. The president still refused to give support to Adamson's measure. But when he was informed by the Senate leaders that there was no hope of securing more before Congress convened on August L, Wilson sent word to Adamson to go ahead with the bill he had drafted. .52. Whether or not the Brotherhoods really opposed the president's action in appealing to Congress for legislation for an 8-hour day, their testimony indicating that such a law was the only way to call off the impending strike did have the effect of speeding action on the Adamson bill. The House Committee on Interstate Commerce and Foreign Commerce reported the measure favorably. The House passed the bill the same day by a 239-56 vote. On September 2, 1916, after a day of bitter debate and with all of the Republican senators, except Robert M. Laf Follett, voting against the measure, the Senate voted 4-3 to 2-8 to enact the measure. President Wilson signed the Adamson Act in his private. There is not even a hint in these telegrams that Gompers frowned upon an 8-hour day obtained through congressional action. Railroad car at Union Station before leaving Washington to deliver an address in Kentucky. The 4 pens used were given to each of the Brotherhood chiefs, S.J. entitled a law to establish an 8-hour day for employees of carriers engaged in interstate and foreign commerce and for other purposes. The Adamson Act declared that beginning January 1, 1917, 8 hours shall be deemed a day's work in the measure of standard for the purpose of reckoning the compensation actually engaged in the operation of trains and for the transportation of persons or property in interstate commerce. The law instructed the President to appoint a commission of 3 to observe the administrative and financial effects of the institution of the 8-hour standard workday. The commission was instructed to carry on this study during a period of not less than 6 months and not more than 8, and was required to make its report not later than 30 days thereafter. During the 7 or 9 months required to make the investigation and file the report, the railroad managers were forbidden to reduce the wages of the trainmen working the 8-hour day below the existing day's standard wages for 10 hours. Overtime after 8 hours was to be paid on a pro rata basis for such standard workday. Originally the bill had called for time and 1/2 for overtime, but it was changed to straight time. Anticipating the President's approval, the Brotherhoods canceled the strike immediately after the Senate had acted to adopt the Adamson Bill .54. On the same day the railroad unions took this action, Gomper's secretary, writing for the AFL president, emphasized, "The railroad brotherhoods still maintain their opposition to the legislative methods. Undoubtedly, the precedent established will give a bad twist to the labor movement. Of course, the quasi-public nature of the railroad business is a mitigating element, but undoubtedly trouble will result in the end." 55. How much of this reflected Gomper's view or that of the brotherhoods is impossible to tell. As for Gomper's, however, it is worth noting that in spite of his disapproval of the legislative method of securing the 8th-hour day, once the Adamson Act was adopted, he urged the railroad unions affiliated with the AFL to act swiftly to secure inclusion within its provisions. 56. Whatever the Brotherhood officials may have felt personally about securing the 8-hour day through congressional legislation, they wore an S. Sir one of the engineers and W.G. Leoforty trainman Laurer declared that they did not like RHE Adamson Act and expressed the wish that the Brotherhoods had gone ahead with the strike. W.S. Garretson, Truth About the Passage of the Adamson Bill, Railroad Democrat, August 21, 1919. Allen Laverne Shepard, Federal Railway Labor Policy, 1913 to 1926, unpublished Ph.D. Thesis, University of Nebraska, 1971, page 90. Had no choice but to call off the strike once the Adamson Act was passed. For one thing, they had already stated publicly before a congressional committee that once such a law became a reality, they would act immediately to have the strike called off. For another, they did not want to embarrass the president politically in the midst of a campaign for re-election. While 3 of the chiefs were Republicans, they knew that the Wilson administration had been friendly to railroad labor, and that the workers had gained more under the Democrats than they had under previous Republican administrations. To have gone ahead with a strike after enactment of the law would have made Wilson look foolish and turned public opinion against the Brotherhoods. Certainly there would have been little sympathy for the explanation that their future as trade unions would be jeopardized if the workers achieved so important a victory as the 8-hour day through legislation. S7. In his study, Federal Railway Labor Policy, 1913 to 1926, Allen Laverne Shepard argues that Wilson could not get all he wished included in the Adamson Act because the Democratic Party in 1916 was rent by factionalism that extended deep into Congress, while reports of a revolt by Champ Clark and the anti-war elements, as well as of Bryan's growing hostility to the preparedness program, had declined by August, the breach over foreign affairs was not healed. This weakened the possibility of winning the support of the dissidents for the complete package, while the Democratic Party's eagerness to gain the support of organized labor and attract many ex-bull moosers into its fold for the fall elections, made it politically unwise to propose a ban on strikes during compulsory investigations. Also, the idea of raising railroad rates would hardly appeal to farmers and small businessmen. Adamson, Shepard concludes, could promise passage of the 2 provisions in his bill, because the Democrats, despite Republican gains in 1914, still controlled both houses of Congress and because the Republicans were just as much divided by dissension in foreign affairs as the Democrats. They could also be expected to oppose any concessions to labor unions on the domestic front, thereby presumably antagonizing the uncommitted progressives. 58. J. In his testimony before the Senate Committee on Interstate Commerce, Lee denied that partisanship toward Wilson as a Democrat, as was charged in some papers, had any influence in the Brotherhood's support of the president's proposals. With 3 of these chief railroad executives lifetime Republicans, the press or anyone else referring to it as a political trick is unfair, unjust, and should not be mentioned. New York Call, September 27, 1916. The impact of the Adamson Act on the presidential election is discussed below. Sioux chapter on the election of 1916. It is helpful of Shepard to include, presumably antagonizing the uncommitted progressives. While most Republicans opposed Adamson's bill because of their bias in favor of the railroads or purely on partisan grounds, Senator Albert B. Cummins, progressive from Iowa, opposed it on the principle that the rail unions were browbeating Congress and the country into accepting their demands. Cummins' progressivism was typical of those in the movement who either viewed organized labor as a menace equal to that of big business, or in too many cases, as an even greater evil. 59. Implications of the Adamson Act. Regardless of what factors were responsible, in September 1916, 400,000 workers on the railroads gained the 8-hour day, and a nationwide rail shutdown was averted. Moreover, the influence of the Adamson Act in extending the 8-hour day was considerable. The railway switchmen soon demanded the 8-hour day, and it was awarded to them through arbitration, which set off a day of celebration. Other railroad workers showed less enthusiasm since they were still not included in the act, but they too hoped that the gains achieved by the operating men would gradually filter down to them. 60. Of this, Frank P. Walsh, chairman of the Industrial Relations Commission, had not the slightest doubt. In fact, he saw in the passage of the Adamson Act the opening up of a new era for labor throughout the world. The 8-hour day is inevitable in the United States, he wrote, in a special message to the New York Call, and when the workers of Europe leave the trenches, I predict a worldwide refusal to work at any employment for more than 8 hours a day. Pointing out that every governmental body, hygienic association and society of scientific and economic research that had investigated industrial conditions for the past decade had found that the physical well-being, necessary opportunity for mental development, and the recreational needs of human beings demanded that no man or woman should be permitted to work for more than 8 hours a day, Walsh insisted. 8 hours should be recognized by society as a sufficiently long workday. The 8-hour day and the living wage should no longer be subject to arbitration. For a discussion of this aspect of the progressive movement, see Philip S. F. Foner, History of the Labor Mole. Emmett in the United States, New York, 1980, Volume V. pp. 61-62, 87. Who gave the 8 heads of railroads the power to decide how long the trainmen should spend with their wives and children? This stand of the trainmen is not a revolution, but there are 400,000 men who are intelligent enough to say they will work no more unless as free men. The year 1916 marks the beginning of the end of an industrial despotism which allows a few men to exercise autocratic control over the lives, mental aspirations and craving for happiness of countless producers. Wilson's 8-hour day plea will become the demand of the whole world's workers. 61. Railroads fight the Adamson Act. Such euphoric phrases left the railroad managers cold. Indeed, it soon became clear that passage of the law marked only a temporary ceasefire in the war between the brotherhoods and the railroads. Shortly after the Adamson Act was passed, the brotherhoods requested a conference with the carriers to put the 8-hour day into effect. At the conference, the railroad managers refused to discuss the matter and told the brotherhoods that they intended to test the act's constitutionality. 62. All of the railroad presidents applauded this intransigent stand. Typical was the circular sent to their stockholders by the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad, in which President E. P. Ripley declared the Adamson Act unconstitutional, and recommended to all the railroads that steps should be taken to resist it in every lawful manner. He also urged stockholders of every road to use their influence in favor of appropriate remedial legislation. 63. At the end of November 1916, all the railroads announced jointly that they were in agreement to fight to the end. To this open defiance of the law, W. G. Lee, head of the trainmen, responded for all the brotherhoods by reminding the carriers that a strike vote is still in effect, and if the railroads do not live up to the very spirit of the law, there is no reason why the brotherhoods should not take advantage of their strongest card. 64. Gompers backed the brotherhoods again, declaring angrily that whatever steps the railroads may take to kill the Adamson Law, that asterisk in a letter to the New York Call, Julia Lathrop, chief of the Children's Bureau of the Department of Labor, noted, children need the companionship of fathers as well as mothers, and they can have neither in any real sense if long hours of work exhaust energy and leave no time away from work save that required for the business of eating and sleeping. New York Call, September 13, 1916. Walsh added, the wisdom and bravery of free president in making this pronouncement is unparalleled in the annals of statesmanship. New York Call, September 3, 1916. Clearly the IRC chairman was not inclined to understatement. Law is going into effect on January 1st, and will be enforced. He issued a warning, using a Shakespearean quotation to make his point. Men of wealth, I say to you, be careful how far you go. There is a limit even to human endurance. You throw down the gauntlet and we accept the challenge. When the time comes, it will be another case of lay on. Macduff, and damned be him who first cries, hold, enough. Gompers cited the fact that the Louisville Post, which in response to the declaration that the railroads were in agreement to fight to the end, remarked, the railroad oligarchy is as blind as ever was the slave oligarchy, which resisted every suggestion of gradual or compensated emancipation. 65. Both Gompers and the Brotherhood chiefs soon had another reason to feel bitter. Although Wilson had reluctantly accepted the Adamson Act without his pet scheme for compulsory investigation during which there would be no strikes, in December 1916, when he addressed the opening session of the 65th Congress, he renewed his request for such legislation. Since the opposition of Gompers, the AFL, and the Brotherhoods had not deterred the president from pushing his compulsory arbitration proposal, organized labor enlisted the support of Republican legislators and even businessmen. Through Frank Feeney of the elevator constructors, Gompers arranged for a conference with Republican Senator Boise Penrose, who also opposed the president's legislative proposal. Gompers urged Penrose to advise Republican. The quotation is from Macbeth. The Post cited the following facts of the history of the railroads to make its point event stronger. The railroads fought to the end the adoption of the Interstate Commerce Act. The railroads fought to the end every attempt to give the Interstate Commerce Commission anything more than advisory power over the regulation of rates or the eradication of abuses. The railroads fought to the end all attempts of state legislatures and of Congress to abolish rebates or put an end to the pass evil, which had grown to large proportions. The railroads fought to the end the passage of the Hepburn Law, which they declared to be confiscatory and unconstitutional. They fought to the end the National Workmen's Compensation Act. They fought to the end the law requiring the application of safety appliances first to passengers and then to freight trains. They fought to the end all legislation putting a limit to the continuous service of railroad employees. Reprinted in Literary Digest, December 2, 1916, page 1148. The Philadelphia Public Ledger reponed on December 6, 1916. Undaunted by the menacing attitude of the Brotherhoods and the Federation of Labor, the president renews practically the whole of his original suggestions for dealing with the problem of compulsory arbitration, when it was in its most acute stage last August. Wilson himself wrote to Judge Chambers, "I would not in any case have consented to a postponement of the legislation, and I am taking steps now to press it as far as possible." Wilson to W.L. Chambers, December 21, 1916, Woodrow Wilson Papers. Senators to cooperate with those Democratic lawmakers who were unwilling to force compulsory arbitration on the workers. He suggested, too, that it would not hurt the Republican Party co-support labor in this matter. As a result of the united labor opposition, aided by Democratic and Republican lawmakers, nothing came of Wilson's new request for compulsory arbitration. But the fact that the president had continued to urge it upon Congress made the Brotherhoods more determined to have the 8-hour day immediately. 66. Meanwhile, an 8-hour commission was appointed to report on the feasibility of the shorter workday. It was composed of General George Goethals of Panama Canal fame, Edgar E. Clark of the Interstate Commerce, and George Rubley, friend of Supreme Court Justice Louis Zero Brandeis and co-framer of the Federal Trade Commission Act. 67. The 8-hour commission made its report on December 29, 1917. It found that an 8-hour day was feasible in the railroad industry, and recommended that the Adamson Act be implemented on January 1, 1917, as provided for in the law. 68. But the railroads continued to ignore the law, and by March 1917, the dissatisfaction of the men forced the Brotherhood officials to take action. The chiefs notified the carriers that if the 8-hour provision of the act were not put into effect by March 17, a strike would take place. On March 15, negotiations between the carriers and the four unions were resumed, but the managers refused to concede anything until the Supreme Court acted. The carriers again proposed arbitration if the court declared the law unconstitutional. The Brotherhoods rejected the proposal, and negotiations were on the point of being broken off when President Wilson, inaugurated for a second term only a few weeks before, again intervened. 69. With the country on the verge of war, the situation was very different from that of the preceding September. When Wilson appealed on March 16 to both parties to settle their differences, he based the question squarely on the issue of patriotism and asked them to consider the gravity of the situation. At the same time, he informed them that he had appointed a mediation committee of the Council of National Defense to help the parties reach a settlement. 70 ***. The committee consisted of Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson, railroad executives Franklin K. Lane and Daniel Willard, and Samuel Gompers. All four joined at once, as we shall see in the next volume. Wilson did not hold Gompers' outspoken opposition to his compulsory arbitration proposal against the labor leader. Far overshadowing every other issue was Gompers' support for Wilson's war policies. The formation of the Council of National Defense is discussed in the next volume. In asking the Brotherhoods for a 48-hour postponement of the strike, a request which was promptly granted. 71. Meanwhile, Attorney General Thomas W. Gregory and a number of law officers in the Army's Judge Advocate General's office began studying the Debs case in the Pullman strike of 1894, planning to use it as the basis for recommending that the president take strong action against the Brotherhoods and their leaders if mediation failed. Indeed, tumulty Wilson's secretary placed an article from the New York Times on Wilson's desk, with the attached penciled notation, "You will be interested in this." The article was entitled, Debs Case a Precedent, 72. But such drastic action proved to be unnecessary. On March 18, as war approached even closer, the president notified the parties that in view of the aggravated international situation, under no conditions could a strike occur. That night the parties met in continuous session, and in the early morning of March 19, 1917, an agreement was reached to put the basic 8-hour day into effect immediately. Thus ended what one journal called, the Railroad Labor War, 73. Ironically, on the same afternoon, in a 5-4 decision, the Supreme Court upheld the constitutionality of the Adamson Act. The decision, which interpreted the act as a wage law, gave the federal government power to regulate all phases of interstate commerce, 74. Another irony was the fact that the railroad brotherhoods had finally won the 8-hour day by using their federated power. For it had been the great shopmen's strike on the Harriman system for recognition of the federation method of collective bargaining, the longest railroad strike in history, lasting from September 30, 1911 to June 28, 1915, which the brotherhoods had helped to smash, that paved the way for the brotherhood's triumph 2 years later. At the final capitulation of the railroads, one of the men who had been active in the Harriman strike wrote, "The principal feature of these strikes was forcing the companies to do. 1T was believed at the time that the decision would go far reverse the Adair decision, but that proved to be a vain hope. One aspect of the decision in the Adamson Act case angered labor, and that was the obiter dicta opinion of the justices in favor of compulsory investigation of disputes during which there could be no strike. In other words, the court not only ruled on legislation already passed by Congress but voiced an opinion in favor of legislation still being discussed in Congress." American Federatio 11 East, April, 1917, pp. 234-35. For a discussion of the shopmen's strike on the Harriman system, 1911 to 1915, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor M01 Jamon in the United States, New York, 1980, volume, pp. 164-81. Not only did the shopmen lose the strike, but many of the strikers were blacklisted in the industry and never regained their old jobs. Business with the federated trades instead of with the craft organization singly as heretofore, this being the main issue involved, and while well lost out, that is, we did not win the point, and the strikes had to be ultimately called off, still we think this fight was the one that firmly established this policy of doing business, and on all the railroads of the country. As the Brotherhood's victory in the struggle for the 8-hour day proves, this principle has been accepted and has been triumphant. 75. Only a small number of organized switchmen, AFL members, among non-operating personnel won 8 hours in the wake of the Adamson Act. The railroad shop MCN, machinists, boilermakers, blacksmiths, carmen, sheet metal workers and railway employees, who pioneered in federated bargaining in the bitter, 45-month Harriman system strike, still did not gain the 8-hour day. Chapter 11. Women Workers on the Eve of America's Entrance into World War I. "We have come to the American Federation of Labor," declared Rose Schneiderman in 1915, and said to them, "Come and help us to organize the American working girl." But nothing was done. When actually, something was started, but nothing came of it. At the AFL's 1913 convention, the time seemed propitious for at last inaugurating an aggressive movement to organize the great army of women in industrial life. For this purpose, the Executive Council was directed to levy, at whatever time it may see fit during the year 1914, an assessment of 1 cent upon the membership of all affiliated unions, the money derived therefrom to be expended by direction of the Executive Council in whatever manner it may deem best and of the greatest advantage in the organization of the wage-earning women of our country. 2. Economic crisis. The financial records of the AFL indicate that the assessment was levied, but nothing was done with the funds collected. By the time the resolution was adopted, business failures were increasing, and by the end of 1913-1914, an economic crisis was in full swing. It was to increase in intensity after August 1914, when the war broke out in Europe, severely disrupting American industry and causing food prices in the United States to skyrocket. The economic crisis reached its worst stage in the winter months of 1914-1915, when from 400,000 to 440,000 wage earners in New York City alone, 18% of the 2,455,000 wage earners in the city were unemployed, to say nothing of those workers who were kept on part-time. According to surveys, unemployment in other cities was pretty much in the same proportion as in New York. Maxwell Birch has estimated that the total number of unemployed in the winter of 1914-1915 reached as much as 4 million and possibly higher. In addition, there were several million working only part-time. 3. With the onset of this latest economic crisis and the rapid increase in unemployment, the usual cry of, "Get the women out of the factories and shops," began to be heard again in AFL circles. A group of embittered delegates to the 1914 convention of the AFL opposed any appropriation for organizing women and insisted that the employment of women and children was creating enforced idleness among men. They introduced a resolution declaring that these conditions are destructive of the individual, the family, and our race, and resolving that we do our utmost to restore individual, social, and racial health by restoring woman to the home. The convention did modify the resolution, but the original plan to organize women was shelved. Point 4. The unemployed. Apart from seeking to eliminate women from industry, the AFL had no program for dealing with the problems of the unemployed. Indeed, even though the percentage of idleness among representative unions in New York had leapt from 17.5% in January 1913 to 31% in January 1914, and the percentage of unemployment among the organized workers in Massachusetts had increased from 11.3 to 16.6% during the same period. Gompers seemed blissfully unaware of the situation. It is to the credit of the IWW that it was the first organized group to recognize the existence of an unemployment problem, to call attention to the growing breadlines throughout the country and the increasing number of homeless men and women sleeping in doorways and cellars, and to point out that practically nothing was being done by federal, state, and local governments to relieve the suffering and distress of the unemployed. 6 IWW agitation among the unemployed started on the West Coast. Conditions in San Francisco were desperate. A large building on Market Street was converted into a shelter for the unemployed, and over 2,000 men slept nightly in this vermin-infested place. Throughout the city, men, women and children slept in flops. An estimated 65,000 people were unemployed in San Francisco, and 10,000 a day were getting food on soup lines. 7. For a detailed discussion of the work of the IWW among the unemployed, see Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume IV. The WW. 1905 to 1917. New York, 1965, Chapter 19. On the night of January 20, 1914, a crowd of unemployed workers, led by the IWW, gathered in Jefferson Hall to hear Lucy Parsons, widow of the Haymarket martyr, Albert R. Parsons. The proprietor refused to let the crowd in, claiming that the hall rent had not been paid. Parsons led the crowd across the street and began speaking from the curb. She was immediately arrested and charged with inciting a riot, but not before the unemployed had voiced demands for work at $3 for an 8-hour day and had called upon Governor Hiram Johnson to convene a special session of the legislature to pass a right-to-work bill. However, the progressive governor denied that there was an unemployment problem and blamed the demonstration on a few leaders who preach the tenets of the IWW, who neither wish to work themselves nor desire employment for others, and who preach an anarchistic doctrine at variance with organized government. 8. Under pressure from the IWW, the state government finally initiated a public works project. When the project supervisors refused to deal with the IWW's unemployment committee, 10,000 people marched to Union Square Plaza to protest. Unemployed women were in charge of the meeting, and Lucy Parsons, Ida Adler of the cloakmakers, and Pearl Vogel of the waitresses were the leading speakers. 9. Lucy Parsons was also the principal speaker at Chicago's hunger demonstration of the unemployed on January 17, 1915. Above the speaker's platform was a banner with the word hunger on it, while other signs carried the slogans, "We want work, not charity," "Why starve in the midst of plenty?" and "Hunger knows no law." Parsons told the 1,500 men and women present that, as long as the capitalists can throw cast-off rags and a few crumbs of bread at the working class in the name of a charity, just so long will they have an easy and cheap solution for the problem of unemployment. She then led the hunger marchers in a parade through Chicago's financial district. The police brutally attacked the marchers, and Parsons, 5 young women, and 15 men were arrested. Low. In New York, Portland, St. Louis, Sioux City, Des Moines, Detroit, Salt Lake City, Providence, and other cities, the IWW established unemployed leagues, which called upon the jobless to join with the IWW to force the employers to cut down the daily working hours to 6, 5, or 4 or any number that may be necessary to make room for all our unemployed fellow workers to make a living. Most of the unemployed leagues were strictly IWW organizations, but in a number of communities, the Wobblies cooperated with other organizations. Moreover, as the crisis deepened, AFL unions and Socialist Party locals also become active. But it was the IWW that really succeeded in calling attention to the plight of the unemployed, that stimulated the unemployed to do something for themselves rather than resign themselves to starvation, and that forced the authorities to provide some relief for the men and women out of work. Henry Brewer, New York City municipal reformer, declared in the winter of 1914-1915 that, thanks to the activities of the IWW, the unemployed are no longer regarded as hobos as they were last year. 11. World War I brings economic recovery. Although serious unemployment persisted until 1916, the Depression began to lift by April 1915, as European war orders caused mills and factories to rehire workers. Despite this change in the economic picture, Gompers was still insisting in 1915 that women be taken out of the factories to provide jobs for men and simultaneously end the long hours and low pay for women workers, which endangered the perpetuity of our country. 12. But American industry, which was prospering by supplying goods to combatants abroad, was actually experiencing a shortage of labor to fill positions in the ironworks, steel mills, munitions plants, shipyards, mines, meatpacking plants, transportation companies, and many other industries that directly or indirectly played a role in supplying the war needs of the Allied powers. Previously, the immigrant masses had supplied American industry largely concentrated in the North and Mideast with a cheap, available labor supply. But the war drastically curtailed the flood of immigrants to this country and, moreover, led to the departure of many already living here to serve the cause of their homelands. Great numbers of these individuals were working men. In the face of these developments, industrialists began to focus their attention on two still untapped sources of common labor. One, as we shall see, was the Southern black. The second source was women. Since 1910, the number of women employed in all general divisions of occupations, other than agriculture, forestry and animal husbandry, and domes ** the effect of the European conflict upon the influx of immigrants of RHE United States is clearly illustrated by the following table. U.S. Bureau Awful M. Migrarian, Annual Report of the Commissioner General of Immigration 1913 to 1919. Year. Volume of L.M. Migration 1 meter 1913. 197,892 1914 L. 2, Fluid. 480-1915-326, 700-1916-298, 826-1917-29F, 40J19, F. L. 0, 618. Tick and personal service had increased. But on the eve of the entrance of the United States into the First World War, women still constituted only 1/5 of the wage earners in the United States. 14. If industry was to meet the demands from abroad, it was imperative that more women be drawn into the workforce. Many employers had been reluctant to hire women if male help was available, unless they were bent on using female labor to lower wage standards. However, now that Europe was at war and the United States appeared to be moving toward involvement, the demand arose that employers train women to replace men who might be drafted. Many employers did not respond to any substantial degree. A study of the trend in Ohio, a major industrial state, is revealing. Both men's and women's employment began to increase in Ohio in 1915, but the increase was much more rapid for men. It was not until the middle of 1917, several months after the United States had entered the war, that the rate of increase in women's employment almost equaled that of men. 16. Women munition workers. However, women workers began to enter the munitions industry in large numbers even before the United States became involved in the conflict. Up to the outbreak of the war in Europe, the American munitions industry was a small operation. With the demand from the combatants and with profits soaring, the industry expanded, and many industrial plants switched from turning out products primarily for peacetime use to producing munitions. As it became evident that women were especially suited to certain types of work in the munitions industry, they began to be employed in increasing numbers. Many operations in the manufacture of munitions not only be as well done by women as men, but are better done by female help, declared a speaker at a convention of the American Society of Mechanical Engineers and the National Machine Tool Builders Association. These operations are such as involve delicate work, requiring deftness and dexterity in the use of fingers. The New York Times was even more specific. The filtering of the fine screws and the insertion of tiny springs in the assembling of parts of a shell made the sensitive touch perception and delicate handling of a woman's hand really needed. 2. Florence Kelley, secretary of the National Consumers League, charged that munitions manufacturers, eager to get women into the plants, threatened to discharge male workers, unless they induced their wives to work. The manufacturers, of course, deny this charge, Kelley declared, but we have found evidence of it on all sides. The women, in order to conduct their homes, work at night. 17. By January 1917, 4,000 women were already employed at a single plant in Bridgepond, Connecticut, the Remington Arms UMC. Companies plant manufacturing cartridges to be shipped to the battlefields of Europe. Compared with women's rates in other industries, the rates of pay in munition factories were high, but still far below those received by men in the same industry. The women worked long hours, often until as late as 10 o'clock at night, while Connecticut's labor laws forbade work for women after 10 p.m. It fixed no starting hour in the morning. Consequently, when the rush of war orders required continuous work in the munitions plants, the companies simply forced the women on the night shift to stop work from 10 p.m. until midnight and then set them to work again. 19. Strikes for the 8-hour day, Bridgeport. These conditions produced what the U.S. Bureau of Labor Studies called the munitions strikes, and these strikes, in turn, overflowed into other Bridgeport industries. 20 during the spring and summer of 1915. Headlines such as the following in the Bridgeport Post of August 22 appeared regularly in the Bridgepond papers. 500 employees of Bryant Electric Co. leave plant. Strike comes as surprise to factory management. Police prevent disorder. Girls leave work at Star Shirt MFG. Co. Several large concerns grant demands. Thousands of employees rejoice. The strikes began in factories like Remington Arms and Lake Torpedo Boat, then filling orders for war-torn Europe. At first 125 women workers struck at the Remington plant, but they returned after the company quickly promised an 8-hour day with increased pay, to take effect at once. On July 23, 1915, the headline in the Bridgeport papers read, 125 girls win in arms plant. A month later, by simply threatening to strike, all the other workers at Remington Arms Company won an 8-hour day. The victory was all the more remarkable since Remington Arms and Ammunition Company was a subsidiary of the Midvale Steel and Ordnance Company, on whose board of directors sat representatives of the Chase National Bank, the National City Bank of New York, International Nickel, Badwin Locomotive, the Guarantee Trust Company, and Midvale Steel, as well as Percy A. Rockefeller himself. 21. The victory was also remarkable for the fact that it took place in a climate of charges by the press that the strike of the women workers and the threat of a strike by all other workers at Remington Arms and Ammunition were the work of German agents bent on disrupting Bridgeport's war production. Samuel Gompers added his voice to this chorus, and was widely quoted as stating that officers of international unions had received money to pull off strikes in Bridgeport and elsewhere for ammunition factories. When he was criticized for aiding the giant munitions corporations, Gompers denied that these were his exact words. What he said was that authentic information had come to me that efforts had been made to corrupt men for the purpose of having strikes inaugurated, and that the corrupting influence has been conducted by agents of a foreign government. 22 AFL Secretary Treasurer Frank Morrison tried to heal the damage created by Gompers' words. He would not deny that German influence might be behind the strikes in Bridgeport, but he stated that the real trouble was a demand on the part of labor for better hours and more pay. There are 9,000 women working 10 hours a day at 10 cents an hour at Remington, and they and the men are striking to better their conditions. 23. Although thousands took part in strikes in Bridgeport during the summer of 1915, few were actually union members. Many were women production workers who had been denied membership in the craft unions, and continued to be excluded after the strikes ended in victory, but who walked off the jobs along with union male workers to fight for shorter hours and better pay. 24. The strike at Bryant Electric Company, a division of Westinghouse, was launched by 500 women assemblers and a handful of men shortly after work began on the morning of August 20. The strikers paraded around the plant and other West End shops, and then marched downtown for a mass meeting, presenting an imposing appearance as they passed through the center of the city. Meeting at Eagles Hall, the Bryant workers elected a committee of 2 from each department, with equal representation for women, to present their demands to the company for an 8-hour day, overtime pay, and a readjustment of rates. The company's response was to shut the plant, charging rioting by the strikers. The company expected that the non-striking workers would now put pressure to have the strike called off. But the tactic failed. The remaining 2/3 of the workforce joined the strike. 25. The strike at Bryant Westinghouse lasted 2 weeks. On September L, the Bridgeport Post reported that the 500 employees of the Bryant Electric Company will return to work. Practically all the demands of the strikers were met by the employers, who granted the 8-hour day, time and half for overtime and double-time Sunday, and agreed to readjust wages. While some of the Bridgeport strikers were forced back to work without any change in working hours, most were successful in winning the 8-hour day. Indeed, after a thorough investigation, the New York World reported that a 10-hour center like Bridgeport was converted overnight into an 8-hour community, a result that 10 years of agitation under normal conditions might not have accomplished. 26. Soon newspapers were predicting that Bridgeport was only the beginning, and that war order necessities may drive American industry to a universal 8-hour day. Indeed, from Bridgeport the 8-hour strikes spread throughout New England, as men and women munitions workers went out throughout Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island. In the summer of 1915 the strikes swept across the whole Northeast, establishing the 8-hour day in plant after plant. 27. Strikes for the 8-hour day, Pittsburgh. In the spring of 1916 the strike wave spread to the complex of firms controlled by Westinghouse in the East Pittsburgh area. On April 21, 1916, more than 2,000 men and women working on munitions at Westinghouse Electric in East Pittsburgh walked out on strike under the leadership of the American Industrial Union, which had been established in 1914 to organize workers in all industries in Allegheny County and the Pittsburgh District, without regard to age, creed, race, sex, or craft. 28. By the afternoon, 6,000 of the 18,000 workers in the plant complex were out, including 300 women. Three major plants: Westinghouse Electric, Airbrake, and Union Switch and Signal, all controlled by Westinghouse, produced shrapnel shells and airplane engines. The following morning, men and women pickets formed a human chain around the plant gates, and only a few workers crossed the picket line. A parade of 600 strikers, led by a dishpan drum corps, marched to the town's police station to demand the release of two New York W.or.D's. Reporter interviewed several leading industrialists in Bridgeport who reported that they were satisfied with the results that followed adoption of the 8-hour day. D.H. Warner of the famous Bridgeport firm of corset makers told him, "We are producing in 8 hours fully 95% of the output we made in 10 hours. Our girls report more promptly and keep more steadily at their work. The greatest difference is in the atmosphere of contentment in the factory. We would not go back to the old system if we could." New York World reprinted in Literary Digest, November 6, 1915, pp. 997-7. Arrested pickets. By evening, 13,000 workers, 3,000 of them women, were on strike for higher wages and an 8-hour day. 29. On the third day of the strike, the American Industrial Union held a mass meeting in Singer Hall, attended by 2,000 workers. Anna Catherine Bell, a 21-year-old Irishwoman and a 3-year veteran at Westinghouse, spoke on behalf of the 3,000 women strikers. A Pittsburgh paper gave some indication of the pressure she was under from both the company and her family in conducting strike activity. Anna Bell, of Braddock, leader of the 3,000 women strikers, it reported, marched to the speaker's table, laid down a suitcase which she carried, and said she had lost her home, having been ordered out of it because she refused to return to work. She said she would not return to work until her followers won the strike. 3DSHE then went on to voice the strikers' demand for the 8-hour day at 9.5 hours pay, plus a share in the company's wartime profits. The words of the strikers' song went, "Come on you rounders, we want you in the AIU. All we want is an 8-hour day. With 9.5 hours pay. Put a sign on your bonnet. With 8 hours on it. And we won't care what the bosses say. When the strike is over, we will roam in clover. For we'll work 8 hours a day. What are you? What are you? We belong to the AEU. What for? 8 hours, L1. By the fourth day of the strike, over 18,000 workers were out at both Westinghouse Electric and Westinghouse Machine. A parade of 1,500 strikers marched from East Pittsburgh to Wilderming to convince 1,800 shellmakers not to return to work. The East Pittsburgh strikers invaded the building, broke up the company's meeting, and spoke to the shellmakers. The parade homeward was led by Asterisk. In this connection, it is interesting to note that the Literal TY Digest reporting on the strike victories in Bridgeport noted, "Some munition manufacturers admit that their own profits are abnormal and that labor's demand for a larger share was only natural." September 12, 1915, page 656. A mysterious girl in the paper mask who held a newspaper over her face. Some women were apparently afraid, either of the company or their own families, to have their pictures appear in the newspapers. 32. While picketing the Airbrake plant, one account went, Louisa John Buskey, a 35-year-old, 195-pound female striker, paraded through the picket line waving a revolver and called workmen leaving the plant scabs. Upon refusing to pay a $10 fine, she was jailed. 33. Almost spontaneously, new women took the lead when others were arrested. One Saturday, for example, Anna Bell was arrested after speaking at an open-air rally and charged with disorderly conduct. In another part of the town, Anna Goldenberg was arrested for holding a mass meeting without a strike permit. But others took their places until they were bailed out, after which they spoke before a rally of 4,000 workers from all four Westinghouse plants. 34. Frightened by the militancy of the strikers and the growth of the AIU, the AFL's International Association of Machinists, IAM, hitherto indifferent to the need of organizing women and immigrant production workers, the backbone of the workforce at Westinghouse, sent in 16 organizers including 2 women, Mary Shuley and Mary Kuehls, and the 2 organizations cooperated in conducting the strike. They won the 8-hour day. On May 1, the IAM and AEU jointly called for a RC-John-wide general strike. 35. On May 1916, between 2,000 and 5,000 strikers marched through Braddock and Rankin, hoping to bring the steelworkers at Edgar Thomson and other mills of United States Steel out on strike. But United States Steel closed its mills and armed its private police and, in anticipation of a sympathy strike, granted its workers a 25% wage increase. 36. When the strikers reached the Edgar Thomson mill, some newspapers reported that as many as 20,000 of them surrounded the mill. They were met by 1,000 of company guards. Wave after wave of men and women stormed the mill, only to be beaten back and shot at by the company guards. 4 girls lead frenzied mob of strikers in fatal charge against the company, screamed the headlines in the Pittsburgh papers. 3 strikers were killed and at least 3 dozen wounded. Mrs. Mary Williams, the wife of a striker, was shot in the back and Mrs. Anna Hitchen, a striker, was also wounded. The Pittsburgh papers blamed the foreign-born workers for the riot but emphasized their womenfolk backed them up. When the men began to fall, the women rushed to the front and dragged the men away. 37. Governor Martin Brumbaugh sent 1,000 National Guardsmen to guarantee labor peace, and not surprisingly, the troops were quartered in the Westinghouse electric plant. Paney refused to negotiate with the strikers' mediation committee. President E.M. Hare ordered all the strikers back to work by May 9, threatening that workers would lose their jobs and pensions. Gradually, the strikers drifted back to the plants, and on May 16 the strike was officially ended. 23 strike leaders were arrested and charged with inciting to riot and accessory to murder. 4 women leaders, Anna Bell, Anna Goldenberg, Bridget Kenny, and Patsy Delmar, were among those arrested. Eventually, all but one of the women were acquitted. Anna Goldenberg was found guilty of inciting to riot and spent a year in Blawnox, the Allegheny County Workhouse. 38 After investigating the imprisonment of Goldenberg and several of the men's strike leaders. Teresa Malkiel wrote from Pittsburgh. At the time of the strike, a secret capitalist society was formed in Pittsburgh with a fund of $7.5 million contributed for the purpose and with the sole aim of fighting the movement for an 8-hour day to the finish. That the men at the head of it have not only the municipal but also the judicial power of the county under their control is evident from the fact that the accused were hurriedly tried and sentenced without being given a chance to work up the case for the defense. 39. Although the 1916 strike was defeated, it marked another high point of women workers' militancy and of solidarity between men and women workers. The women's strikes in the garment trades of 1909-1910 in New York, Philadelphia, Cleveland, and Chicago had demonstrated that women were fully capable of labor organization. Other strikes had demonstrated their capacity to ignite and keep aflame the impulses of revolt in a largely male workforce. Immigrant women had played leading roles in the celebrated struggles of Lawrence, Little Falls, and Paterson, which, like many other strikes of the period, culminating in the 1916 walkout at Westinghouse, had revealed an impressive level of cooperation between male and female workers. Battling the high cost of living. The soaring cost of living brought to the surface new examples of women's militancy. After the outbreak of the war in Europe in 1914, prices in the United States skyrocketed and continued to do so, as the following report in the Pittsburgh Post of May 5, 1916 indicates. This militancy spread to other women workers in the city. Officials of the McKinney Manufacturing Company yesterday posted notices of a reward of $50 for the arrest and conviction of girl strikers who are alleged to have attacked girls leaving the plant Tuesday evening, and to have ducked one in a watering trough in Chartiers Avenue. A strike was declared at the McKinney plant Tuesday morning and the girls employed in the plant walked out. Those who were attacked stayed at work. Throughout the conflict, within just 2 months, January and February, 1917, the price of potatoes rose 100%, onions, 366%, cabbages, 212%, and beans, 100%. A dollar is now worth only 12 or 15 cents of its formal value as far as food purchasing value is concerned, declared Meyer London, socialist congressman from New York City's East Side at the end of February, 1917. Government orders to dilute wheat flour with cornmeal added fuel to the fire of discontent. Food riots flared. The lead story on the front page of the New York Times of February 21, 1917 began. 2,000 women on the East Side, some estimates ran as high as 10,000, fought like mad people to get into the forward hall, down on East Broadway last night, where a meeting had been called to protest against the high pre-s of food. The 1,000 that got into the hall fought for elbow room to shout denunciations of capitalism, which they blamed for having so little to eat in the greatest, richest city in the world. There were a few men in the shrieking, yelling crowd. The meeting climaxed a day of tremendous demonstrations. A report in the Literary Digest went, almost as if by premeditated signal, the women of various tenement districts of New York and Brooklyn began a campaign of riotous protest against the high price of food in the local markets. They upset the push carts and barrows of the food peddlers, and in some cases threw kerosene on the stock. They improvised boycotts and drove away intending purchasers. Hundreds of women of the East Side marched to the City Hall, shouting, "Give us food, Mr. Mayor. Our children are starving. Feed our children," and later a mass meeting adopted resolutions calling upon the government for relief. The resolutions, in the form of an appeal to President Wilson, were drawn up by a women's committee of members of the ILGWU and housewives. They read, "We, housewives of the City of New York, working women, mothers and wives of workmen, desire to call your attention, Mr. President, to the fact that in the midst of plenty, we and our families are facing starvation. The rise in the cost of living has been so great and uncalled for that even now we are compelled to deny ourselves and our children the necessities of life. We pay for our needs out of our wages and out of the wages of our husbands, and the American standard of living cannot be maintained when potatoes are 7 cents a pound, bread 6 cents, cabbage 20 cents, onions 18 cents, and so forth. We call on you, Mr. President, in this crisis that we are facing, to recommend to Congress or other auth_measures for relief. 40. In Philadelphia, on February 21st, troops were called out to break up a march of the female relatives of the strikers at the Franklin Sugar Refining Company, who were out for higher wages in the face of rising prices. As they marched through the street, wrote a reporter, the women cried that they were starving. The women were led to the refinery by Mrs. Florence Shadle, 32 years old, who carried a baby in her arms, as she shouted encouragement to her followers. 41. Most of the women in the riot were of foreign birth, commented the New York Times, as though that excused calling out the troops. But women born in the United States joined them, and together they attacked provision stores and pushcart peddlers. On February 22, all food stores were barricaded and put under police guard, and martial law was declared in the Philadelphia food shopping district. 1 woman was killed and 9 others wounded before the troops succeeded in breaking the women's occupation of the city's marketplace. 42. Developments in Seattle. On the West Coast, too, working women were on the march, and in Seattle, they received a good deal of encouragement and assistance from the Union Record, official organ of the Central Labor Council. Unfortunately, the newspaper did not always take an enlightened attitude toward working women. In 1909, for example, it showed its ignorance of the history of women workers and a racist attitude towards Orientals when, in the course of urging enactment of an 8-hour law, it said, 20 years ago, the mothers of the following generation were seldom employed in the stores and factories, wearing out their strength and losing the vitality which should be given in nourishing the unborn. They did not have to stand 12 or 14 hours a day in a laundry feeding a machine which is continually calling for more. They did not have to stand behind a counter trying to wear a smile and have a pleasant word for those who were just looking around. They did not have to chase from table to table all day long, taking orders from men in all conditions, drunk or sober, and then being insulted because the orders were not promptly forthcoming or were shy in some particular. FHEY did not have to go into the canning factories and rub elbows with all classes of degenerates from foreign lands, especially the Jap and the Chinaman. No, our mothers and grandmothers had none of these things to contend with, and it was not necessary to grant them a few hours for rest and recreation. Not until the influx of the foreigner to our shores, with their old-world traditions of women as beasts of burden, and the greed for gold ever dominant in the heart of men, was woman so degraded that it became necessary for her to seek employment to aid in the maintenance of the family. The Union Record then voiced a typical AFL attitude. Women at the mouth of the mine cheapened the miners' wages. Women in all vocations of life have tended to bring down the wages received, and hence the lower the wages the more necessary it became for women to toil, for the burden became too heavy for men. In short, woman was the new Chinaman of the working class, threatening the wage standards of men by her presence. 43. Later, however, the Union Record came to understand that nothing could be gained by calling for the exclusion of women from the trades and industries, as well as from the labor unions. On the contrary, it berated those AFL unions that excluded women. On December 16, 1916, it reprinted the following advertisement from the official organ of the Texas Federation of Labor. Refused a union shop card on account of being a woman. I am union in principle, want to work as a union barber, and want to do work for union people, but am denied the privilege because on account of my sex I cannot get a union shop card. All the work in my shop necessary to the installation of fixtures was done by union labor. I respectfully solicit a share of your patronage, assuring your courteous treatment and first-class service. After criticizing the Texas Federation for being willing to accept the advertisement, but unwilling to criticize the union for its exclusionary policy toward women, the Union Record editorialized. Pressure of some kind ought to be brought to bear on an international which discriminates so narrowly and will not allow the various locals affiliated to receive efficient members into their union because of their sex. Women are in the industrial field to stay. And just as other exclusive large unions reasoned long ago, LT is better to have a strong force with us than to array them against us. If the women are not permitted to cooperate with the men of their craft, they will be compelled to operate against them. 44. The Union Record did not leave it at that. It launched a campaign to convince Seattle's male workers that women worked because of necessity and that it would be a waste of time and energy to attempt to eliminate them from American industrial life. Women must work not by choice but compulsion, was the heading of a column that appeared regularly in the publication in 1916 and early in 1917. A typical entry went, 35% of the wives and mothers of working men are won. The Seattle Central Labor Council, responding to a suggestion of the local Socialist Party, voted to set aside May 31, 1914, as a memorial day for martyrs of the cause of labor. Mother, Mary Jones, the noted labor organizer and agitator, was invited Arrowhead RHE Parade, and deliver the main address at labor's first Memorial Day. See Seattle Post, 11 Ullagenham, May 30 to June 1, 1914. Forced to work to keep the wolf from the door. 45 Another RQ. Our feature dealt with the contributions made by women to the labor movement. One entry in the Union record column was headed, "Woman Surpasses Man as Militant Striker." The subhead read, "Young Waitress Holds Record for Picketing Arrests." The story was about Madge Keith, a member of the Waitresses Union of St. Louis, who established the record for the heinous crime of picketing, for she was arrested 12 times in 2 weeks while doing picket duty in front of Robinson's restaurant, being discharged each time. She has, altogether, been arrested 22 times for picketing the same restaurant, thereby causing great concern to the police of the city, who seemed to be much afraid of the young waitress picketing activities. 46 The Union record pointed out that there were Miss Keiths in their own city, for during the shingle weavers' strike, it was the women who were the most active, militant pickets and the ones most often arrested. The women have the men beat 2 to 1 doing picket duty. They succeed in getting the men out as fast as the scab herders bring them in. 47. Prodded by the Union record, Seattle's Central Labor Council established a female auxiliary called the Union Card and Label League of Seattle, headed by Mrs. George T. McNamara, wife of the editor of the Union record. Among its duties were to secure equal pay for equal work regardless of sex, and political equality for women, and to assist in the unionizing of women workers. The League established a number of women's auxiliaries of Seattle unions and assisted many unions in their strikes for better conditions and wages. It also popularized the union label, especially for unions with women members, and was credited with being an effective factor in the settlement of many labor troubles. 48. On June 10, 1916, a step was taken in Seattle for the establishment of the second citywide Federation of Women Workers in American History. **** 5 organizations were represented at the founding conference. Carpenters Auxiliary, Federal Labor Union, Seattle Union Card and Labor League, United Garment Workers and Waitress Local 240. A committee was appointed to call on every union in Seattle that had women in its ranks to inform the leadership about the purpose of the proposed federation and to secure representation from its ranks. The literature distributed by the committee explained that the new organization aimed. Shingle weavers were mill workers who manned the saw cutting the lumber into shingles. In June 1835, the working women of Philadelphia formed the Female Improvement Society for the City and County of Philadelphia, the first citywide federation of working women that embraced women from several trades. Committees were chosen from each trade to draw up wage scales. Sue Philip S. Fonker, Women and the Amric. .111L1B11R. M1Y1. Jamon. From Colonial Times to the Eve of World War I, New York, 1979, pp. HL 5. To do for women of Seattle what the Central Labor Council of Seattle and Vicinity and the Washington State Federation of Labor have done for the men's organizations. Realizing that the spread of unionism among women must come from themselves, we have banded ourselves together for the purpose of strengthening the various organizations already in existence, organizing the unorganized women workers and the wives of union men who have not affiliated with the auxiliaries of the crafts of which their husbands are members. We propose also to take up civic and legislative work that pertains to the further advantage of union women. 49. The response was gratifying, and in October 1916, the Federation of Union Women and Auxiliaries was established. It was to be composed of delegates from any of the trades union women's organizations, women's auxiliaries affiliated with trades unions, and the Seattle Union Card and Label League. The object of the organization shall be to increase the membership of all trades union organizations or trades union auxiliaries. To devise ways and means to organize the unorganized women workers into craft unions of their own, or assist them to affiliate with those already established. To promote the welfare of union women, financially or physically as the occasion may arise. So. For a national 8-hour day. One of the Federation's first activities was to link up with the movement of women in the East for a national 8-hour day. At the Middle Atlantic State 8-hour Conference of the National Women's Trade Union League, held in December 1916, resolutions demanding legislative action on an interstate basis to secure an 8-hour day provoked intense discussion. Trade union women forgot their usual timidity and unaccustomedness to public expression, wrote an observer, and argued the issue so warmly the chairman had to resort to rigorous restrictions to keep the debate from extending beyond the hour marked for adjournment. Delegates were instructed to urge their organizations to introduce a bill for an 8-hour day into their respective state legislatures, so as to prevent interstate competition, and to urge the women not already organized to organize themselves into trade unions for the purpose of demanding an 8-hour day through collective bargaining as well as through legislation. 51. The Seattle Federation of Union Women and Auxiliaries joined the crusade for the shorter working day, but it proposed that the ultimate objective should be a 4-hour day. The proposal was picked up by Melinda Scott, president of the New York Women's Trade Union League, who recommended that the league work to secure a reduction of the workday hours from 10 to 8, then to 6, and then to 4 hours. Working only 4 hours would give everyone a chance for employment. 52. Thus, on the eve of America's entrance into the First World War, women workers were involved in militant struggles and organizational activities that foreshadowed the many battles women were to wage during the war years and in the post-war wave of industrial unrest. Chapter 12. Black Workers on the Eve of America's Entrance into World War I. In 1914, black labor was overwhelmingly concentrated in agriculture and personal and domestic service. According to the census of 1910, more than half of the 5,192,535 Negroes listed as gainfully employed 2,881,454 were engaged in agricultural pursuits. Another fourth 1,357,598 were employed in domestic and personal services. No other group in the American population showed such a vast preponderance of its workers in the two lowest paid occupations. While over 53% of all women earned their living as laborers on the land or in the home, a much larger percentage held true for black women. Of 2,013,981 black women workers in 1910, 1,904,494 earned their livelihood in these occupations. Black women comprised only 16,835 of the 1,366,959 women in manufacturing and mechanical industries. 1. Status of black labor in 1914. The vast majority of the black people still lived in the South and were still the chief cultivators of the South's staple crops. Enmeshed in a farm tenantry and sharecropping system that consigned them to a life of tilling the soil under conditions almost as restrictive and pernicious as chattel slavery, they lived in rural isolation in a state of perpetual indebtedness. The lien laws required the tenant or sharecropper to liquidate his debts before he could escape from his shared-tenant arrangement, hence he was bound to the soil and denied any opportunity for industrial training. 2. When the Industrial Revolution swept through the South after 1880, the majority of this group labored as unskilled or semi-skilled workers in tobacco and cigar-making plants. Jobs in the new textile, iron, and steel factories fell to the poor whites. The black man's share of the South's industrial development was limited to the dirty, disagreeable tasks of unskilled labor. Of course there were black miners, especially in Alabama, where 46.2% of the coal miners in 1889 were Afro-Americans, but many of them worked under the contract lease system. In January 1888, the state of Alabama gave an exclusive contract to the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Company, the chief coal operator in the state, on condition that the company use all convicts who were able to work. Blacks were arrested for trivial reasons or for no reason at all and sentenced to work out their penalty in the mines. The contract gave the company cheap labor. It compensated the state at a rate ranging from $9 to $18 a month per convict, depending on his classification, and at the same time saved the state money. In other southern states, especially Georgia, the convict lease system supplied cheap black labor to companies building railroads or cutting timber. 3. The blacks who gravitated in increasing numbers to southern cities moved into personal and domestic service, traditionally regarded as the province of the Afro-American. They found employment in urban districts throughout the South as waiters, saloon keepers, bartenders, janitors, bellhops, barbers, laundresses, and housekeepers. The few who ventured north also found domestic work to be one of the few occupations open to the Afro-American, although there the black worker had to compete with foreign immigrants even for menial positions. 4. A small but growing segment of the black working force broke out of the traditional pattern of agricultural and domestic employment and gained entrance to manufacturing, mechanical, trade, transportation, and other industrial pursuits. From 1890 to 1910 there was a sizable increase of black workers in trade and transportation occupations. In 1890 the number of blacks engaged in those two fields was 145,717. By 1910 the total had more than doubled. 5. Almost one-third of the black workers in trade and transportation were railroad workers. The large increase in black railroad workers resulted from the expanding network of railroad construction in the South. Companies engaged in these operations, always in need of a large labor force, looked upon the Afro-American as an important source for cheap labor for rough, heavy work. Only 4.1% of the blacks in railroad work were classified as skilled employees. The vast majority were used in repairing and maintaining the roadbeds. Blacks who held skilled or responsible jobs on the railroads in the South were found primarily in such positions as locomotive engineers, firemen, brakemen, switchmen, and yard foremen. Most blacks in railroad jobs in the North held positions in the Pullman service as waiters or porters. As we have seen in a previous volume, the rise of the railroad brotherhoods, with their bitter animosity toward the Afro-American, caused a decrease in the number of blacks in skilled jobs after 1890. The determined assault of the brotherhoods against the skilled black worker had by the outbreak of World War I resulted in his exclusion from almost all responsible positions on the railroads. 6. The second largest group in trade and transportation were the black teamsters, draymen, hackmen, and chauffeurs, who more than doubled in number between 1890 and 1910. In the South, nearly 100,000 blacks were employed in these positions, indicative of the region's custom of acknowledging certain low-level jobs as Negro work. The scattered black workmen who held jobs of this nature in the North and West were able to obtain employment primarily because whites in those sections of the country preferred the more remunerative factory work. The remainder of the Afro-Americans in trade and transportation held a wide variety of subordinate positions, such as porters, helpers, longshoremen, ostlers, clerks, copyists, and small merchants. The number of Afro-Americans in trade or business was negligible. Race prejudice on the part of white employer and workers alike restricted all but the most gifted and fortunate black salesmen, bookkeepers, typists, and clerks to the black business world. Some Afro-Americans managed to gain clerical positions in federal and state governments by passing competitive examinations. But the pattern of segregation on the state level limited the number, and during the first year of Woodrow Wilson's administration, with the institution of segregated toilets, lunchroom facilities, and working areas in a number of federal departments, federal employment also became constricted for blacks. 7. The growing number of blacks in manufacturing and mechanical jobs between 1890 and 1910 indicated an industrial advance of the black worker. In 1910, there were more than 500,000 blacks in skilled and unskilled industrial jobs throughout the nation, a 165.1% increase in black industrial workers over the preceding 20-year period. The heaviest concentration of blacks in industry was in southern lumber and mining establishments. In lumber manufacturing alone, rapid expansion saw the number of black workers increase fivefold from 1890 to 1910. The 122,216 Afro-Americans at work in lumbering in 1910 represented almost one-fifth of all black workers in industry. Black Sue Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Movement in the United States, Volume 3, New York, 1964, pp. 238-40, and Philip S. Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker, 6/9, 9h. New York, 1982, pp. 102-08. Miners were to be found predominantly in the Deep South, and the central Appalachian coalfields of West Virginia, Kentucky, and Virginia, but a growing number gained employment around the turn of the century in such northern states as Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa. Although he first gained admittance to the northern mines as a strikebreaker, the Afro-American was soon an established quantity in the industry. Lumbering and mining involved hard, distasteful, and dangerous work at long hours and low wages, a fact that no doubt contributed to the Afro-Americans' substantial employment in these industries. Black workers in the iron and steel industry grew from 8,371 in 1890 to 36,646 in 1910, an increase of 325%. Nearly all of the increase took place in the iron and steel mills of the South, where the black workman was a common sight, toiling at rugged, low-paying, unskilled tasks. NONH of the Mason-Dixon line, few blacks were found in iron and steel work. Blacks first entered the Pittsburgh steel mills during a puddlers' strike in 1875. In 1910 they numbered 820 workers and comprised only 2.2% of all steel workers. 9 Joseph Fraser Wall notes in his definitive biography of Andrew Carnegie that the iron and steel multimillionaire made generous contributions to Hampton and Tuskegee Institutes, and never entirely lost interest in the blacks. However, There were few blacks in Carnegie's plants, as few as a dozen in the Carnegie Steel Works in Duquesne prior to 1916 because, Wall explains, almost none came NONH to work in his steel mills or mines. Yet prior to World War I, the Carnegie Company regularly sent agents to recruit immigrants in Europe for work in its mills. It dispatched no recruiters south for black workers to work in the Carnegie mills. The contradiction between Carnegie's interest in industrial education for blacks and his preference for foreign labor in his mills puzzled the Christian Recorder, official organ of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, which could only surmise that Carnegie, himself a foreigner, was in natural sympathy with that element and gave them preference. 11. The preference for white immigrant labor in unskilled and semi-skilled capacities extended throughout northern industry. Most immigrants from southeastern Europe arrived as unskilled peasants, so it could hardly be argued that they were more experienced as industrial workers than Afro-Americans. But they obtained work when blacks could not. Ironically, a few light-skinned Negroes did manage to get work in the basic industries by posing as foreigners and affecting an Italian or Slavic accent. 12. Only Cyrus McCormick's harvester plant in Chicago was willing to integrate blacks into its labor force. Rowan Ozan points out in his study of international harvesters' labor policies, however, that its black workers were carefully selected so that the first Negroes working in any department were superior both in qualifications and personality to the white workers in the department. 13. And this was hailed as equality for black workers. Virtually the only means by which blacks could challenge the monopoly of foreign immigrants in the developing mass production industries, even as unskilled workers, was by strike breaking. Some were able to enter the iron and steel and meat packing industries by this route. Blacks registered few gains in such important light manufacturing pursuits as the garment, tobacco and textile industries. They did not obtain widespread employment in the textile mills despite the fact that textile manufacturing in the South was undergoing its greatest advances. For one thing, white mill employees flatly refused to work alongside Negroes. A strike at the Fulton Bag and Cotton Mill in Atlanta in 1897 was described by the Atlanta Constitution as a spontaneous protest against the employment of 20 Negro women spinners, who were to work along with white women. The 1,400 strikers returned to work only after the manager agreed to the discharge of all Negroes employed by the company except janitors and scrubbers. Another barrier was the mythology that black workers did not measure up to conditions in the textile mills. A notion is abroad in the South, wrote James Dowd in the Forum of June, 1898, that the Negro could not work in a cotton mill, because the hum of the looms would put him to sleep. However, a Southern industrialist gave a more likely explanation: it is a question of who will do the dirty work. In this country the white man won't. The Negro must. Then again, the legal system of white supremacy extended into the factory. South Carolina laws forbade Negroes and whites to work together in the same room in a textile factory and to use the same pay windows, or the same toilet and drinking facilities, or even the same door of entrance and exit at the same time, or the same stairway or windows at the same time. It was obviously cheaper to operate a textile factory with poor whites, including white child labor, than with blacks and whites on the basis required by Jim Crow legislation. Black workers rebuffed by the cotton mills were somewhat more successful in finding employment in cottonseed oil plants, fertilizer factories, brick and tile making plants, bakeries, and other small industries in the South. 14. Decline of the black artisan in the South. Instead, the skilled black craftsman declined in importance, even in the South. The black poet and novelist James Weldon Johnson, in his autobiography, recalls black artisans in Jacksonville and elsewhere in the South during the 1880s. All the more interesting things that came under my observation were being done by colored men. They drove the horse and mule teams, they built the houses, they laid the bricks, they painted the buildings and fences, they loaded and unloaded the ships. When I was a child, I did not know that there existed such a thing as a white carpenter or bricklayer or plasterer or tinner. The thought that the white men might be able to load and unload the heavy drays of the big ships was too far removed from everyday life to enter my mind. 15. By the mid-1890s, however, the Afro-Americans' advancement in the trades of the South was already being seriously checked. By 1899 the Virginia Commissioner of Labor reported that there were fewer skilled Negro laborers in the state than before the Civil War. Substantially the same picture emerged from reports in other southern states. New machine processes were making the skills of many black craftsmen superfluous, just as they were the skills of white mechanics. Then too, the black craftsmen, often poorly trained, found it difficult to meet the standards of workmanship set by his white competitors even in the new industrial South. Industrial schools like Tuskegee and Hampton did little to improve the efficiency of the black skilled laboring force. In 191 there were 119 schools in the country offering some type of industrial training for blacks. Dr. W. E. B. Dubois found that, as a general rule, the caliber of industrial training in them was abysmally low. Negro youths, he protested, are being taught the technique of a rapidly disappearing age of handicraft. He concluded that the primitive instruction given Afro-Americans in such institutions perpetuated the black's status as an inferior craftsman and left him completely unequipped to gain a solid footing in the industrial life of the country. 16. The trouble was that even blacks as good as or better than white workers had little chance to earn a living as skilled artisans. The Reverend C. S. Smith, a critic of Booker T. Washington, wrote in 1899. How can the multiplication of negro mechanics help to solve the so-called race problem, when those who are already skilled cannot obtain employment? In this city, to my personal knowledge, there are a score or more of skilled Negro mechanics who are subject to enforced idleness by reason of the for an analysis of the industrial philosophy of Booker T. Washington in a criticism of this viewpoint, by W. E. B. Dubois, C. Foner, History of the Labor Movement 2. 347-50, and Foner, Organized Labor and the Black Worker. pp. 79-85. Colorphobia which dominates the trade unions. Those who are disposed to advance the Negro's best interests can render him invaluable services by demanding, in tones of thunder loud and long, that the trade unions shall cease to draw the color line, and that fitness and character's ball be the only passbond to their fellowship. When this barrier shall have been removed, the time for the multiplication of Negro mechanics, on anything like a large scale, will have become oppo-noon, but not until then. 17. The Reverend Smith's identification of trade union exclusion of blacks as a key factor in the deteriorating condition of the black artisan was accurate. In the South, trade union opposition to the black craftsman was the spearhead of a general drive by white workingmen to oust blacks from skilled positions they had held since slavery. Beginning in the 1890s, white workers steadily eliminated black labor from jobs in the shipping, railroad, and building industries in the older southern seaboard cities. The jobs of electricians, plumbers, gasfitters and steamfitters, railroad engineers and firemen, stationary engineers, cranemen, hoistmen, and machinists and hundreds of other skilled and semi-skilled occupations were labeled for whites only. A severe blow was dealt to the Negro in the building trades. Black electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, and carpenters had constituted a fair percentage of those crafts at the turn of the century. A generation later, black building trades work had become almost marginal, and by 1950 blacks accounted for 1% of the electricians and 3.2% of the carpenters. The figures on black participation in apprenticeship programs were even bleaker: 1% for plumbers and pipe fitters and 6% for carpenters. In Atlanta, the proportion of black carpenters decreased from 36.3% in 1890 to 2.5% in 1920. By 1898, John Stevens Durham, a black authority on the Negro working class, was describing how, as a result of the old guild idea of exclusiveness, in many important crafts and industries in the South, the Negro was being restricted to the lowest menial jobs. Writing in 1936, George Sinclair Mitchell observed that the Southern trade unionism of the last 30-odd years has been in good measure a protective device for the march of white artisans in places held by Negroes. The white worker and his trade union displaced black labor on street railways, in firemen's jobs on railroads, in the jobs of switchmen and shopwork, in construction work, shipbuilding, and in hotel service and barbering. Mitchell wrote that the typical city's central labor be less than die of mobile or Savannah or Columbus or New Orleans or Richmond was a delegate meeting of white men drawn from white locals, jealous of every skilled place held by Negroes. Blacks who had spent years acquiring the skill needed for craftsmen's work were denied membership in white unions, which had signed ed shop or union shop agreements with employers, and were forced into menial service at low wages. The few blacks in the cotton mills were excluded from the AFL's United Textile Workers and were left out as well of that organization's limited schemes to advance the interests of workers in the industry. In the tobacco factories of Virginia and North Carolina, where the machine jobs were reserved for white workers and the blacks were confined to the least desirable and most unhealthy jobs, the Tobacco Workers International Union, affiliated to the AFL, scarcely reached the blacks in its feeble efforts to organize the industry. In November 1903, the Rucker and Whidden Tobacco Company of Martinsville, Virginia, eager to obtain the union label, asked the Tobacco Workers International Union to organize its plant. The offer was rejected on the ground that 9/10 of the labor employed as Negroes, and this class cannot be successfully organized into a union. 19. Exclusion of blacks from northern industry. In his 1898 inquiry, Durham found the effects of the union's exclusion policy even more manifest in the non. His own city, Philadelphia, offered a convincing illustration. By the 1850s, blacks had been pushed out of the skilled trades they had once dominated by German immigrants and out of unskilled work by the Irish. During the Civil War, with increased demands for labor, job opportunities for blacks picked up, but they declined again in the post-war years. On July 12, 1888, the Christian Recorder, published in Philadelphia, lamented, "Competency behind a black face, everything else being equal to the best, weighs very little when applying for a position in Wanamaker's store or Sharpless S. or Strawbridge and Clothier's, or on the Philadelphia streetcar lines, or even on the bricklayer's scaffold. Our chances are not equal. Color is too often pitted against color. R. Ather than competency compared W.eth competency." 10 years later, Durham observed that, "Today one may safely declare that all the trades are closed against the colored workman," and for this he blamed both the employers and the trade unions. In his monumental study of the Philadelphia Negro, published in 1899, Du Bois summed up the job situation for blacks. "No matter how well trained a Negro may be, or how fitted for work of any kind, he cannot in the course of competition hope to be much more than a menial servant. He cannot become a mechanic except for small transient jobs, and he cannot join a trades union. A Negro woman has but 3 careers open to her in this city: domestique, service, sewing, or married life." When the Armstrong Association began in 1908 as a social experiment dedicated to the welfare of the black citizens of Philadelphia, it discovered that the situation described by Du Bois had not changed in the slightest. Blacks were still fixed in domestic service and as common laborers in trade and transportation. They were still unable to enter factory work in any numbers. They still could not join the city's unions. The Philadelphia Public Ledger of April 13, 1913, reported, "The Negroes in this section are practically shut out from all the skilled industries. The department stores may draw attention to the underpaid shopgirl, but the few colored women who find employment in them receive less pay than the salespeople. The colored waitress receives a child's pay. The other opportunities open to Negroes in big stores are limited to portering and operating elevators. The great railway systems, too, discriminate against the Negro, and here he is limited, no matter how high a degree of efficiency he may attain, to the menial and poorly paid tasks. Our street railways, with their thousands of workmen in the semi-skilled trades, completely bar the colored man. He is excluded from practically all the great industrial plants. This exclusion is especially striking in one great shop that at this minute employs more than 19,000 men daily, but carefully avoids the Negro. In brief, the Negro is denied the opportunity to earn an honest living in most of the big industries and commercial enterprises of this city. 20. What was true of Philadelphia was true of much of the state of Pennsylvania. In the entire state, a study revealed in 1911, fewer than 200 blacks boasted skilled union status. And what was true of Pennsylvania was true of the entire North and West. Studies made of the Afro-American in St. Louis, Chicago, New York, Cleveland, San Francisco, and Portland, Oregon, reveal the futility of efforts to breach the barrier of employer and trade union hostility. 21 Black workers were generally excluded from the trades and played no active part in the industrial life of those cities. Manufacturers were not reconciled to hiring them. White workers were not reconciled to working with them. A study of the status of the black workers in Ohio concluded. There were few black members of the unions that dominated the trades of that state on the eve of World War I. The restrictive membership policy of the trade unions in the North adversely affected immigrant and woman workers as well as Afro-Americans, but they hit the black artisan the hardest because he had to combat racism as well as the union's practice of trying to limit the number of workers in the trades. In some northern industrial districts, unions were less restrictive to foreign-born whites, but the pattern of Uni 9N discrimination against blacks was followed in every city. Little wonder that the annual earnings of black workers in 1910 were just about 1/3 the earnings of white workers. Or that W.E.B. Du Bois could write sadly in 1913. The net result of all this has been to convince the American Negro that his greatest enemy is not the employer who robs him, but his fellow white working man. 22. Impact of racism. On the eve of the outbreak of World War I in 1914, the black wage earner had still to claim a place in America's developing industrial society. The millions of workers who toiled in the mines, packing houses, steel works, manufacturing plants, and transportation industries represented a bewildering variety of races and nationalities from the far corners of the globe. But it was rare to see among them one of those whose ancestors first arrived in Virginia in 1619. Rarer still was a black face in the ranks of the nation's working elite, the trade unionists. The total black membership in the AFL at that time is impossible to determine accurately, but a generous estimate would put it at about 55,000, only 3.6% of the 1,526,000 members of the Federation. Racism was still the main reason for the Afro-Americans' economic stagnation. Black leaders insisted that 50 years of freedom had brought scant improvement in the black man's lot, and they despaired of the future. William L. Bulkley, one of the founders of the National Urban League, declared that there seems to be a purpose to restrict the Negroes within the limits of unskilled labor, to reduce them to a state which, while not 19th century slavery, may be 20th century peonage. A black minister stated forlornly. The young colored men and girls who are graduating from the high schools, the normal schools, and the colleges don't want to be waiting maids and porters or elevator operators, and yet this is about the highest they can hope for in this country. 23. In July 1911, Ida Wells Barnett, a militant black woman, wrote that the key problem facing the black worker, skilled and unskilled, was the problem of unemployment. To him, especially, it comes with crushing force, for whatever obstacles handicap other working classes, no others of them suffer from the barrier of color. With all the others, the question when seeking work is, what and how much work can you do? With him the primary question is, have you Negro blood in your veins? She continued. The black man who has a trade at his fingers' ends finds all forces combined to prevent him from making a living thereby. First, the employer tells him that he has no prejudice against color, but that his employees will object and make his business suffer. If perchance the Negro gets by, is given a chance to make good, the employees in the office, factory and workshop combine to injure his work and to make his life miserable for him. The unskilled laborer, who has little of such competition, is a shade better off, because his work is usually done alone. But even there he finds that the neighbors of his employer have white servants and that neighbors and white servants look askance at a man who prefers Negro help. 24. J.U.'s when the future seemed to hold out little hope of improvement in the status of the black worker, an important milestone occurred in Afro-American industrial history. The Great Migration got underway in 1915, and blacks began to leave the South by the hundreds of thousands for the job opportunities and freer life available in the North and West. Causes of the Great Migration. As we have seen, when the European War erupted in the summer of 1914, the flow of immigrants to the United States was greatly curtailed, depriving American industries of their traditional supply of new laborers. Northern railroad and manufacturing firms then turned to the blacks of the South as potential workers to fill the unskilled jobs so necessary to their continued growth and their enormous profits arising from the sales of manufactured goods to the warring nations. Just prior to America's entry into World War I, a series of economic hardships and natural disasters struck much of the South's cotton-growing regions, adversely affecting the black population living there. In July 1916, floods wiped away crops throughout the Black Belt counties of Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. With their crops destroyed, many black sharecroppers had no way of repaying their debts for food and provisions advanced to them during the previous winter. Consequently, mules and other items of personal property were claimed for rents and debts at local stores, and many blacks were evicted from their land. Moreover, the boll weevil, which initially crossed the Mexican border into the United States in 1892, infested the Black Belt beginning in 1914, ravaging cotton crops and causing even more black workers to move away from the soil. 25. To this deteriorating economic condition of the Southern Negro, one must add the lack of political rights, social subordination, poor educational facilities, intimidation, and segregation as factors contributing to the Great Migration. Beginning with the Mississippi Plan to disfranchise black voters in 1890, other Southern states soon followed with their own statutes restricting black political activity. South Carolina in 1895, Louisiana in 1898, North Carolina in 1900, Alabama in 1901, and Virginia in 1902, approving the separate but equal doctrine in its decision of 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson. The Supreme Court gave federal sanction to a whole series of racially discriminatory laws and segregation practices. All of the state legislatures of the South and most Southern communities soon enacted an extensive list of Jim Crow laws requiring complete separation of the races, except where blacks were subservient to whites. These legal sanctions were accompanied by increasing violence against blacks. Beatings, petty abuse, and insults were commonplace, lynchings were all too frequent, and harassment by law enforcement officials was extensive. Everything from a mere charge of rape of a white woman to a breach of racial customs could invite a white mob to lynch the accused member of the black community. Thus, industrial opportunity in the urban North now beckoned to blacks in the South who had longed to escape economic peonage, social degradation, and second-class citizenship enforced by Jim Crow laws, and increasing violence against them by Southern whites. Although some blacks actively resisted racial oppression, the vast majority expressed their opposition by leaving the South. Black tenants and sharecroppers responded quickly and eagerly to new employment opportunities in the North. When the Pennsylvania, Erie, and New York Central Railroads, the iron and steel manufacturers and others sent recruiting agents into the South offering several dollars a day in wages to people who were working for $1 or less, they found many blacks willing to leave. The Great Migration that got underway in late 1915 was not the first migration of blacks out of the South. On several occasions since the end of the Civil War, blacks desiring to improve their plight and escape racial discrimination left the South and migrated to the North and West. But what had been a trickle before now became a flood. The Pennsylvania Railroad began recruiting blacks in Jacksonville, Florida in early 1916. The New York Central hired 500 men out of the city about June of that year, and a total of 1,500 during the next several months. But the Indianapolis Freeman, a black weekly, reported that over 10,000 black Floridians had departed the state for northern points between September and November. 1916.26 The late 1860s and early 1870s witnessed the departure of thousands of black sharecroppers and laborers from the black belts of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama and Mississippi for the rich, cotton-bottom, counties of Arkansas, Louisiana, and Texas. But in the spring of 1879, an agricultural depression and the loss of political and civil rights sent a large contingent of blacks from Louisiana and Mississippi to Kansas. Sue Carter G. Woodson, Accord 11 Turi of Negro Migration, New York, 1918. The most recent study is Nell I. Painter's Exodus DM. Black MIG-1 Adio 11 to Kansas AFTTR Reconstructa, J11, New York, 1977. Some blacks considered Serlemem in Africa as a means of escaping economic poverty and repression in the South. C. Edwin S. Redke, Black Exodus, New Haven, 1969. Recruiting Southern blacks for Northern industry. Labor agents played an active role in the economic life of the South during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. They operated quietly, sometimes secretly, urging black laborers to move from one Southern state to another or from one pan of the state to another part. But they met with bitter opposition from planters and industrialists who depended on black laborers for the success of their operations. State governments passed emigrant agent laws, which imposed prohibitive taxes on agents who transported laborers out of a state. When the United States Supreme Court on December 10, 1900 upheld the constitutionality of the Georgia law imposing prohibitive taxes on agents, it placed a major obstacle in the path of agents who tried to lure laborers away. Anti-agent laws came on top of enticement statutes which made it a crime to employ a laborer under a contract to another person and vagrancy laws which gave police the authority to round up unemployed blacks and put them to work on chain gangs. These laws virtually legalized peonage and forced blacks to remain in the South. 27 Of course, even if they had come NONH, they would have found it impossible to get work except in domestic and personal occupations. However, with the nation's usual labor force enormously depleted by the drying up of immigrant labor during the war in Europe, Northern industrialists eagerly turned to the Southern blacks, women as well as men, the major untapped source of common labor remaining in the country. An intensive campaign was launched to recruit Southern blacks. American firms had employed labor recruiters for work among European peasants for decades, but this was the first time agents went south to bring black peasants to the North. The agents, sent by railroad and steel companies, initiated the migration by promising high wages, offering transportation subsides, and distributing leaflets like the following, scattered throughout Alabama. Are you happy with your pay envelope? Would you like to go north where the laboring man shares the profits with the boss? Are you satisfied with your condition here? Has your family all the confidence they should have during these prosperous times, or are you just making both ends meet, while the other fellow is growing rich on your labor? Let's go back north, where no trouble of labor exists, no strikes, no lockouts, large coal, good wages, fair treatment, 2 weeks' pay, good houses. If you haven't got all these things, you had better see us. We'll send you where you can have all these things. All colored ministers can go free. We'll advance you money if necessary. Go now, while you have the chance. 28. In addition to the cost of transporting the worker, this particular agency offered to pay the fare for his family, the freight charges on his household goods, and a reasonable amount of what he owned in his present town. Northern Industries also asked the National Urban League's assistance in enlisting black labor as a replacement for the dwindling number of immigrant workers. The League helped to recruit blacks for Northern industry and aided them in their adjustment to life in the North. 29. The black press, more than 400 periodicals, also stimulated the trek of blacks northward. When Florida-born James Weldon Johnson, editor of the New York Age, was asked whether he thought blacks stood to benefit, financially, morally and religiously, as well as in manhood, citizenship, etc., by migrating northward, he indicated his approval. Migration, Johnson insisted, was good for all, and if the South desired to keep the blacks, it should provide fair treatment and impartial execution of the laws. 30. The Chicago Defend, the most influential voice favoring migration, insisted, however, that such fair treatment could never be achieved in the South. It reached thousands of Southern Negroes with blistering attacks on life in the South and glowing reports of the high wages and better social conditions in the Negro heaven, north of the Mason-Dixon line. Letters from blacks who had already moved north were especially influential. In some states, the demand for labor had sent wages for the unskilled as high as 36 cents an hour, and even the 18 to 20 cents hourly wage for unskilled workers on some railroads was considerably above what blacks commanded in the South. In Chicago, St. Louis, East St. Louis, Detroit, and Milwaukee, a black worker could make more money in a week than he could for a month's hard toil in the South, where farm laborers averaged 50 to 80 cents a day. Those who worked on cottonseed oil mills, sawmills, and turpentine refineries received only slightly more. The ravages of floods, the boll weevil, and crop failures had left thousands of agricultural laborers and sharecroppers without the means of subsistence. As landlords by the hundreds dismissed their tenants and laborers, the lure of a living wage in the North became irresistible. As long as the price of cotton was low, the landlords were not too concerned by the exodus. But with the improving economic situation in the summer of 1916, they began to fear that the mass departure of blacks would deplete their usual labor supply. If the Negroes go, the price of cotton declined from 12.4 cents in June, July, and August, 1914 to 6.3 cents in November, 1914. Lieutenant remained low in 1915 and did not rise to 12 cents UMIL June, 1916, U.S. Department of Commerce, Bureau of the Census, Historical Statistics of the United States. Colonial Times to 1957, Washington, D.C., 1958, page 301. Montgomery Advertiser in September, 1916, Where shall we get labor to take their places? 31 New legislation was enacted on local and state levels to protect the cheap labor supply. Recruiters were charged prohibitive license fees subjected to strict regulations, with heavy fines and imprisonment imposed for violators. To stop the migration, Du Bois notes, the South mobilized all the machinery of modern oppression. Taxes, city ordinances, licenses, state laws, municipal regulations, wholesale arrests, and, of course, the peculiar Southern method of the mob and lyncher. 32. But such efforts now came too late and were too easily circumvented to stem the northward tide of the blacks. Ray Stannard Baker wrote, Trains were backed into southern cities and hundreds of Negroes were gathered up in a day, loaded into cars and whirled away to the north. Instances are given showing that Negro teamsters left their horses standing in the streets or deserted their jobs and went to the trains without notifying their employers or even going home. 33. Emergence of the black industrial working class. Once in the North, black migrants entered a variety of industrial occupations, primarily in iron and steel, auto manufacturing, shipbuilding, and railroad labor. They worked in mines of West Virginia and the industries of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York, Ohio, and Illinois. The labor recruiting efforts of Chicago's packing houses in the Illinois Central Railroad, together with the appeals of the Chicago Defender, made that city a magnet for penniless sharecroppers in the South. Some moved along to Detroit, where the pressure of wartime needs forced open the automobile plants to Afro-Americans. In 1914, less than 1,000 black auto workers were employed in area plants. As a result of the migration, however, 12,000 to 18,000 blacks gained employment in the Detroit auto industry between 1916 and 1918. The stockyards, packing houses, and iron and steel mills of Chicago provided employment opportunities for the city's 50,000 black newcomers between 1916 and 1918. During the same period, the Pennsylvania, the Reading and the Baltimore and Ohio railroads, as well as Midvale Steel and several munitions and shipbuilding firms in Philadelphia, hired the majority of their 40,000 employable black migrants. 34. Between 1910 and 1920, largely because of the wartime migration in the second half of the decade, a net increase of 322,000 occurred in the asterisk. For an interesting discussion of the migration to the steel mills of Pittsburgh, see Peter Gottlieb, Making Their Own Way. Southern Blacks Migration to Pittsburgh, 1916-30, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, University of Pittsburgh, 1977. Number of Southern-born blacks living in the North, exceeding the aggregate increase of the preceding 40 years. Although the increase is less than the general estimate made at the height of the migration, it is still an impressive figure. Even more impressive is the fact that the booming wartime labor demands of rail lines, factories, foundries, mines, and packing houses, at a time when the normal supply of cheap labor was shut off, opened these industries for the first time to the black worker. 35. Thus, on the eve of America's entrance into World War I, the first black industrial working class in the United States came into existence. Manning Marble makes this point well when he writes, "The making of the black industrial working class is a relatively recent historical phenomenon, spanning only 3 generations. The actual beginnings of the black industrial working class are to be found with the massive migration of black humanity from the Deep South to the North after 1915. The collapse of the common market and the epidemic of black-owned bank failures in the autumn of 1914, combined with the curse of the boll weevil, were powerful incentives for blacks to depart Dixie. Most of these rural farmers and sharecroppers settled in crowded yet bustling ghettos, like Cleveland's Huff District and Chicago's South Side. This was the first generation of black workers who earned a living primarily from manufacturing, industrial and commercial labor. Manning Mabel, The Crisis of the Black Working Class, an Economic and Historical Analysis, Science and Society 46, Summer, 1982, 134-35. Chapter 13, The Election of 1916. As the year 1916 opened, relations between the Wilson administration and the American Federation of Labor were characterized by complete harmony and goodwill. In January, Wilson wrote to Gompers, "I think you know how genuinely I am interested in the fortunes of the Federation and how earnest and sincere hope I entertain that its labors will be crowned with the best sort of success in the promotion of the best interests of the working men of the country." 1. Relations between AFL and Wilson administration. In February 1916, after the appointment of Lewis D. Brandeis to the Supreme Court, an action by President Wilson which greatly pleased the AFL Secretary of Labor William B. Wilson made the relations even closer by inaugurating a series of luncheons which were to be attended by all members of the President's cabinet and the members of the AFL Executive Council. Gompers was besides himself with joy. This event, he wrote James Duncan, AFL Vice President, is of such great importance for what it may mean for the future, or I may say of paramount importance. 2. As for the administration, its purpose was stated by Secretary Wilson. I sincerely trust, he wrote to Gompers after the first luncheon, that it may be the beginning of closer relations and better understanding between the officials of the great labor movement and the administrative officials of our government. 3. Wilson himself showed his friendship for the AFL when he broke his self-imposed ban on making any public appearances to deliver the main address at the dedication of the new AFL headquarters, OY 4, 1916. Asterisk a month later, the President appointed Gompers to the advisory committee of the newly created Council of National Defense. Since the council itself was made up of heads of the departments of the federal government, the appointment practically made the AFL president an ex officio member of the Wilson administration. 4. In the late summer of 1916, Gompers summed up the results of the Wilson-AFL relationship in a letter to a British Columbia labor official. September 1916 finds the organized labor movement stronger than ever before. During the past 12 months it has forced a wider recognition of its purpose and of its power. During the past year it has been more generally recognized that the trade union movement is the only organization that distinctly represents the human element and represents human rights and justice in all the various relations of organized society. The achievements have been many, but the greatest thing that the labor movement has accomplished during the last year was to gain more general understanding and appreciation for the ideals of labor. AFL supports Wilson for re-election. In 1916 it was not difficult for the AFL to decide whether to support Charles Evans Hughes, nominated as the Republican candidate for president, or Woodrow Wilson, re-nominated for the second term by the Democratic Party. To be sure, on the surface, the AFL maintained its traditional nonpartisan approach to political action, but this did not prevent the Federation from effectively supporting Wilson. A labor legislative record of the Wilson administration was prepared by the Federation's Legislative Committee, along with a tabulation of the judicial decisions adverse to labor in which Hughes had participated. The Wilson administration, the AFL emphasized, had given labor its Magna Carta in the Clayton Antitrust Act, while Hughes, on the other hand, had participated in the decision of the Supreme Court adverse to labor in the Danbury Hatters case. Mr. Hughes has taken an oon. Wilson had resolved to stick to his desk, following the policy adopted by Lincoln when confronted by the Civil War emergency. But when Gompers invited him to speak at the opening of the AFL headquarters, Wilson replied, "So far as I can see, I shall be free to do this. I need not add that I will do it with a great deal of pleasure." Wilson to Gompers. June 19, 1916, Woodrow Wilson Papers, Library of Congress. The reference is to Section 6 of the Act, which read, "The labor of a human being is not a commodity or article of commerce." Gompers called this the industrial Magna Carta upon which the working people will rear the structure of industrial freedom. Sue Foner. History of Labor Movement 5, 137-38. For the Danbury Hatches case, see Foner, History of the Labor Movement 3, 309-14, 341-42. Key vocal position, Gompers wrote in July. He endorsed the abuse of the writ of injunction against which wage earners have vigorously protested. 6-1 of Gompers' letters, 10 pages in all, supporting the Wilson administration and attacking Hughes, was printed in pamphlet form and widely distributed. 7. Democratic Party Platform. The platform adopted by the St. Louis Convention, which renominated Woodrow Wilson, had a great deal to say about labor, and was carefully calculated to attract progressive and independent voters friendly to organized labor as well as the labor movement itself. In the section of the platform entitled, Record of Achievement, the boast was made that the Democratic Party had lifted human labor from the category of commodities, that it had secured to the working man the right to voluntary association for his protection and welfare, that the rights of the laborers had been protected against the unauthorized issuance of writs of injunction, and the worker had been guaranteed the right of trial by jury in cases of alleged contempt committed outside the court. As to the promise for the future, the platform declared that the federal government should set the example to employers by providing a living wage, an 8-hour workday, with 1 day of rest and 7 safe and sanitary conditions of labor, compensation for accidents, retirement schemes, uniform standards wherever minors were employed, and provisions relative to the employment of women such as should be accorded to the mothers of the race. The platform declared faith in the Seamen's Act, commonly known as the LAF Follett Bill, and promised concurrence in its enforcement. The platform favored the speedy enactment of an effective federal child labor law, as well as the regulation of the shipment of convict-made goods. It recommended the creation of a Bureau of Labor Safety, as well as legislation to prevent the maiming and killing of human beings. It favored the extension of the field of usefulness of the Bureau of Mines, addressed to H0. McClurg, Secretary of Labor's Voluntary Cooperative Citizenship and Educational Committee, Birmingham, Alabama. The letter was first published in the Birmingham Labor Advocate of September 9, 1916. In addition to the usual praise for Wilson, Gompers gave the president credit for the prohibition of the Taylor system, stopwatch and speeding up methods in the United States Navy yards, manufactories, and torpedo stations, the prohibition of piecework in the Post Office Department, and for the special congressional investigations of strikes in the West Virginia and Colorado coal fields, and the Michigan copper region, wherein all of the complaints and charges made by the men of labor against the mining companies and the alliance of these companies with the political and military powers of the states were officially verified and demonstrated. Birmingham Labor Advocate, Sept. 9, 1916. Endorsed the system of employment exchanges inaugurated during the first Wilson administration, and commended the Department of Labor for its record in settling strikes by personal advice and conciliating agents. Under the heading of public health, the platform favored the establishment by the government of tool greater than tuberculosis sanitariums for needy patients. Another paragraph proposed a scheme of prison reform for federal prisoners. During the presidential campaign, the Socialist Party, which nominated Allen L. Benson and George R. Kirkpatrick as its presidential and vice presidential candidates, conceded that the record of achievement, as outlined in the Democratic platform, had benefited labor to a certain extent, improved the situation with regard to injunctions and contempt of court, and that organized labor, through the AFL, had long demanded these reforms. But it charged that in a number of cases, there was more verbiage than substance to the reforms. The LAF all at law, for instance, has been in many important respects nullified by the administration which it has received at the hands of Mr. Wilson's Secretary of Commerce, Mr. Redfield. At any rate, it was poor tactics for the St. Louis Convention to promise to continue to enforce the LAF all at law, for labor perfectly well knows that management to date has been bad, and capital knows that thorough performance in the future would be dangerous to their interests. While the Democratic labor record was judged to be better than that of the Republican administration, and a second Wilson administration held out better hopes for labor than a Hughes regime, it was naive, the Socialist Party insisted, for organized labor to expect that a second Wilson term would be anything but fully as worthless and fully as treacherous as could be expected under the circumstances. 8. Wilson's acceptance speech. The AFL, however, had no misgivings, and its enthusiasm for Wilson mounted on September 2, when the president formally accepted the Democratic nomination and stated the reasons for his belief that the people of the United States will wish the Democratic Party to continue in control of the government. In a speech, Wilson mainly reviewed the legislation passed by Congress during his administration, and defended for purposes of economy. The Socialist Party Convention of 1916 had been dispensed with, and nomination OFS. P. Presidential candidates was made by referendum. Eugene V. Debs having declined, Allen L. Benson of Minnesota was nominated as the presidential candidate and George R. Kirkpatrick for vice president. The role of the Socialist Party in the presidential campaign, which dealt mainly with the preparedness issue, will be discussed in the next volume. The policy pursued with respect to the war in Europe and toward Mexico. On the issue of labor, he contrasted his administration's accomplishments with the oblivious or indifferent attitude of Republican administrations which had preceded his, and declared, "The working men of America have been given a veritable emancipation by the legal recognition of a man's labor as pan of his life, and not a mere marketable commodity, by exempting labor organizations from processes of accounts, which treated their members like factional parts of mobs and not accessible and responsible individuals, by releasing our seamen from involuntary servitude, by making adequate provision for compensation for industrial accidents, by providing suitable machinery for mediation and conciliation in industrial disputes, and by putting the Federal Department of Labor at the disposal of the working man in search of work." Wilson also called attention to the law to keep children out of factories, the equalization of taxation by means of an income tax, and declared, "We have in 4 years' time come very near to carrying out the platform of the Progressive Party, as well as our own. And all this in spite of stubborn resistance at every step by the interests which the Republican Party had catered to and fostered." 9. Since the Adamson Act providing for an 8-hour day for workers on the operating divisions of the railroads was not a law, Wilson did not cite it in his acceptance speech. But it was this legislation which became a leading issue in the presidential campaign. Hughes makes Adamson Act an issue. In the late summer months, the Republican Party was having difficulty in getting its presidential campaign off the ground. Hughes was not proving to be the campaigner some of the GOP leaders had expected. Poor Hughes. He has made a wonderful failure in his speeches out west. Historian James Ford Rhodes wrote on August 26, 1916, These policies will be discussed in the next volume, Volume 7 of the History of THT. Labatt Movement in THT Unit Stats. The reference is to the Clayton Antitrust Act. The reference is to the prohibition of injunctions in labor disputes. Wilson, however, did not mention that the Clayton Antitrust Act, in which the prohibition was placed, also included the provision that injunctions could be issued if irreparable damage would occur, and as we have pointed out in a previous volume, this effectively wiped out much of the value of the anti-injunction provision. Stt Foner, History of THT Labor Moivad MTNT 5. 139-41. The reference is to the Lafayette-Siemens Act. See Ibid. pp. 127-28. For the Progressive Party and its platform in the 1912 campaign, see Foner, History of Labor Movement 5, 107-11. Good popular issues, too, were difficult to advance. The 1914 Depression with its accompanying widespread unemployment had given way to prosperity under the impact of orders from war-torn Europe. Since the Republicans, the leading party of imperialism, would not make an issue of Wilson's Mexican policy, the Democratic Party cornered the foreign policy issue with the slogan, "He kept us out of war." The Republicans tried to raise doubts about the effectiveness of the preparedness campaign the administration was supporting, but they found it impossible to oppose Peace. 11. This left the administration's domestic reform program as the major area in which the Republicans believed the Democrats were vulnerable. The Adamson Act appeared to be the one reform which could be made the center of an attack on the president. Big business and many small business groups had bitterly opposed the act, and most of the commercial press had sharply attacked Wilson for selling out to the railroad brotherhoods in particular, and organized labor in general, for political gain. 12. On September 8, 1916, the New York Times editorialized, Mr. Hughes and the Republicans, having failed in the first 2 months of the campaign to discover any issue to which the country would pay attention, have eagerly seized upon the issue of the threatened railroad strike, and they are using it to the best of their knowledge and ability. The day before, in a speech at Hampton Beach, 4 days after Wilson signed the Adamson Act, Hughes vigorously assailed the democratic methods of disposing of the railroad controversy. Later that month, he went beyond merely attacking the procedure, charging the Adamson bill as a force bill, and on October 9, in New Jersey, Hughes cried, "The administration threw up its hands, abandoned the principle of arbitration, of fair inquiry before legislative action, and in a panic of fear rushed to Congress to get this bill passed as the price of peace." The administration bill thus came to embody the terms of a humiliating surrender. 13. The Wall Street Journal hailed Hughes' attacks on the Adamson Act as doing more to advance his candidature than all he had said since his nomination. The conservative New York Evening Post, which had voiced disappointment with all of Hughes's campaign speeches, now, this charge especially angered the president. The statement that the 8-hour law was simply adopted for political effect is a gross falsehood, he wrote. I have myself enlisted to do all I can for the recognition of the 8-hour day throughout our industries as the right basis of labor. Woodrow Wilson to S. W. Pickens, November 4, 1916, Woodrow, E. Son. Papers, Library of Congress. Declared that his criticism of the Adamson Act was an unquestionable reminder of what the country has always known Hughes to be. 14. Leading Democrats, too, spoke out, and they advised Wilson that Hughes was attracting a large section of the middle-class vote by attacking the Adamson Act. Unless the president hit back, he would lose many votes. 15. Wilson therefore decided to change his campaign strategy. Up to this point, he had refrained from any extensive speech-making. The ineffectiveness of Hughes' early campaign, he informed Bernard Baruch, had convinced him to follow the advice of a certain friend who has always followed the rule never to murder a man who is committing suicide, and clearly this misdirected gentleman, Hughes, is committing suicide slowly but surely. 16. But now Wilson decided that he had to take the offensive, and he began a strong defense of his actions in the railroad controversy and the adoption of the Adamson Act. 17. Organized labor intensifies support for Wilson. The AFL and the railroad brotherhoods, too, intensified their political campaign in support of the Wilson administration. By the middle of October, the AFL had completely abandoned any pretense of nonpartisanship and came out directly for Wilson's re-election. In a political circular from its Washington headquarters, addressed to all officers of the labor movement, Gompers indicated clearly that the future of organized labor was with President Wilson and his administration. In order that the rank-and-file member understand this dearly, the circular urged that special meetings be held by all trade unions, national, state, and local, at which the significance of re-electing Wilson would be demonstrated. 18. The president was aware of, and fully appreciated this activity by the AFL in his behalf. On October 30, Wilson wrote, in haste, to Gompers to express his warm appreciation of the generous support you were giving the administration. 19. For their part, the railroad brotherhoods made what one brotherhood official called the first effort the railroad unions had ever made, to show our strength, in an election. 20. Working both among their own memberships and those of other unions, brotherhood officials circulated petitions in support of Wilson's re-election, carried on word-of-mouth campaigns for the Democratic candidate, and held public meetings in key cities. This matter, one brotherhood official wrote a member of the Wilson administration, is now assuming definite form in every part of the country. The railroad men are a unit for Mr. Hood. Officials were convinced that all other union men would be with them on election day. 21. Union members were serenely indicating this confidence was justified. Whenever Hughes spoke in October, Unionists interrupted his speech and asked if he would repeal the Adamson Act if he were elected. Hughes replied that a surrender could not be repealed, but went on to denounce the act and assure his audience that he would do little to persuade the railroads to abide by it. An outburst of heckling usually interrupted the speech as trade unionists in the audience voiced their displeasure. 22. On the eve of the election, the AFL appealed. It is up to the workers, the masses, of our liberty-loving citizenship, to decide whether President Wilson, with his clear vision and courageous heart and mind, shall be supplanted by the reactionary candidate of predatory wealth Mr. Hughes. President Woodrow Wilson had advocated, urged and signed legislation protecting human rights and promoting the welfare of the workers and all of the masses of the people. Mr. Hughes had declared that if elected president he will insist upon the repeal of the legislation. It lies with the working people, the masses, on election day to determine by their votes whether the policy of progress, justice, freedom and humanity shall prevail in the re-election of Mr. Wilson to the presidency of the United States, or whether the pendulum shall swing backward and the policy of reaction shall be enthroned. 23. Wilson narrowly re-elected. Wilson was re-elected by a narrow margin. The electoral vote was 277 for Wilson, and 254 for Hughes, while the popular vote was 9,129,606 for Wilson and 8,538,221 for Hughes. If there was a mandate for Wilson's progressive reform in the election of 1916, writes one student of the campaign, it was not an overwhelming one. 24. Nevertheless, it was widely asserted that the labor vote was an important factor in the narrow victory Wilson scored. After the passage of the Adamson Act in early September 1916, the Baltimore News declared that it rests with the labor element in this country to decide the turn. Wilson also won the support of many Progressive Party members who refused to follow Theodore Roosevelt's advice that they should support the Republican candidate, literal T.Y. Digest, November 25, 1916, page 1392. For a picroar of how the Progressive Party was used by Roosevelt in the interests of monopoly capital, Sue Amos R. E. Pinchot, History of the Progressive Party, 9, Z 1916, edited with a biographical introduction by Helena Maxwell. Hooker, New York, 1953. The Socialist Perry vote in 1916 declined to 585,000 as against 900,000 inches 1912. The Socialist campaign in 1916, mainly directed against intervention in Mexico and the European War, will be studied in the next volume. Presidential campaign should take 25. This labor element did come through, and it played a major role in the outcome of the election. 26. To this element must be added the fact that the slogan, "He kept us out of war," won Wilson the votes of radicals, progressives, and independents. Although Hughes won support among some progressive women by coming out boldly for the woman suffrage amendment, while Wilson refused at first to endorse a federal amendment and insisted on suffrage for women on a state-by-state process, the Republican candidate lost much of this advantage, for Wilson began to retreat from this position as the campaign advanced. The fact that Wilson had championed a number of social justice measures, especially the Adamson 8-hour law, the Keating-Owen Child Labor Act, and a Federal Workmen's Compensation Act, as well as the exemption of labor from injunction provisions of the Antitrust Act, even if only temporarily, influenced many workers. Former Bull, Arthur Link and William Leary conclude that the labor vote was decisive in Wilson's victories in Washington, Idaho, and New Mexico, and very helpful in California, Ohio, and New Hampshire. Honor S. Link and William M. Leary, Jr., Election of 1916, in Arthur M. Schlesinger, Fred L. Israel, and William P. Hanson, eds. The Coming to Power. Critical Presidential Elections in American History, New York, 1972, pp. 313-15. See also William Thomas White, A History of Railroad Workers in the Pacific Northwest, 1883-1934, unpublished Ph.D. dissertation, University of Washington, 1981, page 151. Usually this slogan referred to the war in Europe, but at a workingmen's meeting in New York City on July 4, 1916, Frank P. Walsh, chairman of the LND-USRRIAL Arclations Commission, urged labor to support Wilson for re-election for having refused to go to war with Mexico. Thank God, Walsh cried, for the sublime patience of President Wilson, who has kept us out of war with Mexico. New York Times, July 5, 1916. Evidently the dispatch of the U.S. Army under General John J. Pershing into Mexico constituted for Walsh an ace of peace. The Nacional Women's Party supponed Hughes, sponsored the Hughes Special, and campaigned actively for the Republican candidate, especially in the West. But Wilson's shift from opposing to supporting a federal woman suffrage amendment brought him support among members of the National Woman Suffrage Association, see Christine A. Lunardine and Thomas J. Nock, Woodrow Wilson and Woman Suffrage, A New Look, Political Science Quarterly 95, Winter, 1980-81, 662-64. This was not the only issue on which Wilson shifted his position because of the exigencies of the 1916 election. He had taken a strong stand against child labor legislation, arguing that such legislation affords a striking example of a tendency to carry congressional power over interstate commerce beyond the utmost boundaries of reasonable and honest interference. But Wilson shifted his position during the 1916 campaign, not only embracing the child labor measure but assuming a position of leadership in the campaign for reform. While Che Republicans also came out for enactment of a child labor law, it was Wilson, by virtue of his refusal to accept formal renomination until the Keating-Owen Act passed, who received credit for its enactment. On September L. Wilson signed the Keating-Owen Act, and in accepting renomination the next day, pointed to a record which included Che emancipation of the children of Che Nation by releasing them from hurtful labor. New York Times, September 3, 1916. Moose progressives and even socialists to support the president for re-election. But it was the war in Europe that weighed most heavily on the minds of Americans as they went to the polls on November 7, 1916. With the popular campaign slogan, "He kept us out of war," Wilson emerged triumphant. 27. Little did these voters dream that just a few months later, the president who kept us out of war would be addressing the joint session of Congress calling for a declaration of war by the United States against Germany and her allies. Reference notes. Chapter I by T.H.T. Ford. Profit Sharing Place 1N, Detroit. I. NTW York Timt, January 6, 1914. 1915. A Brit, account of the Educati 0 inches 41-2. Stephen Meyer, Adapting the Immigrant. Work of the Ford Motor Company, Detroit, to the line. Americanization in the Ford 1916. Fitch, Op. Cit. pp. 545-50, Stephen. Factory, 1914-1921, R1111I of Social His Meyer, Mass Production and Human Effetory 14, 1980, 69. Shensi. The Ford Motor Company, Un. 3. Ibid. Published Ph.D. dissertation Rutgers 4. Keith Sword, T.H.T. Ugnall of Henry Ford. University, 1977, pp. 156-86, and Pub New York, 1948, page 126. HSHED under the title, Stephen Meyer Ill 5. Melvin Dubofsky, We Shall Be All. His the FIW Doliler Day. Warmaw 1111 Gent and Tor. Of the LNDUJ Trial Workers of the World. Social Control in the Ford Motor Company. Chicago, 1969, pp. 214-16, Allen Nevins 21. 1908-1921, Albany, New York, 1981. With the collaboration of Frank Ernest. Meyer, Mass Production and Human F. E. Hill, Ford, The Times, The Man, The Com 22. Shensi, pp. 187-216. Tilda Y., New York, 1954, page 537, Sword, Op. Gramsci, Op. Cit. Page 132. Sit. pp. 126-27. 23. Helpful Hints and Advice, pp. 15-17. 6. Philip S. Foner, History of the Labor Mo. J. 24. Nevins, Ford, Op. Cit. pp. 502-03. Meant in the United States, New York, 1965, 25. Daniel Nelson, F. Ardrick W. Taylor and the Volume 4, pp. 385-88. Rise of Scientific Ma 1111 Gement, Madison 7. Sword, Op. Cit. pp. 128-30. Nevins, Ford. Wisconsin, 1980, pp. 212-15. Op. Cit. pp. 379-80. 26. Sword, Op. Cit. pp. 422-23. 8. Nevins, Ford, Op. Cit. pp. 393-94. 27. New York Times, December 12, 1915, NDUJTRW 9. Ibid. pp. 410-11. World, January 14, 1916. 10. Robert W. Dunn, Labor and Automobiles, 28. David Montgomery, Labor in the New York, 1928, pp. 14, 18, 20, 27, 117. Public in Industrial America, 1860-1920 inches 11. John A. Fitch, Ford of Detroit and his. Malmont Social, F. Ranney, 111, 1980, 21 feet 1. $10 million Profit Sharing Plan. Chapter 2. Sirwe 31, February 7, 1915, 545-550. 12. Sword, Op. Cit. Page 372. L. A Strike Without Disorder, NTW Re 13. Nevins, Ford, Op. Cit. Page 542. Public, January 22, L. 916, page 304. 14. Solidarity, February 14, 1914. 2. The Arizona Copper Miners, Outlook, 15. Upton Sinclair, The Fulcher King, New. February 2, 1916, p.250. York, 1928, pp. 242-43. 3. New Republic, January 22, 1916, page 304. 16. Meyer, Op. Cit. pp. 69-70. 4. Mike Casillas, Mexican Labor Militancy 17. Quoted in Sword, Op. Cit. pp. 372-73. In the U.S., 1896-1915, Southwest Econo 18. Nevins, Ford, Op. Cit. pp. 413. Mayan Society 4, Fall, 1978, 34. 19. Antonio Gramsci, America and F. Ordism. 5. Victor S. Clark, Mexican Labor in the In Letters from